Welcome to Moonlit Publishing. In a world of ruthless alphas and ancient curses, one woman rises unbreakable. Her power ignites, her enemies fall, and destiny itself kneels before her will.
Prologue. 11 years. 11 brutal, empty years of waiting for a mate who never came. The alpha prowls his chambers like a caged storm, muscles coiled, breath ragged, every step cracking the silence like thunder. His wolf claws at the inside of his skin, howling in raw, gnawing frustration. The moon goddess herself has turned her back on him. Why? What sin did he commit to deserve this endless ache? His beta stands frozen in the doorway, heart twisting. This isn't just loneliness anymore. It's torment. Their leader, strong, loyal, unbreakable, has carried this wound in silence far too long. He deserves the fierce, soul-deep bond every wolf craves. He deserves her. A savage growl rips from the alpha's throat, shattering the night. No more prayers. No more waiting for fate to pity him. If she won't come to me, his voice drops, dark and dangerous, vibrating through the room like a promise carved in stone. Then I will hunt her down. He turns, eyes blazing silver under the moonlight spilling through the window. Gather the team. We leave at dawn. The beta nods once, sharp, certain. Finally, his alpha is done breaking. It's time he claimed the joy, the fire, the completeness only a true mate can give. Outside, the private community sleeps beneath a velvet sky. Stars glitter like scattered diamonds, cold and distant, watching. The alpha steps to the edge of the trees, wind whispering across his skin, carrying the scent of pine and possibility. I'm coming for you, little mate. Wherever you hide, whatever stands between us. When I find you, you will never leave my side again. Chapter 1. The man was exhausted. A short week had passed since he left his territory, hoping to find his other half. He had searched the lands of several territories, studying the faces of countless women, but he had come up empty-handed. As he traveled farther from his pack, he wondered if he would have enough time to keep looking. After a brief meeting with the entire pack, they agreed that the alpha could be away until the next full moon. That gave him just under 3 weeks to find her. Given the importance of the matter, the pack had been understanding. They could not be without their leader forever, but their leader could not be without his destined partner. Frustration was building inside him, threatening to erupt. His claws extended from his fingertips, sharp canines pressed against his gums, and his eyes darkened to a deep black. He knew he needed to regain control, if only for a short while. The wolf inside him, however, was desperate to find his mate and was pushing to the surface. Alpha, with all due respect, I think we should take a break, one of his men said, placing a firm hand on his shoulder in a gesture of support. He nodded. He always valued the input of his pack, especially when his own thoughts were clouded. He was a fair and strong alpha, deeply respected by those he led. That only deepened their confusion. He was good in every way, yet still without a mate? The man continued walking until he stopped outside a small coffee shop named Pressed. It was an odd sight, these large, imposing men standing outside the dainty little cafe. His 6-foot frame barely fit through the door, his broad shoulders and powerful build taking up an extraordinary amount of space. His men followed quietly and claimed a small booth near the entrance. It was as if the humans could sense that their presence carried something powerful. A hush fell over the room as people glanced at the strangers with curiosity. A petite waitress approached to take their orders. Her brown hair was tied in a messy ponytail, and a warm smile lit up her face. He sat at the edge of the booth closest to her. He noticed the way her eyes briefly traveled over him, lingering on the sharp lines of his face and the small strip of skin visible at the top of his unbuttoned dress shirt. She maintained a composed air of confidence as she spoke to the group of men who towered over her. She would never know it, but her body betrayed her nervousness, her heart beat faster, she gently bit her bottom lip, and her pen tapped lightly against her order pad. The man studied her features carefully. She was attractive, but she was not his mate. After ordering a double espresso, He turned his attention to the street outside, watching people pass by. The chime above the door rang as someone entered. Her light footsteps instantly stirred something deep within him. He caught the faint floral scent of her perfume as she stood behind him, followed by a soft, airy laugh. Every part of him recognized her instantly. He had to hold himself back from approaching her, from sweeping her up and carrying her away. He waited, breath held, prolonging the moment after 11 long years of waiting. Strangely, the moment he had stopped actively searching was the moment he found her. Then she stepped into view, her head turned toward the man accompanying her. A low growl nearly escaped him at the sight of her hand resting in the crook of the other man's arm. He knew it was irrational, she didn't even know who he was, but jealousy surged through him. He wanted to be the one holding her hand, the one she turned to. He wanted it to be him and no one else. He never took his eyes off her, even as her companion led her to a table. He hoped she would sense his gaze and look his way. "The same as always?" the man asked. She nodded and replied with a light giggle. "Extra cream, please." "Oh, and an extra brownie slice because I'm feeling a bit cheeky today." He left her at the table and went to place their order. The alpha was about to approach her to introduce himself when the waitress returned with a tray of steaming coffees and plates of cake. She set everything down carefully and relayed the orders. "The treats are on the house," she said with a smile before hurrying off. The men ate with enthusiasm, so much so that a spoon slipped from one hand and clattered to the floor. The sound was quiet, lost amid the diner's usual noise. But not to everyone. The men heard it clearly, their heightened senses picked it up easily. And so did she. Without hesitation, the young woman at the table turned in their direction. "Excuse me, sirs, but I think one of you dropped something," she said, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond them. Her voice was soft and clear. He already loved the sound of it. He could imagine listening to her speak for the rest of his life. "Thank you, beautiful," the alpha replied, motioning for one of his men to retrieve the spoon. Eager to keep the conversation going, he added, "You have very good hearing." She seemed momentarily surprised by the deep timbre of his voice. It resonated through her, warm and pleasant. "Well, I guess it's compensation," she said with a small chuckle. "I mean, these don't do me much good." She gestured toward her eyes, turning slightly toward the source of his voice. "I hadn't noticed that you were," he trailed off. Though surprised, his instinct to protect her only grew stronger. "Blind?" she finished, raising an eyebrow. "It's okay to say it. It's not contagious." "No, I just didn't want to offend," he said politely, his gaze briefly flicking to the man returning to her table. "There's nothing offensive about it. It's just a fact." She turned back toward her friend as he approached. "Did you ask for extra cream?" "Yes, Your Majesty," he replied playfully, setting a mug of hot chocolate in front of her. "Okay, Fredius, no need to be dramatic," she laughed, shaking her head. "Oh, I made a friend." She gestured toward the table of men. "This is..." "I'm sorry, I didn't get your name." "Adin." "Yes, Adin." She smiled, her hand sliding across the table until she found her mug and brought it to her lips for a sip. "And your name, beautiful?" Adin asked, holding back a chuckle at the small mustache of cream on her upper lip. She blushed, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. She couldn't tell if he was being sincere. Her hand reached for a napkin, guided by Fredius's quiet assistance. She wiped her lip in one quick motion. "Leoraine," she said, extending her hand toward him. He took it gently, cradling her smaller hand in both of his, and pressed a light kiss to the back of it. She gasped softly at the sudden spark that raced through her at his touch. This stranger awakened sensations she had never experienced, intense, overwhelming, but strangely welcome. She had never felt anything like it, yet she found herself savoring each new feeling. It was like flashes of light breaking through endless darkness. Startling and new, but undeniably exciting. "This is my neighbor, Fredius," she said, though she didn't point. She had been so focused on Adin that she'd momentarily lost track of Fredius's position. Adin had used the moment of contact to stay close to her. If he could, He would touch her forever just to feel those sparks again. From her gasp, he knew she felt them too. That knowledge only made him want to be nearer. "So, are you from around here, Aden?" Leoraine asked. She felt a twinge of guilt for talking to a stranger while with Fredius, but she couldn't stop herself. She needed to hear his voice again. She wanted to know more about him. She wanted to trace the lines of his face with her fingertips, to see in her mind if he was as striking as she imagined. Her fingers twitched with the urge to reach out. He might think it odd, but the pull toward him felt impossible to ignore, like an invisible thread drawing her closer. She could smell his aftershave. Warm, woodsy, with an undertone that was uniquely him. She had to resist the impulse to lean in and breathe it in deeper. "Actually, no. I'm from a small town a little ways from here," he said. He couldn't tell her everything yet, but how much could he share? So what brings you to Willesden Brook?" she asked, genuinely curious. "I came here to find something." He paused, gazing at her, wishing he could reach out and touch her cheek. "Something special." People often underestimate the magic of small places, she murmured appreciatively, sipping from her mug. "Lee, it's almost 1:30. We have to get going or we'll be late," Fredius interrupted gently. Aden suppressed a growl, settling instead for a quiet scowl. How dare this human interrupt his time with his mate? His fists clenched briefly before he forced himself to stay calm. "I suppose you're right," Leoraine said with a small sigh, a pang of reluctance in her chest at the thought of leaving. She hadn't even gone yet, but she already hoped this wouldn't be the last time they met. "Well, Aden, whatever you're looking for, I hope you find it. Goodbye." With one last smile, Leoraine stood and slipped on her coat. With Fredius's help, she left the cafe. She cast a final glance over her shoulder toward the warmth of his gaze, wishing, just for a moment, that she could see his face. Aden saw the longing in her expression. He recognized it instantly. It was the same ache he had carried for years. But not anymore. It was sweet that she hoped he would find what he sought. There was no need to hope. He already had. She was his, and she didn't even know it yet. Chapter 2. Aden waited a few hours before deciding to follow her scent. He and his team of 4 checked into the only inn in Willesden Brook. He just had to figure out how to bring her back to his pack, and everything would be fine. At first, he had considered taking her by force if necessary. But after meeting her and seeing how connected she was to Fredius, he knew he could never do something like that and live with himself. He didn't like Fredius. Something about the young man set Aden on edge, perhaps the way he looked at her, or how his hand lingered on hers. Leoraine might not have noticed, but Aden certainly did. She was his, and he didn't want anyone else near her. Still, it made him pause. How many other human connections would he disrupt by taking her away? He didn't care much about that. He would have his mate one way or another, but he knew the situation required care. He didn't want to hurt her or force her into anything she didn't want. In the end, he would have to convince her to choose him. Aden took a deep breath as he stepped outside, sifting through the town's scents until he found hers. It wasn't difficult. Her light floral perfume called to him like a beacon. The evening June air felt pleasant, the soft breeze cool against his bare arms. He walked with purpose, nearly breaking into a run as her scent grew stronger. The town was small, much to his advantage, and he reached his destination in under 5 minutes, helped, of course, by his enhanced speed. He stood in the shadow of a large tree, hidden from view, directly across from her. There she was, dressed in a crisp white GI with a black belt, cane in hand, talking quietly with Fredius beside her. The street was peaceful, cars parked neatly in driveways outside modest, uniform houses. He could hear every word they exchanged, and it took every ounce of control to keep his wolf from surging forward in rage at the sight of Fredius so close to her. "Lee, I've wanted to tell you this forever." Fredius laughed nervously, scratching the back of his neck. "What is it, Fredius?" "We've been friends since we were kids." "You can tell me anything," she said gently, her voice soothing. "I like you a lot," he blurted. "Oh." Leoraine leaned back slightly, caught off guard. She hadn't expected that. Some might have felt flattered, but she only felt awkward. She searched for the right words, but all she could think was, "Why? You're pretty and kick-ass and wacky in your own way," Fredius rambled. "I never once cared about your blindness. And that should make me thankful," she replied flatly, her defenses rising. If there was one thing that still stung, it was her blindness. No matter how cheerful she seemed or how much she deflected with humor, it shook her confidence deeply. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that." "No, I shouldn't have said it like that," Fredius said, shaking his head. "You weren't insensitive," she assured him. She knew her reaction had come from her own insecurities. Guilt washed over her. She hated snapping at someone who had always stood by her. She pulled him into a quick hug, resting her chin on his shoulder as she whispered, "I'm sorry." From his hiding spot, Aden growled low, fists clenched. How dare this weak human challenge him for his mate? For a moment, he nearly lost control, especially when she wrapped her arms around him. But he reminded himself she was simply being kind. That was who she was. He trusted her. He forced himself to breathe, waiting for her response. "Look, Fredius," she said after a long pause, her tone gentle and sincere. "I'm flattered, but you're like a brother to me." They had grown up together, making mud pies, sharing baths long before she lost her sight. She had never seen him as anything more, and she never could. After she went blind, Fredius had stayed close, always helpful. She had assumed it was because he saw her as a little sister. He was nearly 3 years older. Now she wondered if every moment they'd shared had carried hidden meaning for him. That's okay," Fredius mumbled, disappointment clear in his voice. "Well, I've gotta go, but if you need anything, I'll be next door." "Thank you," Leoraine said with a nod. She wanted to hug him again, but felt too awkward now. After his confession, she was suddenly aware of every gesture. Things she once thought innocent might be misinterpreted. The last thing she wanted was to give him false hope. So she offered a small smile, then turned and walked up her gravel driveway into the house. Aden watched, quietly pleased with her answer. He knew she felt drawn to him. There was no denying it. Now that she had handled Fredius herself, he just had to give her space to decide. That would be the challenge, but he welcomed it. He would find a way to speak with her again. That was all he needed. Even if he couldn't convince her, knowing he had tried would be enough. He pushed the thought of failure away. He was an alpha. He was trained to succeed. He knew what he wanted, and now he would claim it. All he needed was a plan. He observed her for nearly 3 days, telling himself it was research. He didn't like feeling like a stalker, but he didn't know how else to understand her life without intruding. Every morning, she volunteered at the local youth center for a few hours, teaching the kids about different people and ways of living. She spoke passionately about blindness, sharing her own experiences with confidence and clarity. Aden found it impressive. And he loved watching her come alive when she talked about her life. Afterward, she would head to the coffee shop to relax and chat with the locals. Having grown up in the small town, she knew everyone by name and exactly how to connect with them. After a couple of hours and 2 cups of something warm, she went to the community center, which doubled as a dojo from 2 until 4 every day. The dojo was clearly her favorite part of the day. She had taken up martial arts after losing her sight and loved it so much that she had become an instructor, teaching advanced students alongside her old teacher, Sensei Misako. After class, she often stayed another couple of hours to practice kendo, determined to master yet another discipline. Martial arts were a huge part of her life. Leoraine was remarkably talented, having trained in Aikido since childhood. Her dedication had only deepened after she lost her sight, proving her strength and resilience. He also noticed Fredius was often nearby, which irritated him deeply. On the second day, she had managed her entire routine completely alone with ease. She didn't need him hovering. It frustrated Aden to realize the young man stayed so close only because of his unrequited feelings. By the end of the 3rd day, Aden felt restless again. Watching wasn't enough. He wanted to touch her, to be near her. All he could think about was having her fully in his life. The 11 years of waiting felt unbearable now that she was so close. He dreamed of a family, a home, different from the one he had known. He would care for her properly. They would be happy. He needed her. It didn't take long to form a plan. He didn't want it to feel forced, so he kept it simple, explain who he was, what she meant to him, and convince her to come with him. Straightforward. The next day, around 11:15, Aden sat at one of the small tables and pressed. He had dressed carefully, applied cologne, and brushed his hair, wanting to look his best when he saw her again. From what he had observed, Leoraine was a creature of habit and would arrive at precisely 11:30. The 15-minute wait felt endless. He finished his first coffee quickly and ordered a second, glancing toward the door every few moments. Right on time, she arrived. The moment her sweet scent filled the air, the tension inside him melted away. Calm and confident, he waited until she passed near his table. "Leoraine," he said smoothly, "I was hoping to run into you again." She turned toward his voice without surprise. Somehow, she had sensed him, perhaps a pull in her chest or a tingle in her fingertips. She couldn't quite name it, but she had known he was there. It felt as though he had been calling to her, and she had answered. Her heart raced at the sound of his voice alone. She was glad to see him again. Something inside her came alive whenever he was near, and she couldn't deny how much she liked it. Over the past few days, he had been on her mind constantly, his voice, his scent, the sparks from his touch. She was drawn to him and eager to know more. She wondered if he had thought of her, too, then quickly dismissed the idea as wishful thinking. They had only met once. Little did she know. "Aden," she exclaimed. What a weird coincidence. The only coincidence was that she had been thinking of him moments earlier. He smiled at his carefully timed bump into her. It was no accident, but he would let her believe it was. "Yes," he replied with a playful edge. One might even say it was fate. She couldn't see his smile, but she heard it in his voice, and a small part of her felt happy knowing he seemed just as glad to see her. Aden stood. "Would you like to sit with me?" "That would be lovely," she said, nodding with a smile. He moved to her side, gently taking her arm to guide her to the seat beside him, then signaled the nearest waitress. "You didn't have to do that," Leoraine said quietly. She wanted to protest, but she couldn't deny how much she liked his touch. The sparks were addictive. "I know," he murmured, voice low, "but I like having my hands on you." The words slipped out like a quiet confession, almost too soft to hear. She probably should have been unsettled, a complete stranger admitting he enjoyed touching her, but it was Aden. The man whose touch sent tingles across her skin, whose voice sounded like music. It was strange, unexplainable, but being near him felt right. Deep down, she already felt safe with him. It might have been instinct, but somehow she knew this man was no ordinary stranger and that he would change her life. "What would you like, beautiful?" He tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. A caramel macchiato, please," she said, biting her lip as she heard the waitress jot down the order. "A double espresso for me," Aden added, "and 2 double chocolate brownie slices." The waitress walked away, her footsteps fading. "How have you been liking Willesden Brook?" Leoraine asked. "Have you found what you've been looking for?" "Actually, yes," he said confidently, his voice steady. "I found it the moment I laid my eyes on you." Chapter 3. Leoraine inhaled the warm scent of caramel, sitting perfectly still as she absorbed his words. Was she what he had been looking for? Or had she misunderstood? Surely he couldn't mean her. They had only just met. "I'm sorry, what?" Confusion rolled off her in waves, a subtle shift in her scent that filled his senses. Her innocence was captivating. The simple fact that she couldn't fathom being so special, so needed by someone else, told Aden she was either deeply selfless or remarkably humble. He opened his mouth to explain, but the waitress returned, setting down a warm plate holding 2 rich slices of brownie. Leoraine caught the chocolate aroma immediately, her mouth watering. She was tempted to order some for herself, but the thought vanished when Aden gently slid the plate toward her. "Eat," he said, his voice firm yet gentle. For some reason, she obeyed without hesitation. Her fingers searched across the table until they found the plate. After one more breath of that tempting chocolate scent, she couldn't resist. Speaking of temptation, Aden waited until she lifted a piece to her lips and took a small bite before continuing. I'm going to tell you a story. What kind of story? Leoraine interrupted lightly. You should know I'm a grown 23-year-old woman. I'm a bit old for bedtime stories. You're never too old for a story, Aden replied, his tone playful. Besides, this one's about the origins of love. All right, now I'm intrigued. Leoraine leaned in closer, clearly interested. Aden caught another wave of her sweet floral scent and had to fight the sudden urge to pull her close, to bury his face in her neck and claim her right there. He cleared his throat and his mind and focused. A very long time ago, when people believed in many gods, there was a king named Lycaon. He tried to outsmart Zeus, the king of the gods, and for that he was punished. Yes, Zeus turned him into a wolf, Leoraine supplied, taking another bite of brownie. Actually, he turned him into a hybrid half-man, half-beast, unable to fully become either. And like any curse, it passed down to all his descendants. He mated with a woman, and they had 8 sons, each of whom went their separate ways. I've never heard that version before. Leoraine hummed thoughtfully, her free hand resting lightly on the table. What happened to the sons? They wandered the earth for a long time, just trying to survive. It wasn't until the eldest died of extreme loneliness that Artemis, goddess of the moon, decided to intervene. As one of Zeus's lesser deities, she couldn't undo the curse, but she offered a small blessing, soulmates, to ease the loneliness. Aden looked directly at her, wishing he could see the beautiful soul he knew lay behind her clouded eyes. His hand closed gently around hers on the table. Leoraine held back a soft gasp at the warm, calming tingles that spread through her. She was beginning to suspect those sparks weren't random. How sweet. Leoraine smiled brightly, her expression turning thoughtful. That makes sense. Artemis is the goddess of wild animals, but they weren't really animals. And once they found their mates, wouldn't the wolf part, or whatever it is, have faded over time? Aden chuckled at her rapid-fire questions. He loved how lively and curious she was. Her mind was sharp and quick. He could already see how valuable she would be to his pack, and he welcomed that thought warmly. They must have been animal enough for Artemis to take pity on them, he explained, scratching his chin. And it wasn't a gene, it was a curse that doesn't fade. The sons inherited a diluted version, allowing them to shift between forms. It was strange to revisit the stories he had been taught since childhood. He had never questioned them before, his parents had never lied to him. Even as he grew into adulthood and faced the world's challenges, their words had always rung true. Wait a second, Leoraine said slowly. You mean werewolves? Aden nodded. Well, maybe they aren't just fiction. Leoraine laughed at first, assuming he was joking. But when he stayed silent, letting her laughter fade unanswered, she realized he was serious. You can't possibly be serious, she said flatly. Serious as a heart attack, he replied, voice steady and calm. Leoraine wanted to doubt her attraction to him, but she couldn't. Something deep inside her already knew he was telling the truth, and that she was his. There was only one way he could know all of this. The pieces clicked into place in her mind. Okay, she said quietly, almost cautiously. Let's say, hypothetically, you're right. How does one of these hypothetical werewolves know when they've found their soulmate? Every part of you is drawn to your other half, sight, sound, smell. When you touch, it's like magic. Sparks fly. A calm settles over you. It's as if your mate was made, crafted specifically to bring out the best in you. As the realization settled over her, her laughter faded completely. She slowly pulled her hand from his, drawing in a shaky breath. Aden fought the instinct to growl at the loss of contact. You're one of them. It wasn't a question. Aden answered anyway, clearing away any remaining doubt. Yes, and you're my other half. That was why he had said those words earlier. That was why she felt so drawn to him despite barely knowing him. That was why he was here. He had been looking for her. His mate. Leoraine turned her face away, fingers playing absently with the mug in front of her. She wasn't afraid. just deeply conflicted. On one hand, the idea that someone was made to love and cherish her forever filled her with quiet joy. On the other hand, a hollow ache grew in her stomach. If he were a supernatural being, how could she ever be enough for him? She already carried deep, hidden doubts and insecurities. How could she offer him anything but extra weight to carry? That's impossible, she whispered, emotion thickening her voice. I mean, look at me. I am, he said without hesitation, voice filled with quiet conviction. You're absolutely beautiful. She startled slightly, not just at his words, but at the gentle press of his palm against her cheek. She didn't pull away. I don't know what to say, she murmured. This is all really strange. Aden could sense her uncertainty. It hung thick in the air between them. I would never hurt you, he said softly. Surely you feel that. I know you feel something between us, Leoraine. His thumb brushed lightly over her cheek. The way he said her name sent a shiver of delight through her. The excitement that sparked every time he spoke her name, the tingles that flared at his touch, the way everything about him drew her in, she couldn't deny any of it. But did that mean they were truly meant for each other? She already knew the answer. She felt it deep in her bones, a long-buried need crying out for him. She sat in silence, thoughts spinning through unanswered questions and quiet worries. What would happen now? Would she have to leave? Did she even want to? Willesden Brook had been her home her entire life. She had woven herself so deeply into the community, how could she simply walk away? And what about her relationship with Aden? Were they dating? Mates? What did he expect from her? How could she possibly fit into a world of supernatural beings? Suddenly, the weight of it all pressed down on her, far heavier than anything she had ever carried before. I don't know what to do, she whispered, knowing he would hear. I can't just vanish from my life here. How about this? Aden offered gently. I'll return for you in 1 week. You can give me your decision then. If you want me to leave and never come back, the words caught in his throat, the thought alone painful, then I'll respect that. Just hours earlier, he had been ready to take her by any means necessary. But now, sitting with her, everything felt different. He could never do anything to dim her happiness. The world was brighter with her near. He had a reason to smile, to live. Simply being by her side felt euphoric. But he knew her happiness mattered more than his own, even if it meant letting her go. But what would happen to you without a mate? Alarm sharpened her voice. Aden smiled at her concern, though it faltered slightly. The truth was, no one truly knew what happened if a mate was rejected. Some said the wolf would turn feral, more beast than man. Others believed the person would slowly fade, forever incomplete unless the goddess took pity and granted another chance. They were only stories, but Aden knew with certainty that he would accept whatever came if it meant she could be happy. It doesn't matter what happens to me, he said quietly. As long as you're happy. Leoraine's brows furrowed deeply. She didn't like the sound of that at all. Still, she agreed to his proposal, though deep down, she already knew what her answer would be. Aden forced himself to stay seated as she stood to leave. His fists clenched, nails biting into his palms as he watched her go. He had waited 11 years for his mate. What was one more week? Chapter 4. A week usually passed for Leoraine without much notice. This time, everything felt different. From the moment Aden left, a familiar emptiness settled over her, an ache that had lingered for years without explanation. Only in his absence did she realize how completely he had filled it. What she had expected to be one of the hardest decisions of her life turned out to be surprisingly clear. She wasn't as deeply tied to the community as she had believed. She had no close friends beyond Fredius, and after his confession, being around him felt awkward. Her time at the dojo was mostly solitary now, and though she would miss her sensei, she had long outgrown needing constant guidance. Even her volunteer sessions at the youth center weren't essential. She was the only blind person in town, and the talks seemed to benefit her more than anyone else. Once she accepted those truths, she understood. Leaving Willesden Brook would be difficult, but living without Aden would be impossible. She couldn't bear that emptiness, knowing it could be filled. The days dragged on endlessly. She found herself wishing time would hurry just so she could see the captivating man again. Even during her favorite activities, her thoughts drifted to him. What was he doing right now? Was he thinking of her? Did he want to see her as badly as she wanted to see him? She tried to focus on the present, but thoughts of him slipped in until they consumed her entirely. Without his explanation of their bond, she might have worried she was losing her mind. Simply thinking about him made her heart race, a warm pressure building in her chest. It was sweet torture to wonder about this mysterious man tied to her soul, yet she couldn't stop. It was obvious she had already decided. She spent the rest of the week quietly preparing for their meeting. Little did she know her mate was thinking of her too, going out of his mind, regretting the ultimatum he had foolishly proposed. Now that he had met her, being apart from his soul was unbearable. Every moment, his mind, body, and spirit called out to her. He had promised to walk away if that was her wish, but he doubted he could. Not after knowing what it felt like to be near her. He could barely focus. His thoughts were filled with her. The way her soft brown hair fell in waves, her freckled cheeks, those cloudy gray eyes, and above all, the sound of her warm, melodic voice. He tortured himself with unanswerable questions. Was she thinking of him? Had she decided yet? He pictured their future, a cozy two-story home filled with the laughter of their children. He would cook for her, cherish her, treat her like royalty. She deserved that and more. Then he would remember the ultimatum, the possibility she might refuse. And the ache would return. His wolf surged beneath his skin, urging him to find her, claim her, make her his. Holding back was painful, both physically and mentally, but he refused to break his word. How could she ever trust him if he couldn't keep a simple promise for 1 week? All he could do was wait, impatiently, for the day they would meet again. Leoraine fidgeted in her seat, tugging the sleeves of her sweater over her hands. The soft wool felt comforting in the late summer air. It had once belonged to her mother, and its warmth reminded her of home. They had agreed to meet at noon at Prest. It felt almost poetic, things ending where they began, or perhaps beginning anew. She wondered what would happen now. Would he give her time to adjust? She had already told a few people she was leaving, saying she had received a good offer to study at a university farther north. She explained she hadn't mentioned it earlier because she didn't want to get her hopes up in case it fell through. Like the best excuses, it held a thread of truth. She had always loved music. As a teenager, she had even been part of a girl group called the Firecrackers. It had been a long-abandoned dream to study the subject seriously. Aden's offer felt like the favorable path she had once imagined. She tapped a steady rhythm on the tabletop, silently regretting not wearing her Braille watch. Thanks to Siri, she had left home by 11:30. By her guess, only about 10 minutes had passed. She knew she was early, but the anticipation was overwhelming. She missed him. A week apart had felt like forever. To pass the time, she asked a passing waitress, the same confident young woman who had served them on the first day, for the time. "Oh, Leoraine, hi. It's 11:45, Rachel replied brightly. They had gone to school together and had even been in the same band. Rachel as lead singer and guitarist. Their lives had taken very different turns. "Did you want something while you wait?" "Wait," Leoraine squeaked, surprised she had been so obvious. "Yes, you're waiting for that man again, aren't you?" Rachel asked plainly. She had always been perceptive and direct. Leoraine remembered how Rachel used to take charge when they hung out, confident, talented, and mostly kind. Like Leoraine, she had a fiery spirit and a soft heart, though Rachel tended to find more trouble. "All right, why not?" Leoraine said with a smile. "I'll have a large caramel macchiato, please." Caffeine wasn't what her nerves needed, but she craved the warmth and energy. She had barely slept, tossing with anticipation. No one had ever affected her this way. It was terrifying and exhilarating at once. She sensed him the moment he entered. Something about his steady, powerful footsteps gave him away, or perhaps it was the way her heart sped up, or the faint trace of his scent that drifted in with him. Whatever it was, she knew it was Aden. He immediately spotted her small frame and the familiar brown hair. Without hesitation, he crossed the room in long strides and took the seat across from her. "Hello, Leoraine," he said right away. "You're early." His deep, gravelly voice wrapped around her, filling the emptiness she had carried all week. "So are you," she replied lightly, surprised at how easily the words came. She wasn't naturally outgoing. Homeschooled as a child, she had always felt a little out of place with others. Her parents had encouraged community activities, like the band, but she had never been good at making friends. She tried to be polite and helpful because it felt right, and it helped mask her awkwardness. Aden chuckled softly, scratching the back of his neck. He didn't want to seem too eager and overwhelm her. He cleared his throat, his mind already on the real reason they were both there. "I'm guessing you've made your decision?" The question hit her like a wave. This was real. Doubt crept in. Was she making the right choice? She barely knew this man. What if he was taking advantage of her? She had watched enough crime shows to know better. What if his intentions weren't good? What if she were being naive? She wasn't sure of anything anymore, not even her own decision. Aden could smell her nervousness thick in the air. When she didn't respond right away, he knew she was lost in thought. He gently placed his hand over hers on the table. The familiar sparks raced up her arm, along her spine, through her whole body. The tension that had gripped her melted away, and she could breathe again. How could she deny what she felt so clearly? There was a connection between them, something powerful and undeniable. It was as if she had lived in endless cold, and suddenly warmth had flooded in. Even the shadows behind her eyes felt brighter. There was something real here, and she owed it to herself to discover what it was. "Yeah," she said softly, biting her lip as she released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She blushed, thinking of how eager she had been to see him, how that excitement had made her arrive early. She didn't say it aloud, but she suspected he already knew. Aden watched her closely, fighting the urge to lean in and kiss her, to claim her lips slowly, gently, savoring every moment. He could almost hear the soft sounds she would make, feel her response. The thought sent heat through him. He cleared his throat, shifting slightly to regain control. Rachel returned with Leoraine's coffee. Sensing the charged air between them, she quickly asked Aden if he wanted anything. He ordered an espresso and, as usual, 2 slices of double chocolate brownie for Leoraine. She tried to protest, but he only chuckled at her quiet complaints about gaining weight from his overwhelming generosity. "It's my honor and desire to look after you," he said earnestly, "and to treat you like a queen. You're perfect. No amount of time, change, or anything else will ever alter how I feel about you. You are my soul, Leoraine." He reached out and gently caressed her cheek. She drew in a sharp breath, whether from his touch or his words, she wasn't sure. Something about him stole the air from her lungs. She didn't know how to respond. What do you say to words like that from someone you barely know? In any other situation, she would have called him out and walked away. But this wasn't ordinary. Aden saw the dazed look on her face and spared her the struggle. "Your decision?" Leoraine swallowed, nodding. The nerves from moments ago faded. If this were her choice, she would make it fully and face whatever came next. "I can't deny there's some kind of connection between us," she began, pausing to gather her thoughts. For a heartbeat, pure fear gripped Aden. His mind raced to the worst possibility, that the bond wasn't as strong for her, that she didn't want him. His wolf growled inside, urging him to act. He forced himself to stay calm. She hadn't finished. He clung to control by a thread, knowing that giving in now would destroy any chance they had, and he would never forgive himself. "And I want to know, no, I need to know what it is," Leoraine continued. "So, I'll go with you." Aden let out a low, appreciative growl. The sound drew a soft gasp from Leoraine, a mix of surprise and something deeper. In that moment, something shifted between them. The weight of her choice settled, and the path ahead began to take shape. Chapter 5. Aden didn't want to waste any time. He was eager to bring his mate back to his pack and celebrate that he had finally found her. Soon she would be his, and nothing would stand in the way of claiming her fully. He knew the pack would be overjoyed that their alpha had found his mate, their Luna. Everything would finally feel complete. The pack would thrive with a Luna to balance their leader. He also knew there might be some concern once they realized she was human, but he had complete faith in her. If anyone challenged her, he would see it as a direct threat to him, and he would remind them exactly why he was Alpha. The moon goddess had chosen her for him, and he had no intention of defying that gift. While Aden overflowed with admiration and joy, Leoraine felt far more uncertain. She couldn't deny that a large part of her was terrified about entering his pack. Aden had told her almost nothing beyond the fact that his community was called a pack, leaving her completely in the dark. That lack of knowledge about the werewolf world only heightened her fear. She would be a human among wolves, literally, and the thought alone was overwhelming. On top of everything, she still carried deep doubt and insecurity about being his other half. She didn't feel special. She had nothing unique to offer that Aden probably couldn't already do himself. As much as she tried to push those fears aside, they raced through her mind. So far, he hadn't noticed the storm brewing inside her, but she suspected it wouldn't stay hidden for long. After a heated discussion, they had returned to her home. Leoraine had insisted on packing a few of her things before leaving, while Aden argued he would simply buy her whatever she needed. When she responded with stubborn silence, he quickly changed his mind. It surprised her how quickly he was willing to do anything to keep her happy. She wasn't sure if that was Aden himself or simply the effect of the mate bond. Either way, she didn't want to dwell on it. The idea that his feelings might be forced, some kind of obligation rather than genuine choice, terrified her. Aden watched closely as she moved through the house, her fingers gently tracing familiar surfaces. She knew every inch by heart and navigated without hesitation. He followed quietly, surprised to see she had already packed 2 suitcases. At her direction, he carried them out to the waiting car. Leoraine paused in the modest space that had been her home her entire life. Even after her parents returned to Greece, she had stayed. Her fingers moved slowly over the worn plaster walls, memorizing every crack and detail. It was her home, and she would miss it deeply. She whispered a quiet goodbye, then turned and held out her hand. Aden took it immediately, guiding her out the front door and down to the curb where the car waited. Her hand fit perfectly in his. The steady warmth and familiar tingles spread through her, comforting and reassuring. A soft afternoon breeze pressed gently against her back, almost urging her forward, as if nature itself approved of her choice. She listened as he opened the car door. With his hand steadying hers, she began to step inside, until a shout from her left stopped her cold. "Lee, what are you doing?" It was Fredius. She hadn't been brave enough to tell him face-to-face that she was leaving. She had hoped to slip away before he returned from his shift at the supermarket. She had left a letter in his mailbox just before heading out to meet Aden. "I'm leaving Willesden Brook," she said plainly. "I needed a change, and Aden has a great opportunity in his town. So I'm going." "You barely even know this guy," Fredius said, his voice sharp as he glared at Aden, who raised an eyebrow in quiet amusement. "Actually, I do know him," Leoraine replied. "We realized we have a mutual friend." The lie tightened her throat with emotion. "Look, I thought really hard about this. I know what I'm doing, Fredius. Please don't leave, Lee. Stay here. With me," he pleaded. "I can't," she whispered gently. "I can't give you what you want, Fredius. You have your whole life ahead of you if only you'd look in the right direction." Her words were meant to encourage, but to Fredius, they felt like a final heartbreak. He had spent so long loving her, making her the center of his world, that he couldn't imagine life without her. He realized then how much he had relied on her presence. Now that she was moving on, his world felt as if it were collapsing. It was cruel, and worse, she had no idea how deeply it hurt him. Aden gave Fredius a small, not unkind nod before taking Leoraine's hand again. He guided her into the back seat and slid in beside her. Moments later, the car pulled away, leaving Fredius standing alone on the curb, his heart heavy and broken. Once the car was moving, the full weight of everything crashed down on Leoraine. She felt terrible for what she had said to Fredius, for lying to him. She felt like a horrible friend, and guilt twisted inside her. She tried to convince herself it was for the best. Fredius deserved someone who could love him fully, and she wasn't that person. No matter how many times she repeated it, the guilt lingered. Her heart ached as she left behind everything she had ever known. Quiet tears slipped down her cheeks. She tried to cry silently, not wanting to alarm Aden. But he had been watching her closely since the moment the door closed. He drank in every detail of her face like a man who had finally found water after years of thirst. The instant he saw her tears, the need to comfort her burned through him. Watching her in pain squeezed his heart painfully. He had to make it stop. His hand found hers in her lap, his thumb gently rubbing over her knuckles. She sniffled again and turned her face farther away. Aden's brows furrowed with concern. He hated seeing her upset. He hated her turning from him. Without thinking, he reached over and gently turned her face toward him, his large palms cradling her cheeks. She gasped softly and tried to pull away from the intimate touch. A small part of her felt uncertain, but the familiar comforting sparks from his thumbs brushing away her tears eased her fear. "I know leaving is hard," he whispered against her forehead, "but things are going to be okay. Better than okay. I promise." He held her as best he could in the back seat, murmuring soft, loving reassurances until her quiet cries faded into small hiccups. Her head rested against his chest. Her fingertips traced the soft cotton of his shirt, then moved slowly upward over the planes of his chest, across his broad shoulders, along the strong column of his neck, and finally over the contours of his face. She memorized him carefully. The sharp line of his jaw, the faint stubble, the high cheekbones, the bridge of his nose, the shape of his brows and forehead. Each touch built the image in her mind, like an artist adding careful strokes to a canvas. Aden drew in a sharp breath at the sensation of her fingers exploring his face. He knew this was how she saw him, and the sparks that danced across his skin felt incredible. It took everything in him not to groan aloud in approval. His hands settled gently on her waist. He stayed perfectly still, letting her explore as long as she needed. When her fingers drifted into his hair, threading through the soft, wavy strands, he couldn't hold back the low, rumbling sound that escaped his throat, half groan, half growl. Leoraine blushed deeply, biting her lip as warmth bloomed low in her belly. Aden groaned again, catching the subtle shift in her scent. He was practically breathless from her touch alone, and knowing she enjoyed it only intensified his reaction. He cleared his throat and cracked the window, letting fresh air rush in to dilute the intoxicating scent. He was grateful she couldn't see, there was no hiding his obvious arousal, and it felt embarrassing. Leoraine sensed it too, the change in his breathing, the low sounds he made. It made her feel powerful that she could affect him so deeply with just her touch, but it also made her nervous. The reality settled over her again. She had agreed to be his mate. Did that mean they were in a full, intense relationship now, even though they barely knew each other? Would he expect her to be his lover immediately? She wasn't sure she was ready. She was still trying to wrap her mind around the idea that they were made for each other. She had never believed such things were possible, yet here they were. She returned her hands to her lap and cleared her throat. Wanting to say something, she opened her mouth, but all that came out was, "You have a nice face." She wanted to disappear. "Thank you, beautiful," he said with a soft laugh. He leaned close and murmured in her ear, "You have a nice face too, the most beautiful I've ever seen." Leoraine's cheeks burned. She felt like she might combust right there in the back seat. All she could think about was needing fresh air. Aden watched the exquisite pink flush spread across her face and wondered just how far down it went. "How long until we get there?" she asked suddenly, ducking her head so her hair fell forward like a curtain. His fingers gently lifted her chin. "Please don't turn away from me, beautiful. I love looking at your face." Leoraine bit her lip again. Aden drew in a breath at the sight, his thumb lightly tracing the side of her face and brushing over her lips, coaxing the lip free from her teeth. He was utterly captivated. Already, He knew she was worth every moment of the long wait. The moon goddess had truly given him a rare and precious gift. Leoraine cleared her throat softly. "You didn't answer my question." "We'll be home in about an hour," he said. "My pack is roughly 2 hours from your town." He noticed her mood dip slightly at the mention of Willesden Brook. "You must be exhausted after everything. Rest, my soul." He guided her head back to his chest, wrapping his arms around her protectively. Leoraine sighed in agreement. She was tired. Mostly from crying, but also from the emotional whirlwind. In Aden's arms, she felt safe, warm, and strangely at peace. As strange as the entire situation was, it simply felt right. Her eyes fluttered closed. Her breathing evened out. Her thoughts weren't of the uncertain future or the town she had left behind. They were of the man with the soft, wavy hair whose arms held her close. Chapter 6. Leoraine awoke to the sensation of being lifted and carried. She groaned softly as she was jostled, still nestled against Aden's chest. From the faint chatter and the sound of a car door opening, she guessed they had arrived. Aden pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Go back to sleep," he murmured against her hair. She smiled faintly and snuggled closer, settling again. A small crowd had gathered around the car the moment it stopped. The excited murmurs had started even before Aden stepped out with his mate in his arms, the pack clearly thrilled to meet their new Luna. It was fortunate she was asleep. Facing an eager crowd right after waking would have been overwhelming, especially after dozing through the entire ride. The hum of conversation quieted as the Alpha appeared, carrying a woman cradled protectively. A few pack members tried to edge closer, hoping for even a glimpse of their new Luna. Anything to say they had seen her first. Aden felt a surge of pride at his pack's enthusiasm, but his priority was Leoraine. She shifted in his arms with a small sound as a breeze brushed past. She was exhausted and needed proper rest. He glanced at his beta, who nodded and immediately began clearing a path. "The Luna needs rest. Please make way," the beta called. The crowd parted respectfully. Once Aden slipped through the pack house doors, the voices faded behind them. He moved up several flights of stairs with effortless grace, careful not to disturb her sleep. He nudged open the bedroom door with his foot and carried her to the large double bed in the center of the room. As he lay her down, she instinctively curled into his pillow, breathing in his familiar scent. Aden lingered for a moment, then headed downstairs to retrieve her belongings and speak with his eager pack, leaving her to rest undisturbed. By the time Aden returned with her suitcases and finished addressing the pack, Leoraine was beginning to stir properly. He sat beside her on the bed, his fingers lightly stroking the skin of her arm. The familiar tingles danced across her skin. She let out a soft moan at the sensation, and the sound sent a ripple through Aden, his mind briefly wandering to other ways he might draw that same sound from her. Leoraine opened her eyes to her usual world of shadows and faint light flares. She listened carefully, trying to orient herself. No distinct sounds stood out, and she no longer felt his touch on her arm. Had he left? She could tell she was in a bedroom. The mattress was impossibly comfortable. She sat up slowly, her hands exploring the expanse of the bed beside her. It was enormous. "Looks like you're finally awake," Aden's voice came from somewhere to her left. "Aden?" She turned her head instinctively, as though she might catch sight of him. Even after all these years, waking from dreams still tricked her into expecting sight. It was part of why sleep was both magical and painful, beautiful while it lasted, but always a reminder of what she had lost. She let out a quiet sigh, frustration flickering through her. She hated the part of herself that still clung to the foolish hope that one day her sight might return. Miracles didn't happen in real life. Then again, she was currently in a room with a werewolf, her soulmate. Still, she refused to let herself build false hope. Aden sensed the shift in her mood and moved closer. "I'm right here, beautiful." He sat beside her again, resting a warm hand over the duvet on her thigh. She startled slightly at the contact, but found the gentle pressure soothing. She bit her lip as he began rubbing slow, comforting circles. "Where are we?" she asked quietly. Her hand twitched, wanting to cover his, but sudden shyness stopped her. "This is our room," he said gently, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I brought your things up so you can unpack whenever you're ready." "Our room." Leoraine shot upright, pulling away from his touch. "What do you mean?" She took an uncertain step backward in the unfamiliar space. She didn't feel unsafe or angry, just startled. What did he expect? Would he try something? If he did, could she even refuse? She doubted it. Yet deep down, the idea of sharing a room with him felt strangely right. That acceptance scared her. She worried her body might override her mind if she wasn't careful. She barely knew him, yet he already had this pull over her, making her giddy, like a schoolgirl with a crush. But he was still a stranger, and she wasn't ready for whatever pace he seemed eager to set. "I mean exactly what I said, my soul," Aden replied calmly. Her sudden retreat worried him. He didn't want her to hurt herself in an unfamiliar room, but he kept his tone even. He wanted her to feel safe and trusted, so he held himself back. Leoraine took another small step away. "I can't share a room with you, let alone a bed. I don't even know you." "Do not worry, my soul," he said, frowning slightly as he realized where her thoughts might have gone. "I will never take anything you're not willing to give. I would never do that, not to you, not to anyone." Leoraine's breath caught, flustered by his directness. She had little experience with men. She had never been the type to draw attention, and after losing her sight, any interest had vanished completely. No one had wanted the burden. You can't, She stumbled over her words. "You're still a stranger." "I understand," Aden said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. "I have no issue with our current arrangement, but if it would ease your mind, I'll respect whatever makes you comfortable. What do you need to know before you'd feel okay lying beside me?" Leoraine nearly squeaked. Was he serious? Did he truly see nothing strange about sharing a bed with someone he'd only just met? For some reason, the thought stung. Imagining him sharing a bed with anyone else ignited a sharp, unfamiliar burn of jealousy. It was ridiculous. He had only known her a week. She had no claim over him. Logically, she knew that. Emotionally, it didn't matter. "It doesn't work like that," she said, annoyance and jealousy slipping into her tone. "Some people don't feel comfortable jumping into bed with strangers." She felt completely out of her depth, lost in an unfamiliar place with a man who felt strangely familiar yet entirely unknown. The urge to run hit her suddenly, but she knew better. Without her cane or a guide, she would likely hurt herself trying to navigate alone. "Leoraine." Aden reached out gently, taking her hand and drawing her back toward the bed. She gasped as he guided her not just to sit, but onto his lap. She squirmed for a moment, but he held her steady. "Stop wriggling, beautiful. I need you to listen." He forced himself to focus on his words instead of the warmth of her body pressed against him. His wolf surged, wanting more, wanting her, but he held firm. Knowing she wasn't ready kept him in control. No matter how wild the beast inside, he would never risk losing her. "I don't want you to misunderstand," he said softly, brushing a strand of sleep-tousled hair behind her ear. "I don't share my bed with strangers, never have, never will. I know how strange this must feel for you. It's strange for me too." Leoraine drew in a breath, at his touch, at his words, at the quiet admission that he felt the awkwardness too. It was oddly comforting. "Yes," she said carefully, "but that doesn't change the fact that I hardly know you. If we have all the time in the world, then surely it wouldn't hurt to wait until we're more comfortable before doing something so intimate." Aden laughed softly. His mate had fire when she needed it, a quality that would make her an incredible Luna. "My reasoning was simple," he said once his laughter faded. "Everything is better when we're together. And after waiting 11 years for my mate, I didn't want to spend another moment apart when I could finally hold you. That week alone was torture." Leoraine's heart swelled. She had almost forgotten he had waited so long. Knowing he had struggled during their separation eased something inside her. "But if more space is what you need," he continued, gently lifting her from his lap and setting her beside him, their hands still linked, "I won't deny you." "Why are you being so nice?" she asked, brows furrowing. You do whatever I want, even if it goes against what you feel. Why? I'd walk through fire for you if that's what you asked, he said quietly. You were made to be cherished. The words didn't sit right with her. She didn't want him to sacrifice his own needs just to please her. Guilt would eat at her, and eventually, resentment might follow. She refused to be the reason he became unhappy. I don't want you to cherish me if it means giving up everything you want, she said firmly. If we can't compromise, this will never work. Aden smiled at her wisdom. You're right, my soul. I suppose sharing a room wouldn't be so bad, she said thoughtfully, sending a quiet wave of happiness through him. But I'm still not sure about sharing the bed. He was usually even-tempered and fair, but with her, he faced choices he had never considered before. It was challenging. Yet no matter how difficult, he wanted to be the man she deserved, and he would keep striving until he was. Chapter 7. Aden guided Leoraine carefully around the room. She was relieved to discover a plush sofa just a few feet from the bed. Once she felt confident enough to move independently, they unpacked her belongings together. It struck her how naturally her things fit, no need for Aden to rearrange or make space. It was as though he had been waiting all along for her to fill the empty places in his life. When everything was settled and Leoraine could locate her items without help, they sat side by side on the soft white sofa in the center of the room. It was still early afternoon, and she looked forward to spending more time with him. But she could feel the tension in his frame beside her. Something was weighing on him. My pack is expecting a formal introduction, Aden said quietly. They're all very eager to meet my mate. He wanted nothing more than to claim her fully, but he knew she wasn't ready. More importantly, tradition required the pack's acceptance of their Luna. Whoever stood beside him would help lead the pack. His choice affected every member. You don't sound very enthusiastic, Leoraine teased, nudging his shoulder gently and resting her head against it. Already ashamed of me? Don't worry, I can turn a blind eye. She laughed lightly at her own joke, though a quiet fear lingered beneath the humor. What if he truly felt embarrassed by her? I could never be ashamed of you, my soul, Aden said earnestly. He cupped the side of her face, resting his forehead against hers. He knew she was joking, but he needed her to hear the truth. He refused to let even a shadow of doubt linger in her mind. A small smile curved her lips. His reassurance settled deep inside her. So then, what's wrong? When I introduce you, there's a chance someone might challenge you for the position of Luna. Aden sighed, threading his fingers through hers. It's tradition. Only the strong can lead. Your position? Leoraine asked, confused. He had never mentioned anything like this before. What exactly did he mean? You are my Luna, he explained gently. You will stand as my equal, helping me care for the pack. A faint pressure bloomed at his temples, his beta reaching out again through their mind link. I wish I could delay this until I've explained everything properly, but the pack is growing restless. If I wait too long, it could cause unrest. I'm still learning what all of this means, Leoraine admitted. I won't lie, I'm afraid. But if this is something we need to do, then I'll do what needs to be done. Aden admired her courage. No matter what his pack thought, he would never give her up, not after finally finding her. Consequences be damned. If you don't want to do this, I won't force you, my soul, he said firmly. His priority would always be her comfort. If she wasn't ready, the pack would wait. I'll do it, Leoraine said with quiet resolve. Nerves twisted in her stomach at the thought of standing before his entire community. Would they accept her? Would they see only her blindness, her humanity? Would they resent her for it? She wanted desperately for them to like her. This was Aden's family, his home. If she were to be his mate, she wanted to belong here, too. All right. Aden stood, gently pulling her up with him, their hands linked. If you change your mind at any time, we leave. Okay, she whispered, touched by his constant protectiveness. Every time he put her first, her heart squeezed pleasantly. They walked slowly, as though savoring the quiet moments together. Her cane tapped lightly against the floor as he guided her through the house, describing each room they passed in his calm, steady voice. Leoraine loved listening to him. She could have done so all day. Strangely, she wasn't as nervous as she expected. With Aden beside her, she felt safe, unexplainably, deeply safe. A cool breeze brushed over her as they stepped outside. They moved forward a few paces, then up a couple of steps, and stopped. From the change in the surface beneath her feet, she guessed they were on a raised platform. Quiet murmurs surrounded them. She tightened her grip slightly on Aden's arm and closed her eyes, steadying her breathing. Aden glanced at her with concern, his thumb brushing soothingly over her knuckles. The chatter faded as the couple appeared. Curious pack members strained to see their alpha's mysterious human mate. Leoraine took a deep, steadying breath and turned toward the gathered wolves, head held high. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd at the sight of her clouded eyes and cane. She had expected it, but the reaction still stung. She was used to being treated differently, and she had hoped, quietly, that here it might be different. Aden cleared his throat, drawing every eye to him. He felt the wave of hurt and insecurity rolling off her, so he slipped an arm around her waist and drew her closer in silent comfort. "This is my mate, Leoraine," he announced, voice ringing with authority. "Fated to me by the moon goddess." He scanned the crowd, then took a slow breath. "As custom demands, you have the right to challenge her position. Only the strong can lead." He held his breath as a woman stepped forward, tall, strong, clearly trained. By pack standards, she would be formidable. A stone settled in his stomach. The challenge wasn't to the death, but Leoraine was human. She could be seriously hurt. If she lost, he would renounce his title without hesitation and live as a regular wolf, anything to keep her by his side. Leoraine felt the sudden tension in his grip and guessed someone had stepped forward. Nerves fluttered in her chest, but doubt did not. She knew her capabilities, even as a human. "I, Stefania Layton, challenge your mate for the position of Luna," the woman declared, voice carrying clearly. "I accept your challenge, Stefania Layton," Leoraine replied without hesitation. Surprised murmurs rose from the crowd, including a sharp intake of breath from Aden. She turned to him gently. "Would you walk me down?" Aden complied, expression carefully blank. He tried not to worry, but he couldn't ignore her disadvantages. Still, he trusted her. He guided her down the 2 steps into the cleared space in front of the platform. They moved slowly, Leoraine savoring the feel of her arm looped through his. When they stopped, Aden stood before her, caressing her cheek. "Are you sure about this?" His voice held quiet pleading. "Trust me," she said confidently. He began to step back, but she caught his hands, settling them briefly on her hips. "How tall is she?" Aden glanced over his shoulder. "Maybe 5'7", and she..." Leoraine pressed a finger gently to his lips. "I only needed her height." He chuckled despite himself, hands flexing on her waist. The urge to kiss her surged through him, but he held back. "Any other requests, beautiful?" She tapped her lip playfully. "Actually, yes. If I die, I want to be cremated, not buried. Scatter my ashes in Santorini where my parents live. It'll make for a good conversation starter." "All right," Aden laughed softly, pressing a kiss to her forehead. He had seen her black belt, knew she was skilled, but skill alone might not be enough against a wolf. Still, he had faith in the bond the moon goddess had forged between them. "Good luck." His hands slid down her arms before he stepped away. Fate had brought them together. He would trust it. Leoraine tuned out his final words. She focused entirely on the woman across from her. Listening to the rise and fall of her breathing, the subtle shift of weight from foot to foot, the soft crack of knuckles. It was as though she could see, without eyes, sensing her opponent through every sound, every movement. She drew a deep, steadying breath until her heartbeat aligned with the world around her. That familiar calm settled over her, the quiet before the storm, serene yet razor-sharp. She took her stance, strong, balanced, purposeful. "Begin." Stefania lunged without hesitation, confident the small, blind human would be easy prey. She swung a powerful fist toward Leoraine's face. Leoraine sidestepped at the last instant, arms extending to catch the incoming wrist. Using Stefania's momentum, she twisted the arm sharply. Stefania stumbled, breaking free and spinning to deliver a kick aimed at Leoraine's midsection. Leoraine heard the shift in weight and instinctively blocked, forearms meeting the extended leg with a solid impact. Stefania tried to pull back, but Leoraine held firm, ducking 2 rapid punches that followed. In that split-second opening, Leoraine struck. Her leg snapped up in a clean, high kick, precise, powerful, practiced. Even a werewolf had the same vulnerable points as a human. Stefania staggered, blood trickling from her nose. Stefania reset her stance, surprise flickering across her features. She had underestimated this woman. Blind or not, human or not, Leoraine was capable, more than capable. She studied Leoraine's poised form, patient, alert, perfectly balanced. Small, yes. Human, yes. But there was no question she belonged among wolves. Perhaps this challenge was a lesson from the goddess herself, to the entire pack, never to judge by appearances. Leoraine focused on her breathing, reading her opponent. She heard 2 careful steps forward, then a pause. Confusion rippled through Stefania's movements, but Leoraine remained steady. Then Stefania dropped to one knee, head bowed. I concede. Leoraine extended her hand in a gesture of peace and respect. Stefania took it gratefully, wonder in her eyes as she looked up at her new Luna. Aden descended from the platform, pride radiating from him. He wrapped his arms around Leoraine from behind, possessive, affectionate, unapologetic. Your Luna, he declared. Every wolf in the clearing dropped to one knee in respect, then lifted its head in a chorus of joyful howls. The sound filled the air, resonating through every soul present. Leoraine's eyes watered at the welcome. Joy and love squeezed her heart, overwhelming, but beautiful. For the first time in her life, she felt she truly belonged. Chapter 8. After the excitement of the conceded challenge, Leoraine had the chance to meet the entire pack. There were between 60 and 80 members, and by the end of the introductions, she was thoroughly exhausted. All she could think about was a warm meal, a hot shower, and curling up in a cocoon of blankets. Her wishes were partly granted as the pack moved inside for dinner. Aden guided her through the building to the dining hall and pulled out a chair for her with gentle care. He sat to her left, his palm resting firmly on her thigh. She shifted slightly at first, then relaxed into the soothing circles he traced there and the comforting aroma of food filling the air. She was surprised by how easily he touched her, especially in front of others. She tucked the thought away to discuss later. Her parents had never been so openly affectionate, likely because they had spent so much time worrying about her. It startled her to realize she actually liked the contact. Should she really allow someone she barely knew to touch her so freely? Then again, they were soulmates. Perhaps she was overthinking it. She had never once felt anything unnatural between them. Aden had been clear about the kind of closeness he wanted, and while she wasn't ready for anything intense, simply being with him, without worrying about how she should feel, seemed like enough for now. Aden filled her plate, watching with quiet admiration as she navigated it with practiced ease. He joined in conversation with the pack members around the table, gently trying to draw her in, but she was too focused on her food, too tired and hungry for small talk. She ate quickly and quietly. When she finished, she leaned back with a satisfied sigh. Without meaning any disrespect, she longed to head upstairs and change. Aden watched her in amusement. After one warm meal, she practically glowed with contentment. He noticed how simple things brought her joy. And how, when she was happy, he felt lighter too. He finished his own meal and conversation, sensing her need for rest. After her performance today, and everything she had endured since arriving, she more than deserved peace. He wanted to do anything that would make her even a little happier. Some might call it foolish, but he didn't care. Her earlier words came back to him, her concern that his self-sacrificing tendencies could lead to resentment. He wasn't blind to the truth in that. He would need to find a balance. He stood, the scrape of his chair startling her slightly. Aden noticed immediately. She wasn't normally jumpy. The fact that she had been so relaxed in her seat filled him with quiet joy. It felt almost as though she had always belonged here. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, letting warmth and comfort seep into her. Just from his touch, she knew it was him, the familiar tingles, the texture of his calloused palm she had already memorized. Leoraine drew in a soft breath as his warm breath brushed the shell of her ear. "Let's go back upstairs." She nodded gratefully. The pack was lively, full of chatter and energy she wasn't used to. The constant socializing had begun to strain her senses, a dull headache forming behind her eyes. The ache flared slightly as Aden turned to address the room, his voice close enough that her ears rang faintly. "Please, everyone, enjoy the rest of the night," he said. "I will be taking my mate to bed." Leoraine's face heated as he lifted her effortlessly, carrying her like a bride amid whistles and cheers from the pack. He had promised not to push her into anything she wasn't ready for, and she had trusted him. But hearing him say it so openly, knowing how the words would be interpreted, made her question that trust just a little. Was he going back on his word? Or had he simply meant it literally, they were going to bed? Had he intended the innuendo, or was she reading too much into it? Why was she even fixating on it? Did part of her want him to mean it that way? Of course not, she barely knew him. Yet her mind wandered, imagining the feel of his hands trailing over bare skin, her back arching as he— "What were you thinking about, beautiful?" Aden's low, velvety voice pulled her from her thoughts. The seductive edge in his tone did nothing to calm the heat building inside her. She felt like a flustered teenager all over again. "And nothing," she stammered, cheeks burning with embarrassment at being caught. She shifted her legs slightly, trying to ease the growing ache. Aden could smell her arousal, sweet honey thick in the air. It drove him to the edge. He fought back the growl rising in his throat. He didn't want to frighten her, but knowing he affected her as deeply as she affected him was intoxicating. He kicked the bedroom door open, set her gently on the bed, then crossed to the far side of the room. He had promised not to take more than she was willing to give, and he meant it. But being so close to her when her desire scented the air tested every ounce of his control. His wolf urged him to give in, to claim what had been denied for so long. One touch, and she would melt for him. He knew it. But he refused to take advantage. "Why don't you get ready for bed, beautiful?" he said, voice strained. "I'll ask one of the pack females to come assist you. But I kind of wanted—" Leoraine hesitated. She did need help. She wasn't yet familiar with the space. Deep down, she had hoped he would stay. Disappointment flickered through her, but she pushed it aside. "Okay." Aden saw the flicker of disappointment on her face. His heart stuttered. Was it really so impossible? He wasn't some animal who couldn't control himself. Forget it," he muttered, striding back to her and lifting her easily. She squeaked in surprise. "Aden." He carried her into the large marble bathroom and set her gently on her feet, guiding her hand to the countertop so she could orient herself. Then he turned on the shower. The sound of falling water raised goosebumps on her skin. "I'm going to undress you," he said softly. "Okay," she whispered, swallowing hard. Nerves twisted in her stomach, fear, anticipation, she couldn't tell which. His hands found the hem of her shirt and lifted it slowly over her head. Cool air hit her skin, raising more goosebumps. His fingers trailed lightly down her arms, then paused at the waistband of her leggings. He swallowed, a low groan escaping as he eased them down her legs, revealing the lace beneath. He drew her up to stand before him, their chests brushing. His fingers traced down the back of her neck, along her spine, until they reached the clasp of her bra. With a flick, it came undone. The fabric fell away. Leoraine gasped softly, hands instinctively covering herself. She felt suddenly shy, exposed in a way she never had been before. She had never cared much about her appearance, she couldn't see it. But now she wondered if she was enough for him. "Please don't hide from me, my soul," Aden murmured. He gently took her wrists and drew her hands down. "You are absolutely breathtaking." Leoraine released a shaky breath, resting her hands on his shoulders as he knelt before her. He pressed a soft kiss to her stomach. She squeaked at the unfamiliar sensation. His hands settled on her hips, thumbs resting just above the waistband of her underwear, but he waited. Sensing his silent question, she placed her hands over his and guided them downward, letting the fabric fall. She stood bare before him, breath catching. She felt the heat of his body, heard him shift. Then he took her hand and led her into the shower. Warm water cascaded over her. She reached out to steady herself against the wall and met the solid plane of his bare chest instead. She started to pull back, but his hand covered hers, pressing it gently against his wet skin. Her fingers hesitated, then relaxed as his arms circled her waist, drawing her closer. When he stepped back briefly, she instinctively gripped his sides, as though to anchor herself to him. Aden smiled down at her. She was stunning. No other woman had ever felt so perfectly right. He wondered if she would fit him just as perfectly in every way. The thought alone sent heat rushing through him. He poured soap into his palms and lathered her skin with reverent care, every curve, every inch, treated with the same tenderness. Leoraine tensed slightly when his hands moved over her breasts, then between her thighs. No one had ever touched her there. Each time he paused to ask if she wanted him to stop, she shook her head, cheeks flushed. She was enjoying it. More than she expected. She felt the hard length of him brush against her and tried to ignore it. But his restraint only deepened her trust. No matter how much he wanted her, and it was obvious he never once pushed beyond her comfort. When he finished, they stood together under the warm spray in quiet stillness. "What about you?" she asked shyly, tilting her face toward him. Aden took her small hands, guided them to the soap, and let her lather his skin. The image she had built of him in her mind expanded with every careful exploration: broad chest, defined abs, strong hips, powerful thighs. Her touch was featherlight, reverent. Aden's eyes fluttered closed in pure pleasure. She had barely begun, and he was already aching. He turned off the water, wrapped her in a large towel, and led her back to the bedroom. "Wait here," he said firmly. She nodded, guessing he returned to the bathroom. While he was gone, she dried herself slowly. 10 minutes later, the door opened again. Aden took her hand and guided her to the walk-in closet, settling her on a small couch. He rummaged briefly, then returned with underwear and one of his shirts, soft gray cotton panties printed with tiny strawberries, and a plain white tee. "Stand up, my soul," he said, taking her hand. "You know I can dress myself," she teased, though she stood anyway. Secretly, she loved how carefully he looked after her. "I know," he replied, kneeling before her again. "But I also know you're tired. After today, you deserve this and more." Her hands settled on his shoulders as she stepped into the underwear. He drew them up slowly. Heat flared in her cheeks and lower, but she couldn't deny how much she liked it. "Behave, beautiful," he growled softly, catching the fresh wave of her scent mingling with her floral one. Leoraine bit her lip, both embarrassed and secretly pleased that she affected him so strongly. He slipped the shirt over her head, then dressed himself in boxers. Without warning, he lifted her again, this time straddling his hips, and carried her to the bed. She fought back a moan as her core pressed against him, only thin fabric between them. Earlier that day, she had argued against such intimacy. Now, in the span of an hour, he had bathed her, dressed her, and set every nerve alight in the most gentle, respectful way possible. Her earlier worries suddenly felt distant. He set her down carefully, then started to step away. She caught his hand and tugged him back. "Stay," she murmured. "Are you sure?" he asked gently, needing her to be certain. "You just touched every part of me," she said bashfully. "It'd be a little silly to worry about sharing a bed now, don't you think?" "Okay." He pulled back the covers. She slipped beneath the soft sheets, listening as he moved around the bed. The light clicked off. Then his large frame settled behind her. She hesitated only a moment before pressing back against him. His arm circled her waist instinctively. She fit against him perfectly, like pieces of the same puzzle. Every curve of hers rested against him as though she had been made to be there. The thought drifted through her mind as her eyelids grew heavy. Aden pressed a gentle kiss to her temple, lips lingering. Sleep, my soul. Chapter 9. Aden was torn. He didn't want to leave Leoraine alone, but the demands of his position left him little choice. There was work that required his attention, and he could sense she didn't want him hovering like a constant guardian. Still reluctant to leave her entirely on her own, he introduced her to Crystalia, one of the pack's talented chefs. Crystalia was kind, warm, and funny, and Leoraine felt an instant connection with her. Perhaps it came with being Lunan now, or perhaps it was simply Crystalia's easy nature. Crystalia offered to show Leoraine around the pack grounds. Having a mate who was visually impaired made her exceptionally thoughtful in how she interacted, describing surroundings clearly, offering her arm without making it feel like charity. Aden had chosen her for exactly that reason. Part of Leoraine found it irksome. She refused to be seen as a burden. Yet another part of her appreciated Crystalia's kindness and Aden's thoughtfulness even more. As much as she hated feeling dependent, she couldn't deny that she was different. She always would be. In the short time they had been together, Aden had been so careful, so gentle. It was endearing in a way she hadn't expected. After losing her sight at 8, most people had drifted away. Children at school either avoided her or teased her. Teachers handled her like something fragile that might break. It had been hard, isolating. Her parents, out of fear for her safety, had chosen to homeschool her. Too young to argue, she had simply accepted it. But one night, watching a Japanese film with her father, she had decided she wanted to learn to fight. The next day, she was enrolled in Aikido, and her love for martial arts had taken root. The rest, as they say, was history. Besides her parents and now Aden. The only other person who had truly stayed close was Fredius. She had once believed it was because they had grown up like siblings. Now she understood it had been something more. Kindness had always been rare in her life, and she wanted desperately to hold onto every fragment she received. It might be naive, but didn't she deserve a place in the world filled with love and warmth, just like anyone else? It wasn't that the people she had weren't enough. It was that she no longer had them. Her parents had returned to Greece long ago. She was no longer in Willesden Brook, so Fredius was gone too. She had been dropped into a strange new world with nothing familiar to cling to, except the kindness of strangers who were quickly becoming something more. Crystalia guided her through the pack grounds, letting her explore freely. It was the first time Leoraine had truly experienced the community in motion. It was exhilarating. Everything about this place was steeped in tradition, culture, and history, a complete hidden world beyond human knowledge. Leoraine listened eagerly as Crystalia explained pack structure, daily life, and long-standing customs. It felt almost magical. The way the pack functioned as a single unit, a true family, was beautiful. It reminded her so much of the tight-knit community in Willesden Brook that she felt at home almost immediately. They eventually reached an open grassy area where the youngest pack members, the pups, were playing under the watchful eyes of several adults. Crystalia, though young herself, had a natural motherly warmth. The children flocked to her, asking her to join their games. They were sweet and considerate with Leoraine, too, inviting her to play. When she gently declined, their curiosity turned to her eyes and cane. The questions were innocent, but they still stung in places Leoraine preferred not to examine. Crystalia became protective, but Leoraine reassured her that it was fine and encouraged the children to keep playing. "I'll only be gone a few minutes," Crystalia promised. "Go ahead," Leoraine said with a soft smile. But beneath the smile, a quiet pang twisted inside her. She realized with sudden clarity that if she ever had children, she wouldn't be able to do these simple things. Play tag, help with drawings, watch them run and laugh. What kind of mother could she be if she couldn't see? Why was she even thinking about children? She barely knew Aden. Would he even want them with her? Would she want them with him? The thoughts were interrupted by approaching footsteps, familiar ones, accompanied by a distinctive scent. Most people assumed blindness meant she couldn't tell individuals apart. They were wrong. She could tell more about a person from the rhythm of their steps than most could from looking at their face. The person sat beside her. Leoraine kept her friendly smile in place, curious, not hostile. "Stefania," she said politely. "How have you been?" "Licking my wounds, good-naturedly, of course," Stefania replied with measured civility. "I can't deny I was surprised by your skill." "Well, I suppose it proves you should never judge a book by its cover, right?" Leoraine answered lightly. She was quietly pleased to be recognized as capable, especially by this woman. "Yes, I suppose so." They listened to the children playing. Silence stretched between them. "Why did you challenge me?" Leoraine asked eventually. "Because I have every right to," Stefania said. "The pack can only be led by the strong." Her tone remained polite, but a sharp edge lay beneath it. "I am the daughter of the Gamma. I would make a fit leader. You are a blind human. Winning one challenge doesn't make you fit to be Luna. You'll see it, and more importantly, so will Aden." Leoraine kept her breathing even, her expression composed. Inside, her heart hammered against her ribs. Stefania raised a brow. She could hear the unsteady heartbeat, yet Leoraine's face remained calm. Perhaps she had misjudged this human woman after all. "You know," Leoraine said quietly, "I may be human. I may be blind. I may not have been born with rank or any knowledge of your world. But I am capable of more than you can imagine." "We'll see," Stefania replied coolly. Crystalia's footsteps approached before anything more could be said. "Luna, are you ready to go back?" Crystalia asked, glancing between them with faint suspicion. "The Alpha would like to see you." "Yes, please," Leoraine said quickly. She took Crystalia's arm and let herself be led back to the pack house. Stefania's words echoed in her mind, words that had already lived inside her own fears. Hearing them spoken aloud made them feel heavier, more real. She tried not to dwell on it, but the insecurities clawed their way to the surface, unrestrained after so long being buried. The moment Aden saw her, he knew something was wrong. It was in the slight downward turn of her lips, the way she couldn't quite face him directly. He sat in his desk chair across from her, waiting patiently until Crystalia excused herself and closed the door quietly behind her. "How was your day, my soul?" he asked gently, hoping she would share on her own. "It was great," she said. "Your pack really is an amazing place." Then, quieter, "I wish I could see it." Aden heard every word. Confusion tugged at him. She had never spoken about her sight with longing before. She had always seemed content, even proud of her independence. What had changed? He rose from his chair, crossed to her, and lifted her gently into his arms. He settled on the window seat with her straddling his lap. "What's wrong?" He stroked her cheeks softly. "What's gotten you worked up, beautiful?" "Nothing. I'm fine," she said, resting her head against his chest and listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. "You're not fine," he said gently. "You're upset. You never have to hide from me, beautiful." Leoraine stayed quiet, curled comfortably against him. Could she really tell him? She felt safe with him, safer than she had ever felt, but saying the words aloud would make the pain real. He would see that her confidence was partly a mask, hiding doubts and fears she had carried for years. "Do you think," she whispered, "that me being blind is a weakness?" Aden drew in a sharp breath, stunned. She had always seemed so strong, so fiercely independent. "Why no? Why are you asking this?" he asked carefully. "Did something happen?" "No," she admitted, playing absently with a button on his shirt. "It's just something I've always wondered. I don't want you to feel held back because of the way I am." The idea was unthinkable to him. He trusted the moon goddess's choice. They were made for each other, meant to make one another stronger, not weaker. "I would never think that. Never." He tilted her face up and rested his forehead against hers. "You are strong, beautiful, and capable of so much. You were born to lead by my side." Leoraine swallowed, warmth blooming across her cheeks. His words wrapped around her heart like a promise. She wanted to believe she could be everything he saw in her. "But how can I possibly do anything the way I am?" "Leoraine, my soul," he said softly, "you are intelligent. You are beautiful. And you kick ass. Is there any doubt you are capable of amazing things?" His words always left her breathless and lighter. Alone, doubt had too much room to grow. With Aden, she felt hope. His belief in her didn't erase the fear entirely, but it made her heart feel less heavy. She wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging him tightly. Her eyes fluttered closed. Aden traced gentle patterns over her cheeks with his fingertips. She drew in a soft breath. Then, as though drawn by gravity, they moved toward each other. His eyes closed as his lips brushed hers, soft, cautious, barely touching. He started to pull back, but she didn't let him. There was no hesitation as she met his lips again, slow and sweet, in a kiss that felt like coming home. Chapter 10. Her lips were warm against his, exploring tentatively. He could feel her hesitation as her lips brushed against his. His hands came to cup her face gently, coaxing her into a deeper kiss. His tongue traced her bottom lip, seeking permission. Leoraine gasped at the new sensations. Her lips parted, allowing him entry. The gentle touch of his tongue against hers drew a soft sound from her. Behind her closed eyes, sparks of pleasure danced. A mix of tingles from his touch and unfamiliar feelings awakening inside her. Her quiet response only encouraged Aden further. The kiss deepened, growing more passionate. All he could focus on was the feel of her mouth against his and how much he wanted to stay lost in her. Leoraine pulled back, breathless, her lips tender from the intensity. She could feel his quick breaths against her neck as he steadied himself. They had been completely wrapped up in each other, the rest of the world forgotten. Aden rested his forehead against the side of her head, inhaling her soft, floral scent. A low, appreciative sound escaped him, sending a pleasant shiver down her spine. He sensed her reaction and pressed his mouth to hers again, more urgently this time. His fingers trailed along her side, gently guiding her knee to rest against his thigh. Leoraine let out a soft sound at the closeness, feeling the warmth of him so near. She drew back, a swirl of excitement and uncertainty rising within her. If simply being close to him felt this good, how could she ever want to stop? The thought both thrilled and frightened her. She didn't want to rush anything. Aden noticed her hesitation and eased away. "Is everything all right, beautiful?" "Yes," Leoraine said, clearing her throat with a shy smile. She straightened her clothes and murmured, "It's just a bit much. I apologize. When it comes to you, I can't seem to control myself, my soul." Aden ran a hand gently through her hair. "But I meant what I said. I will only take what you give." He pressed a few soft kisses to her lips before stepping back and guiding her toward the door. "Why don't you rest for a few hours, beautiful? When I finish work, we'll have lunch together." "Okay." She nodded, taking out her cane to make her way back to their room. Once his mate had left, Aden let out a long breath. He loved every moment spent with her, and he knew it wouldn't be long before he fell completely for her. Her absence reminded him of the responsibilities waiting. Tensions were rising between a few packs after one Alpha Damien, had tried to push into another pack's territory. Conflict seemed close, though there was still a chance to settle things peacefully. Aden preferred diplomacy, but he would stand ready if his pack needed protection. He sighed again, picked up the phone on his desk, and dialed. It rang twice before a voice answered. Aden. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Vincenzio, as discussed, I'll be hosting a conference here on my territory." Aden leaned back in his chair. "Oh, Aden." "Always the diplomat," Vincenzio replied, his tone teasing before turning serious. "I have no intention of discussing anything with him. Only a diplomat when it concerns the safety of my pack. If either of you go to war, it will affect those under my protection too." Aden's voice held quiet frustration. "Then stand with us. Together we can end Damien's threat. You know that if it comes to that, I'll stand by your side, but only after every other option has been tried." Aden reassured his longtime ally. He and Vincenzio had been friends since childhood. As alphas of neighboring packs, they had trained together and shared more than most alphas ever did. Despite their differences, they trusted each other like brothers. "Fine. I'll attend your conference. But if that dog steps out of line even once, I'll handle him myself," Vincenzio growled. "Of course. I wouldn't expect anything less." Aden laughed lightly. They spoke for a while longer, catching up on personal matters. Aden happily shared the news of finding his mate. Vincenzio offered congratulations, though a trace of envy lingered. He was still without a mate of his own. Aden promised him his time would come. The conversation didn't last long. Aden's thoughts kept drifting back to Leoraine. He rubbed his neck, already looking forward to their time together, and quietly worrying how he would get Alpha Damien and Vincenzio in the same room without disaster. Leoraine decided to practice her karate for a while in the quiet of their room. After about 45 minutes, she lay down to rest. She had wanted to continue, but her mind kept returning to Aden, his words, his touch, the memory of his lips on hers. Whether he was right about all she could achieve remained to be seen, but maybe he was. Her blindness had never truly held her back before. Whenever it had posed a challenge, she had always found a way forward. With those thoughts, Leoraine drifted into sleep, tired from both the exercise and the day's emotions. When Aden returned, he found her curled on his side of the bed, face pressed into his pillow. He smiled softly and brushed his fingers lightly over her cheek, along her temple, and into her hair. Leoraine stirred with a quiet sound of contentment, leaning into his touch. She placed her hand over his, pressing a gentle kiss to his palm. "Hi," she whispered. "Hello, my soul." Aden smiled and knelt beside her, closer. He leaned in and kissed her softly, the memory of their earlier closeness still vivid. "I believe I promised you lunch." "Yes, you did." Leoraine's grin was wide. After their morning together, she wanted nothing more than to spend more time with him. "So, what are we having?" "There's a wonderful Italian place near the Pack Center if you're up for it," Aden suggested. He was eager to take her out and let the pack see the woman who had captured his heart. Leoraine hesitated for a moment. She loved Italian food and wanted to go with him, but after the morning's intensity, she wasn't sure she felt ready to face everyone again. Still, she didn't want Aden to keep giving up things for her sake. She felt the same urge to make him happy. So she sat up, forcing a bright smile. "Of course, I'd love to." Aden helped her to the wardrobe and sat her on the soft chaise. "What would you like to wear?" "I have a long-sleeved shirt dress," Leoraine said. "And my ankle boots." He found the items and helped her change while dressing himself. After their earlier time together, Leoraine no longer felt self-conscious around him. She liked not having to worry about how she looked. She smoothed her dress and, for a brief moment, she wished she could see herself, see his expression. It was still hard to fully believe she was beautiful when she had never seen what that meant. Aden wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her close. He brushed her hair aside and pressed his lips to her neck. Any lingering doubt vanished at the warmth of his kiss. She gasped softly, tilting her head as he kissed along her skin, leaving gentle traces of affection. "We should go," Aden murmured, voice rough, "or you might end up being the meal." He gave a playful nip before stepping back. Leoraine took a steadying breath. "Why, yes." With her cane in one hand and her arm linked through his, they walked in comfortable silence to the small Italian restaurant. It was quiet and nearly empty for lunchtime, a peaceful change. Leoraine had never really been on a proper date before, unless their cafe meetings counted as one. Strangely, she felt no nerves, only a deep excitement and a growing warmth she knew came from him, from their bond. Chapter 11. The couple sat together at one of the back tables. Aden wore a bright smile, glad to be out with his mate. Leoraine smiled too, though hers was a little more forced. Her fingers played nervously with the hem of her dress. A waiter approached with 2 menus. He hesitated upon seeing Leoraine, unsure whether to hand her one. "Menus," the waiter announced, giving one to Aden before turning to Leoraine. His voice faltered, embarrassed and uncertain. "Apologies, Luna, we don't have Braille menus." "It's okay." Leoraine laughed gently, masking her discomfort. She didn't want to make the moment awkward for either of them, so she lightened it with a small joke. "I don't suppose you have many werewolves with bad vision, let alone blind ones." Even Maximus, Crystalia's mate, whom she had learned about, wasn't visually impaired in the same permanent way. He could still make out shapes and shadows, and his eyes were healing thanks to werewolf regeneration. His blindness was only temporary. She imagined it must feel unusual for the pack to have a blind human among them. For her part, she had spent her whole life around sighted people, werewolves, yes, but still the odd one out. The waiter nodded awkwardly, then realized she couldn't see it. He stepped away briefly, leaving them alone. Leoraine heard his quiet footsteps retreating and let out a soft sigh, whether in relief or weariness, she wasn't sure. Either way, she was glad to be alone with Aden again. She ran her hand over the soft tablecloth, fingers brushing the base of her empty wine glass. Aden reached across and covered her hand with his thumb gently stroking her knuckles. "Red or white, my soul?" he asked as the waiter returned. "White," Leoraine replied with a smile. She had never been much of a wine drinker, but she knew she didn't care for red. It was too strong for her taste. "A Chardonnay, please." Aden nodded to the waiter, who left to fetch it. He turned back to Leoraine, glancing over the menu. "What would you like?" He read the options aloud while Leoraine listened quietly, already decided, but asking him to repeat a few dishes just to hear his voice longer. The sound of it sent pleasant tingles across her skin. She could listen to him all day. "Mushroom risotto," she said after a thoughtful pause, smiling. "Of course, my soul. Anything for you." He squeezed her hand warmly. His gaze returned to the menu as he considered his own choice. His mind paused on a memory. The last time he had been here, his parents were still alive, and things had seemed to be improving. It had been a while since those bittersweet thoughts had surfaced so clearly. Leoraine sensed his sudden quiet and turned his hand in hers, playing softly with his fingers. "Are you okay?" Her concern was gentle and focused entirely on him. It touched him deeply. He lifted her fingers to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. The unexpected gesture startled her. She pulled back the tiniest fraction, but Aden felt it and held her hand a little more securely. "Yes, I'm fine," he assured her. The waiter returned with a chilled bottle of white wine. Aden poured for them both, then ordered quickly. Chicken ravioli, the first thing that came to mind, mostly because he wanted the server to leave sooner. "So, my soul, tell me about yourself." Aden leaned back, giving her his full attention. He lifted his glass, swirling the wine lightly. Leoraine blushed, feeling the warmth of his gaze. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," he answered simply, taking a sip. She tapped the side of her glass as she thought. Suddenly, it felt as though she knew nothing worth sharing. All she could focus on was how full her glass was. The dull resonance of her taps confirmed it. "There's nothing much to know. You probably already know most of it." She laughed nervously. "I seriously doubt that, beautiful." Leoraine shifted again, her insecurities rising. She suddenly wished she were curled up in bed watching a movie or practicing in her dojo, anywhere but here, facing a full glass of wine and the pressure to talk about herself. She bit her lip. She had promised herself she would try, so she would. Well, I've lived in Willesden Brook my entire life. My parents moved there just before I was born." She spoke conversationally, unsure where the thought would lead. "I wanted to be adventurous and wild, but my parents kept me sheltered. They never wanted me to get hurt. I went to public school until I lost my sight. Not long after, they decided homeschooling would be better." "Wild, huh?" Aden chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Most parents want the best for their child." "Did you like homeschooling? And you had your neighbor Fredius, right?" "So you weren't alone." He thought it might bother him to picture her with the human boy who had feelings for her, but surprisingly, it didn't. What unsettled him more was the idea of her being completely alone. Homeschooling was still school. Leoraine chuckled. She had preferred it to public school. The world was built for sighted people. Her home wasn't. And Aden was right in a way. Her mind drifted to fond memories of her youth. And no, I wasn't completely alone. A quiet pang of guilt tugged at her. Even when not physically alone, she had often felt isolated. She had been different, more fragile, less understood. As much as she hated to admit it, she had felt trapped by her life for a long time. She sometimes wondered if it would have been different if she had been born blind. Perhaps it hurt more because she had known sight once and then lost it. It felt unfair. Her throat tightened as old emotions threatened to surface. She didn't want to dim the moment or slip back into that darkness she had worked so hard to leave behind. So she shifted the focus. What about you? What was your childhood like? She smiled, taking a small sip of wine. I never really had one, Aden admitted quietly. It wasn't a topic he enjoyed revisiting. The past was the past. Leoraine was startled. Everyone had a childhood, unless he meant it had been difficult. If so, she felt bad for asking. It must have been painful to miss out on something so fundamental, let alone to speak of it now. Aden opened his mouth to continue, but the waiter returned with their meals. He set the plates down with a shy smile, mumbled "enjoy," and hurried away, likely sensing Aden's mild irritation. If Leoraine noticed, she didn't show it. She took another small sip of wine, then explored her plate with eager fingers, her attention still fixed on Aden. You were telling me about your childhood, she prompted gently when he remained silent. Aden exhaled softly. His childhood hadn't been traumatic, just lonely. That same emptiness still crept up on him at times in adulthood. He preferred not to dwell on it. But with Leoraine here, perhaps he no longer had to. Well, I was an only child. Born to take over the pack one day. He shrugged. Much of his life had been spent training to become a good alpha like his father. There hadn't been room for much else. What about friends? Leoraine asked, concern clear in her voice, though she hoped it didn't sound like pity. I never had much time for that. Besides, everyone knew me as the alpha's heir. I would have been treated differently anyway. Leoraine was surprised by his calm tone. For him, it was simply a fact, his past unchangeable. No point in making a fuss. To her, it sounded terribly sad. Yet she understood exactly how he must have felt, how he might still feel. She had spent her life feeling cut off from the world, and it had hurt deeply. It still did at times. You know, you're not alone, she whispered, reaching for his hand without hesitation. She wasn't sure if she meant she would stay with him, or that others had felt the same, or simply that his pack clearly valued him. But it felt important for him to hear. Aden drew in a breath, caught between surprise, warmth, and something harder to name. She spoke with such quiet certainty, as though she truly understood, not just sympathized, but knew the emptiness he had carried. In that moment, his heart ached for her, realizing she had faced the same cold isolation. Yet another part of him wondered if they had both endured it so they could find comfort in each other. Later that evening, Leoraine felt pleasantly tired. Though she had been hesitant about going out, the time with Aden had been wonderful. Good food, wine, and easy conversation had eased her earlier nerves. She had never met anyone she fit with so naturally. After learning more about him, their bond as mates no longer seemed far-fetched. They shared strikingly similar backgrounds. Both were only children, and both had lonely childhoods. They both loved coffee, sci-fi films, and, surprisingly, music. When Aden mentioned his love for the piano, Leoraine's excitement spilled out. She confessed her own deep appreciation for music, even if she could only listen. Of course, they were different too. He was more serious and focused, while she was laid back and natural, given their contrasting upbringings. Aden found himself more intrigued by her with every moment they spent together. He felt he already knew her, yet kept discovering new layers. Leoraine sat with her back against the headboard, wrapped in an unfamiliar but welcome sense of comfort. Hard to believe this was only her second night sharing a bed with him. It felt strange and yet completely right. She hummed softly as she plaited her hair. The shower had stopped. Aden emerged from the bathroom in boxers, hair still damp. She heard him moving about, her skin prickling with quiet anticipation. He didn't hesitate. Tossing his towel into the hamper, he joined her on the bed and drew her close without pause. She shifted slightly, settling into his arms, fingers threading gently through his hair. I had fun today, she murmured, resting her forehead against his. So did I. Aden smiled and kissed her softly. The kiss began gently, coaxing, his tongue brushing her lips to taste her sweetness. One taste, and he wanted more. Leoraine sighed against him, pressing closer, returning the kiss with growing eagerness. She gasped softly as she welcomed him, shy but willing. She had never pictured herself here, yet she couldn't deny how much she enjoyed it. She shifted to lie atop him, fingers tugging lightly at his hair as the kiss deepened, more urgent. One of Aden's hands slid up her back into her hair, the other rested at her waist. He groaned quietly, aware of his growing arousal. Leoraine felt it too. A sudden reminder that cooled her quickly. She wasn't ready for more, not yet. She pulled back, biting her lip. Aden sensed her hesitation instantly. Her innocence was unmistakable. A gentle smile curved his lips as he eased her down beside him. There would be time, plenty of time, but not tonight. She clearly wasn't ready. Leoraine was grateful for his understanding. It felt as though he knew her better than she knew herself. The thought made her wonder, suddenly, what he looked like. If he were as kind and warm as he seemed, she might finally believe perfection existed. A quiet ache bloomed as she realized she would never know not just his appearance, but hers in his eyes, or the future they might share through sight. The familiar sense of loss returned, sharp and unwelcome. She had worked so hard to move past it, yet here it was again. "What's the matter, my soul?" Aden asked softly, noticing her stillness. "Nothing." Leoraine shook her head with a small, sad smile. "I just wish I knew what you looked like." Aden paused, unsure how to respond. Instead, he pulled her close, drew the duvet over them, and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Don't worry your pretty little mind. Sleep, my soul." His arms wrapped around her protectively, nose buried in her hair. To the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Leoraine drifted into sleep. Chapter 12. She was trapped in an endless void of darkness. Nothing existed around her. Blank emptiness stretched in every direction. Then, like a candle being lit or a light switched on, it appeared, a gentle flicker at first, growing into bright, all-encompassing light. When her eyes fluttered open, the first thing Leoraine saw was vivid color. Blends of yellow and blue formed a glorious landscape. She knew at once it was only a dream, but she couldn't deny how wonderful it felt to see a beach again. It was bittersweet. She understood that the moment she woke, she would return to the darkness that usually filled her life. Gentle waves rolled against the sand in a steady rhythm. If she concentrated, she could almost smell the salt in the air. Leoraine smiled and let her bare feet sink into the soft sand. She knew she couldn't truly feel it. This was only her mind's creation. But she had spent most of her life relying on her other senses. "Leoraine." The familiar voice came from behind her. For a moment, her heart seemed to stop. She turned quickly to see a tall, striking man walking toward her. "Aden," she stammered, eyes wide. Tears stung as she took in his form. "Is it really you? How are you?" Her voice broke, tears spilling over. Aden closed the distance in an instant, gently wiping the drops from her cheeks and pressing tender kisses to each one. She melted into his embrace. "I don't know," he said softly, resting his forehead against hers. "Mates can sometimes share thoughts. Maybe it works in dreams too." He smiled, his arms sliding down to wrap around her waist. She hesitated only a second before cupping his face, wanting to memorize every detail. Words failed her as she studied the man destined for her, her soulmate. Her mouth parted in quiet awe. It took effort not to let her jaw drop completely. He was striking. Dirty blonde waves, a strong, defined jaw. Just looking at him made her heart race. She couldn't recall anyone so captivating, even from before she lost her sight, though she had been only a child then, too young to truly understand beauty. After so long in darkness, she still felt she knew little of it. But the old saying rang true, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If so, she could happily behold Aden forever. Beyond his appearance, he was kind-hearted, and to her, that was true beauty. "You're different from what I imagined," she whispered, glancing down shyly when his gaze sharpened. "In a good way." He looked wild and rugged, slightly intimidating with his scruffy jaw and intense brown eyes. She could easily picture the wolf beneath the surface, yet it didn't frighten her. How could something so captivating ever be dangerous? He had never been anything but gentle with her. His eyes glinted briefly with gold, pleased by her reaction. He didn't need words. Her expression said enough. "So, do you like what you see, beautiful?" Aden asked with a smirk, chuckling at the blush spreading across her face. Of course she did. He was breathtaking. It only deepened her wonder. What could he possibly see in her? Surely nothing remarkable. The thought reminded her she didn't even know what she looked like. For all she knew, they could be a perfect pair, or perhaps not. "You keep calling me beautiful, but I don't even know what I look like." She gave a small, sad laugh. Part of her hoped she might see herself here, but she wasn't certain she would want to if given the chance. Aden took her hand, leading her forward slowly, his fingers caressing hers. They walked in comfortable silence, her head resting on his shoulder as she savored every moment. Her gaze stayed on their joined hands. She wanted to remember every detail when she woke. They stopped before a large mirror suspended in midair. In a dream, anything was possible. The glass looked almost like crystalline ice, framed in heavy, ornate silver, regal yet simple. Unbeknownst to Leoraine, it was the same mirror from their bedroom. She hesitated. Fear gripped her. What if her face had changed? Was she as beautiful as he claimed? Most of all, would she be happy with what she saw? "I'm scared to look," she admitted quietly. "My soul, no matter what you see in that mirror, you are so much more than your appearance." Aden kissed the top of her head and wrapped his arms around her waist in a comforting embrace. "Then I don't need to see." Leoraine smiled. Curiosity burned, but she turned away. She had never been self-conscious about her looks before and didn't want to start now. "Are you sure?" He stroked her hip gently. "Whatever you decide, my soul, I'll be right beside you." "Yes, I'm sure." She nodded. A small part of her felt disappointment, but deep down she knew she wasn't ready. "Perhaps another time." Aden nodded, then swept her into his arms. A delighted laugh burst from her lips, pure magic to his ears. He set her down and kissed her with unrestrained passion. Leoraine smiled into the kiss, keeping her eyes open to capture every second. Her hands slid into his hair, fingers threading through the light strands, while his cupped her cheeks. He groaned softly, pain to pull away, as though it hurt to part from her. She bit her lip, unable to hide her smile, and shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a nervous habit he had come to recognize. He watched her, completely captivated. He wasn't in love with her yet, but he could see a future together, ruling their pack, raising children, growing old side by side. The thought filled him with quiet excitement. Leoraine tugged gently on his hand, urging him to walk with her. They strolled to a spot on the clean, soft sand and sat together. At first, they were quiet, listening to the waves, until she spoke. "I forgot how beautiful the beach was." She smiled, taking it all in, though her heart clenched at the thought that the dream would soon end. "I wish I didn't have to wake up." "Don't say things like that, my soul." Aden caressed her cheek gently. The words saddened him, even if she hadn't meant them darkly. Leoraine realized how her comment might have sounded. She felt a pang of guilt. He had waited so long for his mate, and she had seen the loneliness in his eyes before. "I'm sorry I didn't." "I know, my soul," he hushed her softly. "I know." Silence settled over them again, comfortable and easy. One thing she loved about Aden was that he never rushed to fill quiet moments with empty words. Then came a sharp tug, as though something were pulling her away or back to herself. Her eyes stung with unshed tears. She didn't want him to think her weak. This was it. She could feel herself waking. Leoraine woke with a gasp. Her skin felt hot, hair damp against her forehead. She rubbed her eyes and blinked rapidly, hoping against all reason that this time she might have regained her sight. But the darkness remained as heavy as ever. For nearly 3 months after losing her sight at 8, she had woken each day praying for a miracle. Night after night, she asked, and no answer came. Eventually, she stopped believing anyone was listening at all. Even now, 15 years later, a tiny thread of childish hope lingered. It always hurt more after dreams like this, dreams that reminded her exactly what she had lost. She scoffed quietly at herself, frustrated by the weakness. She wanted to be strong, to accept it, but a heavy sadness pressed on her chest. Aden stirred beside her. Sensing she was awake, he drew her close and kissed her hair gently. He could tell something was wrong. Her unusual stillness, the faint shift in her scent towards sorrow. He chose not to press. He knew the ache of waking to the same darkness after glimpsing light. She had spoken of it before. He hoped a few days of routine would help her return to her usual brightness. For now, he would simply be there. Go back to sleep, my soul. It's only 5 in the morning, he whispered against her shoulder, pressing a light kiss there. His arms encircled her, fingers tracing soothing patterns beneath her shirt. The warmth of his hand on her skin brought comfort, though it couldn't erase the hurt. She waited until his breathing evened out, then let the tears come. Her sobs were soft, barely more than shallow breaths. She trembled under the weight of it all: anger, grief, resentment she usually kept buried. She pressed a hand over her mouth to muffle the sounds. Unbeknownst to her, Aden hadn't slept. He lay awake, listening to her quiet cries, wishing he could do more than hold her. He felt her pain, her anger, and silently vowed to love her so fully that one day she might see herself the way he already did. For now, he simply held her close, a quiet promise that he would always be there, arms open. Chapter 13. A week had passed, but Leoraine still couldn't shake the heavy cloud that hung over her. She hadn't seen Aden in her dreams since that night, and the absence left her frustrated and downcast. Aden had done everything he could to lift her spirits, keeping her busy, holding her close, kissing her often to remind her he was always there. His efforts were sweet, but they couldn't quite reach her. She felt like a child again, back in the first week after her world went dark. The old wound had reopened. That brief glimpse of a life she could never fully experience had left her raw. Aden felt helpless. He hated watching his mate move through the days like a shadow. He held her tighter, kissed her more frequently, whispered reassurances, but nothing seemed to help. Leoraine spent most of her time in bed, even refusing food when he tried to coax her. She felt empty, as though everything had been taken from her once more. She replayed the dream in her mind, clinging to every detail of Aden's face, hoping the memory would bring comfort. Usually, thinking of him did. But each recollection circled back to the painful truth: she would never see more than that fleeting vision of the world she now longed for. And so the spiral began again. By the end of another week, Aden had reached his limit. He couldn't stand by while she suffered. He resolved to do whatever it took to ease her pain, even a little. He woke before her, slipping downstairs to prepare a simple breakfast: eggs, toast, fresh fruit, and a warm mug of her favorite peppermint tea. When he returned, she was still asleep, curled against the gray comforter, face peaceful in repose. She looked beautiful, brown curls spilling across the pillow, lips softly parted, dark lashes resting against pale skin. Nothing could change how stunning she was to him. He stood there a moment longer, memorizing her features, reluctant to disturb her. But he knew she had barely eaten in days. Gently, he set the tray on the chaise at the foot of the bed, then leaned over to kiss her face tenderly. "Wake up, my soul," he murmured. "It's time to wake up." Leoraine groaned softly, nuzzling into his palm. Aden chuckled and ran his fingers along her temple, combing through her hair. "You can't sleep all day, beautiful, not today." He nipped her ear playfully, then kissed the spot just below. Her breath caught. She was awake now. Her cloudy gray eyes fluttered open. A small smile curved her lips as she reached up to caress his face, fingers tracing the stubble along his jaw. "Good morning," she mumbled, voice still rough with sleep. Waking to him always felt refreshing, and a flicker of guilt stirred. She knew she hadn't been easy to be around lately. She sat up, letting him guide her out of bed. He settled on the plush orange chaise and pulled her onto his lap. Leoraine drew in a surprised breath but didn't protest. She liked the closeness. "Good morning, my soul." He kissed her neck softly, then her shoulder, lingering just enough to draw a quiet gasp from her. "I made you breakfast. Eat." The moment reminded her of their second meeting, how he had ordered brownies and insisted she eat. Just like then, she found it hard to refuse. Her stomach rumbled. Even if she didn't feel hungry, her body needed nourishment. She reached for the plate, but Aden gently pushed her hand aside. He took a forkful of eggs and brought it to her lips. Leoraine opened her mouth obediently, letting out a soft sound of appreciation as she ate. Aden fought back a groan, his body responding instantly. Her sounds stirred his imagination, sounds she might make in far more intimate moments. His wolf stirred restlessly, urging him to explore, to claim. He took a steadying breath, pressing his nose to her neck and inhaling her scent. "If you keep making noises like that," he warned quietly, "you might wake the beast in me." Leoraine shivered. She wasn't sure whether it was the warning or his nearness that thrilled her more. She liked both. A small part of her still felt uncertain about the werewolf side of him, but a larger part was curious to meet the beast he kept leashed. "Maybe I want to," she whispered, teasing. Aden felt the familiar ache in his gums as his canines pressed forward. It took every ounce of control to hold back. His wolf roared for him to mark her, to claim what was his. "Don't tempt me, beautiful," he growled low. "You might not be ready for the consequences." After their gentle, shared breakfast, Aden told Leoraine he had a meeting. He had finally convinced Alpha Damien to attend the summit, and he needed to go over logistics with his beta. Leoraine wasn't thrilled. She had grown to rely on Aden's presence. Things felt less heavy when he was near. With him, she could push the sadness aside long enough to breathe. Still, she saw the sense in going. She wanted to support him, and if she was to stand as Luna one day, this was good practice. With a convincing pout and that quiet reasoning, Aden agreed to let her join him. He trusted her completely, smart, strong, and exactly where she belonged, by his side. He felt a surge of pride that she was ready to step into that role. They dressed quickly. Leoraine chose a sleek black jumpsuit that paired perfectly with Aden's dark shirt and trousers. She felt a flutter of excitement and nerves. She wanted to make a good impression on his beta. She had met him only once, 2 weeks earlier, after her challenge with Stefania. That seemed like a lifetime ago now. Barely 2 weeks had passed since she accepted Aden's offer, yet she had settled into life with him so naturally that it felt inevitable. Aden took her hand, pausing to admire her, then led her through the hallways to his office. "So do you live at work or work at home?" Leoraine teased, trailing her fingers along the wallpaper as they walked. Aden laughed easily. He loved how she could make him smile without even trying. "Actually, I was living in the pack house until I found my mate," he admitted, scratching his chin with a sheepish smile. "I wanted to wait until we were fully mated before moving." "Fully mated?" Leoraine asked, puzzled. "But I thought we already." "Being soulmates and being fully mated aren't the same thing, my soul." Aden corrected gently as they reached the large door to his office. He closed it behind them, guiding her to the leather chair behind his desk before sitting and pulling her onto his lap again. "Then what's the difference?" Her curiosity sparked. She still didn't fully understand the werewolf terms he used so casually. They had touched on it briefly at the cafe when he first explained everything, but since then, she had been more focused on simply being with him. "Being soulmates is a fact, something inside you that I can't live without." His hands slid up her arms to cup her face tenderly. "Mating is a process. There are 2 steps, and they create a deeper bond. The first is marking. Wolves are territorial. A mark shows others you're claimed. For werewolves, it also forms a telepathic link." Leoraine gasped softly. The idea of communicating mind to mind sounded incredible. "I'm human, do you think I'd get that connection too?" "Honestly, I don't know," Aden admitted. "I've never known a human mate before. There have only been a few in our history, mostly to alphas, and the last one in our pack was over a century ago, my great-great-grandmother. Human mates are rare." Leoraine paused. "And the second step?" Aden cleared his throat, rubbing the back of his neck. He liked having this conversation with her, maybe a little too much. Leoraine sensed his hesitation and reached up to caress his face gently. Tell me. Well, without sounding crude, we have to be intimate. His voice was steady, but Leoraine choked on a surprised laugh, cheeks heating. Sex, he clarified simply. She blushed deeply. She wasn't sure she was ready for that yet, but marking, that didn't sound as overwhelming. I know you're not ready for the second step, and that's okay, Aden said softly, pressing a light kiss to her forehead. I'll wait. Leoraine smiled and leaned up, brushing her lips teasingly over his. She loved the low groan he let out, the way she felt him respond beneath her. Normally, it might have made her uneasy, but right now it felt empowering. She liked knowing she could affect him this way. He groaned again, hands tightening on her waist. He tilted his head, deepening the kiss, his tongue tracing hers. She gasped as he kissed along her jaw and down her neck, sucking and nibbling gently. Leoraine threaded her fingers into his hair, tugging lightly as a soft, needy sound escaped her throat. She hadn't known she could make such a noise, but Aden unraveled her completely. Ah, damn, he muttered against her skin. She was addictive, he knew she would be his undoing. In a haze of want, the words slipped out before she could stop them. Mark me. Aden froze, about to respond, when a knock sounded at the door. Startled, Leoraine tried to slide off his lap, but he held her gently in place. He took a steadying breath, composed himself, then called out calmly, "Enter." All at once, Leoraine remembered why they were here. Nerves fluttered in her stomach. She wanted to make a strong impression, especially if she was going to take an active role as Luna. The door opened. It was time to meet the Beta. Chapter 14. Beta Samol was somewhat surprised by the woman before him. His first impression of her had come during the challenge for her title, fierce and untamable, like wildfire. He had thought the pairing strange for Aden and, while certain she would make a strong Luna, he hadn't been entirely convinced she was truly his mate. Yet the woman now seated comfortably on his alpha's lap seemed different. Though he was wise enough not to assume she couldn't be every bit as fierce as he first believed. Seeing them together, so at ease and content, eased his earlier doubts. The moon goddess clearly knew what she was doing. Leoraine felt the silence stretch and tense slightly. The only thing grounding her was the gentle pressure of Aden's fingers tracing slow circles over her clothed hip. So far, Samol had addressed her only as Luna, which she took as a good sign. His voice reminded her of mountains, strong, terse, formidable. It carried clearly through the room, honest and crisp. Pleasant, though not in the same warm way as Aden's. She wondered what he looked like. She could sense his deep loyalty to Aden, the waves of admiration and trust rolling off him, much like Aden's steady dominance. I need warriors ready in case anything escalates, Aden said with a sigh, rubbing Leoraine's side gently. Vincenzio and Damien are both hot-headed. I have no doubt Damien will try to provoke him. Yes, Alpha, Samol replied with a nod. Don't you think your Alpha friend might be offended by the lack of trust? Leoraine asked suddenly. If I were in his position, I would be. I understand it's for pack safety, but so are good relations. Aden's face lit with pride. Samol glanced at him with a brief, questioning look. The Luna has a point, Samol said. Vincenzio is one of your closest friends. His pride and that alpha ego might take a hit if he feels disrespected. All you alpha males are the same. He snorted at Aden's mock-offended expression. No offense, Alpha. Leoraine giggled. She could tell their bond ran deeper than professional. The easy camaraderie showed her what it truly meant to be part of a pack. Aden smiled. He liked seeing his beta and his mate get along so naturally. It boded well for the future. If he couldn't be there, they would make a strong team. I'd agree, Leoraine said, but I haven't met any other alphas yet. If they're all as kind as Aden, I'm sure they're not so bad. Beta Samol laughed. Oh, Luna, you haven't seen anything yet. The comment left a small unease in Aden's mind. Samol was right, Leoraine had seen only a fraction of what it meant to be an alpha. He hoped the full reality wouldn't frighten her away. Leoraine felt a stirring in her stomach, nerves, perhaps, or excitement. Either way, she wanted to know every part of Aden, the alpha, the mate, all of him. The meeting continued for another half hour as they finalized details. They agreed to offer both visiting alphas food and hospitality as a gesture of good faith. Leoraine contributed where she could, though she mostly listened and absorbed. She learned a great deal and felt genuinely useful, gaining a clearer sense of her place within the pack. When the meeting ended and Samul left, closing the door softly behind him, quiet settled over the couple until Leoraine spoke. "Samul's nice," she said with a smile. "He seems like a great friend and beta." "That he is," Aden agreed. "He's been there for me through a lot. We grew up together. He was one of the people who helped me win my parents." He stopped abruptly, tension locking his body. Whatever had happened clearly still cut deep. Some wounds didn't need to be visible to hurt. "You don't have to," Leoraine said gently, stroking his face in comfort. One hand rested against his neck while the other continued threading through his hair. "It's fine." "I'm fine," he insisted, though his face tightened. "You're lying," she said softly. "Your pulse is racing." Aden covered her hand on his neck with his own. "Maybe that's because you're sitting on my lap." He nuzzled her neck playfully, drawing a giggle from her. She tried to stay serious, but the graze of his teeth along her skin sent a shiver through her. "Adnan," she breathed, the sound only fueling him further. He hummed against her neck, tongue tracing lightly, savoring her. He was grateful to have shifted the topic. He wasn't ready to speak of his parents, but he was more than happy to lose himself in the sweet woman in his arms. "Stop," she gasped. "Aden, stop." He pulled back at once, concern replacing desire. He never wanted her to feel unsafe. He stroked her hair, thumb brushing her lips tenderly. "What is it, my soul?" She sighed. "I want you to know you don't have to hide how you feel from me. It's okay to hurt. It's okay to cry. It's okay not to want to talk about things." "Leoraine, don't." "No," she interrupted firmly. "Listen to me. Whenever you're ready, tell me. I know how much you want to protect me, to make me feel safe. I want the same for you. You don't have to pretend everything's fine when it isn't." Aden's smile was soft and genuine. She was a treasure. He felt endlessly fortunate. He leaned in and kissed her sweetly. "Thank you, my soul." Aden announced the arriving alphas to the pack, and a buzz of excitement mixed with nerves spread quickly. Having 3 alphas in one territory was no small thing. Sensing the tension, they decided, mostly at Leoraine's suggestion, to host a communal pack dinner. It would ease the atmosphere, let her mingle with her new family, reconnect with Crystalia, and give her a chance to make more friends. Her recent encounters with Stefania had been discouraging, but she refused to give up. The evening was warm and welcoming. Great food, lively conversation, and good company filled the space. Many pack members approached their Luna, intrigued and delighted by her. Leoraine was kind and attentive, listening carefully to each person who spoke to her. She was genuinely curious about the people who were now her family and wanted to know them personally. She memorized names, sometimes needing a moment, but the effort was noticed and appreciated. Her clear affection for Aden and his people shone through, and the pack returned it in full. When she spoke, it was often to answer questions about her eyes. She tried not to let it bother her and answered honestly. She knew many had once seen her blindness as a weakness, and she was determined to correct those misconceptions. Aden kept her in his line of sight, watching over her while speaking with others. Many complimented him on his fine mate. He was quietly relieved that her humanity hadn't caused more trouble. After she held her own against Stefania, few would dare challenge her again. She seemed to enjoy herself. Whenever discomfort flickered across her face, she leaned slightly toward Crystalia, who had taken a seat beside her, and Crystalia would discreetly pat her hand in quiet support. Aden made a mental note to thank Crystalia properly later. Leoraine noticed every comforting touch and, while still eager to make more friends, felt grateful for Crystalia's presence. It was a friendship she cherished. To her delight, she finally met Crystalia's mate, Maximus. He was charming, kind, and polite. If he was even half as attractive as his personality suggested, Crystalia was fortunate indeed. When Leoraine shared the thought, Crystalia laughed and assured her, with a playful giggle, that she was truly blessed in every way. Leoraine laughed too, thinking of her own near-perfect partner. Biased or not, she felt certain no one could be luckier than she was. Suddenly, she longed to be near Aden again. Even a few hours apart felt too long, and she wanted to share the evening with him. Crystalia noticed her friend's quiet drift and gently guided her toward her mate. "How did you know?" Leoraine murmured, a little embarrassed. "Trust me," Crystalia said with a knowing smile. "I know what it's like when all you want is your mate. You've been apart for hours." "Thank you," Leoraine whispered, feeling understood and less alone. Aden slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. He pressed a soft kiss to the side of her head. "How are you, my soul?" Tired, she admitted with a quiet giggle. She told him about everyone she'd met, the conversations she'd had. "I've had such a great time." They excused themselves and headed to their room. Leoraine even asked him to carry her. She felt utterly drained from the socializing. As had become their custom, they showered together. The warm water soothed the day's weariness. Leoraine loved how Aden massaged her shoulders and hips after long days. She always returned the care, rubbing his scalp, pressing warm kisses to his skin in gratitude. Aden wrapped a large towel around her, letting her sit on the bed while he dressed and brought her clothes. "You were magnificent tonight, my soul," he said, holding out lace-trimmed teal panties. "I hardly did anything," she scoffed, though she raised her arms for the clean shirt he slipped over her head. She was too tired to manage alone. Even standing required focus she no longer had. Aden was surprised by her earlier words. They hadn't discussed her role in the pack much, but her eagerness was clear. "Is that so?" he asked, brow raised. "What did you have in mind?" "Well, I thought it would be good to teach people about blindness," she said clearly with passion. "I know wolves often see it as a weakness. There are so many misconceptions. I think it could help." Aden hummed in agreement, turning off the lights and pulling her close. Her head rested on his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. "Was that all?" His hand grazed her bare shoulder, raising goosebumps along her arms. She had grown used to the sparks his touch ignited, yet they never failed to affect her. A single brush, the sound of his voice, could set her heart racing and her body responding. She hesitated only a moment. "No, I want to practice and teach martial arts." Aden stiffened. He didn't doubt her ability, but the thought unsettled him. "I'm not sure," he said, voice low, protective instincts rising. "Please, Aden." She propped herself on an elbow, hoping the gesture conveyed her seriousness. "I'll be teaching." "It's not like I'd get hurt." He sighed. He knew he was being irrational, selfish, even wanting to keep her safe and close. "Why don't we talk about it tomorrow?" He drew her back against him, gently closing the topic. Leoraine huffed in quiet frustration. She would let it rest for now, but she would bring it up again, and she would fight for what she wanted. All her life, others had caged her for her own good. That ended here. With thoughts of quiet rebellion in her mind, she drifted to sleep. Aden knew he couldn't stop her passion forever. In the time he had watched her, he had seen how deeply her practice mattered to her. It was a battle he would likely lose, though he still questioned whether she needed to teach the pack. Established training already existed. He smiled, listening to her even breaths as she slept. She was a force, fierce and determined, and he looked forward to seeing her fully unleashed. Her breathing lulled him like a lullaby. His last thought before sleep claimed him was that he would probably deserve whatever trouble came from trying to hold her back. Chapter 15. All of Aden's focus was on the impending arrival of Alpha Vincenzio and Alpha Damien, both due within the week. Though he hid it well, Leoraine didn't need sight to sense the tension radiating from him. She knew from the earlier meeting that the summit concerned a territory dispute, one that could easily turn heated. She hated seeing him so wound up. They both needed to let off some steam. Yet whenever she tried to offer comfort, he remained too rigid to accept it. Leoraine would never admit it aloud, but his gentle rejection stung. The last time she had felt this kind of dismissal was in year 5, when she confessed her year-long crush on Alexius Miller. He had turned her down coldly, saying he didn't fancy blind chicks. The memory left a lingering embarrassment she had never fully shaken. Back then, she had been able to escape when her parents decided on homeschooling. Running away wasn't an option now. Of course, Aden was nothing like Alexius. She was overreacting, and that was the last thing either of them needed. She frowned briefly, pushing the old hurt aside. Aden noticed the flicker of discomfort, but chose not to press. He was worried about her, but he refused to treat her as fragile, needing constant checking. He trusted she would come to him if she needed to. He sighed heavily and caressed the back of her neck. The touch sent pleasant shivers down her spine, spreading warm tingles across her skin. He felt the tightness there, likely from stress and from sleeping awkwardly on his arm the night before. He felt the same restless strain. His wolf clawed at the edges of his mind, demanding release. The constant agitation was exhausting. He needed to get out of the suffocating office. They both did. He drew Leoraine to her feet, his gaze sweeping appreciatively over her. She wore an oversized pale pink slouchy sweater, black leggings, and ballerina flats. The sweater had ridden up slightly while she sat on his lap, and his eyes lingered on the way the leggings hugged her curves. He cleared his throat when he felt himself harden, forcing his thoughts away from images of her on her hands and knees before him. "Aden, are you okay?" Leoraine asked, concern in her voice. His sudden movement and the cough worried her. Was he ill? Could werewolves even get sick? "Just fine, my soul," he managed, regaining control. "I was thinking it would be a shame to waste this sunshine cooped up inside. Would you like to take a walk with me?" "I would love to," she replied, smiling. The idea of fresh air and movement lifted her spirits. They linked arms and strolled leisurely through the park grounds, exchanging polite smiles and greetings with those they passed. Leoraine focused mostly on the feel of the breeze, the rustle of leaves, the warmth of sunlight on her skin. Aden guided them into the woods, the distant chatter of the pack fading behind them. Leoraine welcomed the quiet. She cherished the sense of community, but she also treasured these private moments alone with her mate. They walked in comfortable silence for a while until she spoke. "Why don't you want me to share my knowledge of martial arts?" Aden held back a sigh. He had known this would come up again. He wasn't sure how to explain without hurting her. He paused, choosing his words carefully. "I don't have anything against it. I just don't think it's necessary." Leoraine stayed quiet, trying not to feel stung. Aden sensed it and continued. "Besides, I want to keep you all to myself. So then I'm just here for you. I'm not necessary." Her tone sharpened, the earlier buried rejection surging back as a dull ache in her chest. "Do you even need me? Because honestly, it doesn't seem like I can do anything for you." Aden's eyes widened, brows shooting up. In any other moment, it might have been comical. Her words struck him like a blade. Did she truly believe that? Did she want to leave? Pain, sadness, and fury warred inside him. How dare she think she was only there for his amusement? How dare she believe he didn't need her? He was livid. He backed her gently but firmly against a nearby tree. She gasped at the sudden movement, biting her lip as the bark pressed through her sweater. "I will tolerate your frustration," he growled low against her ear, "but don't you ever insinuate that you are worth less than anything this world has to offer." Leoraine drew in a sharp breath, nervous, yet undeniably stirred by the raw ferocity in his voice. There was a primal edge to him she hadn't heard before. It was thrilling. "I apologize if I made you feel unnecessary," he continued, gripping her hips tightly, pressing his body to hers as though trying to fuse them together. "You are wrong. Leoraine, I need you more than anything in this world, more than my pack, my title, my wolf. Hell, more than air itself. I would give it all up for you." "Why? Because some deity decided I'm your soulmate? Because you'd be incomplete without me." The words came out harsher than she intended, her insecurities spilling over. Or because you've waited years to find a mate? Yes, the goddess chose you, but so did I. Yes, I would be incomplete without you. But I still offered to walk away. Yes, I waited 11 long years for my soul, but I never had to accept. His voice rose, frustration breaking through. I need you because you are everything right in this world. The sun after a storm, moonlight in the shadows, spring after winter, and goddess knows so much more. Leoraine shook her head, unwilling to hear it. For the first time since arriving, she questioned whether leaving Willesden Brook had been the right choice. Homesickness and doubt crashed over her. My soul. Aden brushed her cheek tenderly, wiping away tears she hadn't realized were falling. I never want you to feel unhappy or insecure here. You've earned your place, more than earned it. Everyone in this pack knows it. Everyone except you. Aden, I don't know if coming here was the right decision. She turned her face away, feeling his gaze like a weight. No. Please no. His voice cracked, splintering her already fragile heart. Perhaps she was being rash, caught in the storm of emotion. The thought flickered through her mind, but the pain drowned it out. She needed space to think clearly. Aden felt as though his chest had been torn open. He had never imagined their conversation would spiral like this. She had become his entire world. The idea of letting her go was unbearable. I told you before, if you wanted nothing to do with me, I would walk away. So even though it's killing me, if that's what you want, I'll honor it. He drew a shaky breath. I just want you to be happy. Leoraine let out another quiet sob, her heart fracturing further with every word. She wanted to scream at him to stop. The part of her that convinced her he didn't need her was too loud to ignore. What was she doing? Confusion pulled her in every direction. More tears slipped free, this time from sheer frustration. I don't know, she cried, exhausted by the overwhelm. I need to think. I need to be alone. Please, Aden, just leave me alone. Aden stepped back, respecting her request even though every instinct screamed against it. He hated leaving her, but he understood she needed time. Perhaps he did too. He refused to give her up without a fight. He had promised to step aside if she asked, but he had said nothing about not fighting to keep her. He reached out through the mind link to Crystalia, asking her to watch over Leoraine. Crystalia sensed the raw pain and irritation in her alpha's thoughts, but asked no questions. She agreed immediately. She found Leoraine in the woods, trying to steady her breathing between sobs. Alarmed, Crystalia hurried over, offering quiet comfort. After a few moments of deep breaths and a brief explanation, they walked back to the pack house together. Crystalia's heart ached at the thought of Leoraine leaving, though she tried to hide her sadness to avoid adding guilt. If Leoraine noticed, she said nothing. Leoraine returned to the room she shared with Aden. His scent lingered in the air, easing her slightly despite everything. She asked for Crystalia's help one last time. The woman accepted graciously before being gently dismissed. Leoraine sank to the floor in the center of the room, staring into the emptiness that had taken root inside her. That morning, her mind had been full of Aden and ordinary things. She never could have predicted how twisted the day would become. She sighed heavily. Guilt rushed in for the cruel words she had thrown at him. Everything had been fine until she tore it apart. She owed it to herself to sort through her feelings, but part of her feared the damage was already done. She felt bitter toward herself for how she had handled it. Perhaps she wouldn't even need to decide whether to leave. Aden might decide he no longer wanted her. Self-pity settled over her like a heavy blanket. No matter where her thoughts wandered, they circled back to guilt. She whispered into the silence, voice trembling. What have I done? Chapter 16. Since their argument in the woods, Leoraine hadn't seen Aden. His absence only deepened her inner conflict. Part of her ached to find him, to wrap her arms around him, apologize, and promise she would stay forever. Another part remained paralyzed by fear. She couldn't fully name what terrified her most. She told herself it was the worry of never truly fitting in among wolves. After a lifetime of feeling out of place, she dreaded being the misfit here too. She also struggled to accept that she had truly left Willesden Brook behind. It had been her safe, familiar home for so long. But the deepest fear was simpler and more painful. She wasn't certain Aden wanted her, or simply the idea of a soulmate. Yes, the goddess chose you, but so did I. Yes, I'd be incomplete without you, but I still offered to walk away. Yes, I've waited 11 long years for my soul, but I never had to accept. Another day slipped by without resolution. She spent more time drowning in emotion than actually thinking. She hadn't left their room, not even to eat. Aden, informed of her seclusion, quietly arranged for meals to be sent up. His thoughtfulness only made the ache worse, or perhaps it made everything clearer. Deep down, she already knew her answer. So why was she still hesitating? She exhaled heavily. She had barely slept, and exhaustion weighed on her like a blanket. The guilt gnawed harder, knowing Aden hadn't returned to their room. He had honored her request for space, sleeping elsewhere. She wondered where, hoping it wasn't as uncomfortable as her own restless night. Enough was enough. She had asked for time to think, and that was exactly what she would do. With fresh resolve, she rose and moved confidently through the now familiar room. She changed out of yesterday's clothes into comfortable yoga pants, a t-shirt, and a light hoodie. She took her cane, something she hadn't needed much lately, thanks to Aden's constant willingness to guide or carry her, and made her way outside to the open space behind the pack house. It was a quiet, rarely used area where she and Aden had relaxed together on nicer days. Perfect for clearing her mind. She settled at the base of a tree, removed her shoes and hoodie, and set her cane aside. The grass felt soft and cool against her bare feet. She took a deep breath, letting the quiet envelop her. Then she began. Her body moved on instinct through her favorite katas. For a fleeting moment, she could almost imagine she was back in her old dojo in Willesden Brook. She refused to dwell on the thought. Instead, she focused on the discipline of each precise movement, letting her body quiet the chaos in her mind. She would think this through with the same balance and focus her training had always demanded. Aden groaned, stretching aching limbs. His body throbbed from the previous night's exertion. He rolled his neck as he sat up, goosebumps rising on his bare skin in the morning chill. He scanned for his clothes, inwardly cursing his recklessness. He had never felt so out of control. His clothes were gone. He huffed in annoyance, then paused. His hands were crusted with mud. So was the rest of him. Dirt, blood, the remnants of a long night. The memories crashed back. After leaving Leoraine in the woods, he had returned to their room. The storm of emotions inside him felt unreal: anger, grief, exhaustion. He wanted to be furious with her, even spiteful, but all he truly felt was bone-deep sorrow. It echoed the raw devastation he had carried after his parents' deaths. He hadn't lost her yet, but it already felt as though his world was tearing apart. He shook off the pain, forcing calm. She only needed time. In a few hours, she would be back in his arms, and everything would return to normal. He took a cold shower, the water soothing his heated skin while he repeated a quiet mantra: just a few hours. Only a few hours. Afterward, he gathered a few clothes and moved to a guest room. She had asked for space, and he would give it. At dinner, he kept glancing toward the door, expecting her small frame to appear. When Crystalia arrived alone, disappointment settled like lead in his chest. Crystalia approached cautiously, as though bracing for the question she knew was coming. "Where is your Luna?" he asked, voice tight with hope. "Luna Leoraine says she doesn't feel up to coming down for dinner," Crystalia replied carefully. "Send up a plate of food," Aden ordered a nearby Omega. The boy nodded and hurried off. Crystalia remained, shifting slightly. "Was there something else?" he asked. She nodded, throat dry. "Luna Leoraine also expresses her apologies and wishes for more time to herself to think through her decision." Aden's jaw clenched. "How much more time?" Crystalia shook her head. Leoraine hadn't specified, and Crystalia suspected she didn't know herself. He tried to stay calm. He truly did. But the beast inside clawed free, ripping through the restraint. His chair toppled with a crash as claws extended and his face began to shift. He stumbled outside, fighting the change, but it was too late. Bones cracked, muscles tore, and he collapsed in the grass behind the pack house. A howl tore from his throat as the wolf surged forward. The beast rose, shaking off the last traces of humanity from its glossy, sandy brown coat. Rage pulsed through its veins, driving it into the woods. Tonight, it would drown the pain in the thrill of the hunt. Leoraine was drenched in sweat, pushing herself harder with each precise movement. Her mind filled with memories of Aden. The effortless way they had connected from the first meeting, his gentle words, the way he always put her first. He made her feel rare and cherished, like something irreplaceable. No one had ever done that, not Fredius, not her parents, not anyone. Leoraine, I need you more than anything in this world. His words from the day before echoed through her all night. This time, she let herself truly hear them instead of pushing them away with stubborn doubt. Yes, she felt homesick for Willesden Brook. But deep down she knew there was nothing left for her there. Her parents had returned to Greece, and the way she had left Fredius had been awkward and final. Going back would be a mistake. Her time here had been filled with joy, acceptance, and new purpose. The pack had welcomed her once they saw her strength. She had made friends, shared experiences, and felt, for the first time, a true sense of belonging. Why question what her heart already knew? You've earned your place and done so much more. Everyone in this pack knows it, except for you. She had been foolish, letting insecurity twist into spiteful words and hurtful actions. Soulmate bond or not, every gesture from Aden proved he cared deeply. He treated her with a tenderness she had only dreamed of before. He was incredible, and she had repaid him with cruelty. All because of her own fears. I just want you to be happy. She was happy with him, with their pack. He made her happy. The realization hit in waves, overwhelming and undeniable. She gasped, quickly gathered her things, and hurried inside. Urgency propelled her forward. She knew exactly what she needed to do. She needed to see Aden. Aden stood at the treeline, watching her move through her katas with fluid grace. Sweat glistened on her skin as she pushed herself, determination and peace etched across her features. It reminded him of that first week he had quietly followed her. Back when he had first seen her strength and discipline. She looked utterly free. The sight worried him. Had he unintentionally caged her with his protectiveness? He, of all people, should have recognized how fierce she truly was. He had been foolish to doubt her capabilities before. If she chose to stay, and he prayed things would have to change. He knew what he needed to do. With a small, quiet smile, he slipped back inside, leaving her to her moment of peace. Chapter 17. Aden was freshly showered and changed when Leoraine found him in their shared room. He had planned to be gone before she returned, not wanting to break his promise of giving her space. But he had run out of clean clothes, and after watching her practice her karate, he assumed she would be occupied long enough for him to shower, dress, and slip away unnoticed. Leoraine's entire body seemed to light up the moment she sensed him nearby. Her blood sang with the urgent need to touch him, to close the distance. They had been apart only a short time, yet it felt endless. If this was how deeply she ached for him now, she could scarcely imagine the pain had she chosen differently. Leoraine, he began, startled. She drew in a breath, savoring the sound of her name on his lips. It had never felt so right. Aden, wait. She cut him off gently, sensing what he was about to say. I've made my decision. Aden's breath caught sharply. His heart stuttered. This was what he had hoped for from the moment she questioned her place here, that she would see she belonged exactly where she was. With him. A quieter part of him feared she might choose otherwise, that the pull of her old life might outweigh anything he could offer. He buried the thought deep, refusing to let it take root. If he dwelled on it even for a second, he would unravel. I was such a fool to think I belonged somewhere else, Leoraine said clearly, shame threading through her voice. She kept her head lowered, but opened her arms, half afraid he might turn away. Those words were all he needed. Even if she had said the opposite, he still would have held her. His arms wrapped around her in a warm, steady embrace, and for the first time in days, Balance returned to his world. Leoraine sighed, enveloped in comfort and warmth. How could she ever have believed anything could be more fulfilling than this? She rested her head against his chest, breathing in the earthy scent of his cologne. It calmed her instantly. Perhaps she had always known he was her future. The only reason she had tried to run was fear, and even then, she hadn't fought very hard. I was afraid, she murmured, knowing his enhanced hearing would catch every word. So afraid. Even now, it scares me that you want so much from me, and I wasn't sure if it was just because of what I am to you, or because you truly believe I can give you that. Leoraine, my soul. Aden tipped her chin up gently with his finger, his thumb brushing her cheek. I don't expect anything from you. I want only what you're willing to give. Being my soulmate isn't why I'm so drawn to you. You're strong, smart, and beautiful. He pressed a soft, sweet kiss to her lips. Leoraine gasped as warmth bloomed in her chest, spreading through her like sunlight. Every touch from him brought her alive in ways she hadn't known were possible. You are so magnificent, he continued, resting his forehead against hers. Without you, I'd be nothing. One day you'll see that you're not amazing because you're my soulmate. You're my soulmate because you're amazing. Leoraine's face flushed a deep, rosy pink. His words always reached her sincere, steady, impossible to doubt. Her heart raced. Everything he said ignited something inside her. He could light her up like nothing else, and she welcomed every spark. I'm so unbelievably lucky to have you, she whispered, clutching his shirt tightly, as though letting go might make him vanish. Thank you for being everything I never knew I needed. She bit her lip with a small smile, then tugged him down by his shirt. Their lips met effortlessly. He kissed her gently, letting her set the pace. Her arms slid around his neck, pulling herself closer. She needed to be closer still. Aden felt her craving for contact. He fought the same overwhelming urge. Her fingers tangled frantically in his hair, drawing a low groan from his chest. He growled softly against her mouth, hands sliding to the backs of her thighs. In one smooth motion, he lifted her, and her legs wrapped instinctively around his waist. Leoraine felt anchored, complete, like two halves finally fitting together. In that moment, she could see more clearly than ever before. She simply knew. She pulled back, breathing hard, their lips still inches apart as they shared the same air. I'm falling in love with you, she whispered against his mouth, eyes closed, whether in fear or quiet bliss, she wasn't sure. The words had slipped out before she could think them through. Me too, he murmured roughly, burying his face in the soft curve of her neck. Joy and desire surged through him at her confession, intensified by the flush spreading across her skin. Leoraine felt a flicker of embarrassment, quickly overtaken by relief. His hands flexed beneath her, and the hard evidence of his excitement pressed against her more than reciprocated. She drew in a surprised breath, a small thrill of empowerment running through her. She could affect him like this. Aden knew she wasn't ready for more. It would be difficult, painfully so, but he would wait. Always. He carried her to the bathroom, filled the tub with warm water, and gently undressed her before easing her in. He slipped in behind her, drawing her back against his chest. Leoraine sighed contentedly, relaxing into the warmth of his body. I felt so ashamed of how I acted these past few days, she said quietly. I can't apologize enough. I was wrong to take my insecurities out on you. Aden tried to soothe her, but she wouldn't allow it. I mean it, Aden. You keep giving and giving. I don't deserve it. He tightened his arms around her, washing her gently with slow, careful strokes. He didn't agree. She gave him far more than she realized, but he let her speak. She needed to release this. I want to do more for you, but I'm terrified I can't, she admitted, voice trembling as she fought back tears. The one thing I can give you is my promise. I'll work on myself. I'll try not to let fear come between us again. Beautiful, Aden murmured, his hand gliding over the bare skin of her stomach. You think you give nothing back, but you're so wrong. You help me lead our pack. You make me happy. That's all I want, all I could ever ask for. He paused. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have tried to stop you from doing what you love. After watching you practice your karate today, I saw how unfair it was of me to hold you back. Leoraine bit her lip, hope flickering inside her. Does that mean? I think it would be wonderful for you to teach martial arts to the pack, he said firmly. Leoraine smiled, a deep sense of peace settling over her. He always seemed to know exactly what she needed. She laced their fingers together and pressed a tender kiss to his palm. Thank you, she whispered. Anything for you, my soul, he replied, voice warm and sincere. Anything. They sat in the warm water, wrapped in each other, feeling a new depth of contentment and wholeness. The hurdle had seemed small, yet it had revealed something far greater. Nothing had truly changed, and yet everything felt different. Chapter 18. A few days had passed since the couple reconciled. They had grown even more attached to each other's company, spending as much time together as possible. Of course, it was less than they were used to, much to Aden's quiet disappointment, now that Leoraine had begun teaching the pack. They had agreed she would hold 2 sessions a week, one focused on understanding blindness and accessibility, the other on martial arts fundamentals. On the remaining days, she stayed close to Aden, helping him weigh decisions for the pack. Her time among the members gave her a valuable perspective, allowing her to offer insights that helped him lead more thoughtfully. Leoraine felt more at ease with a fuller schedule. It was fulfilling to contribute in her own way, and though she would never admit it aloud, she was quietly proud and grateful that Aden had given her more freedom. Aden noticed the brighter spark in her. He wasn't sure whether to credit their recent compromise or the skill of his hands during their private moments. He decided it was probably both. Either way, he was relieved to see her happier. The timing was perfect. Both visiting alphas had called that morning to confirm they would arrive today. Though Leoraine felt nervous about meeting more dominant alphas, Aden's steady reassurance helped. He had walked her through everything, who they were, their personalities, what to expect, and promised he would stay by her side the entire time. The certainty in his voice eased her mind considerably. Alpha Damien and his entourage arrived first. Though this was meant to be a calm diplomatic discussion, Damien had brought a small group of warriors, his Beta and Gamma, and, most concerning, 2 human females who appeared to be slaves. Aden couldn't sense any rank from them, and the sheer fear and submission on their faces told him they were human. The practice of taking human women stemmed from an outdated belief in werewolf superiority. Most packs had long abandoned it, but remnants of the prejudice lingered in certain corners. Alpha Aden, Damien greeted as he approached, deliberately ignoring Leoraine. Alpha Damien, Aden replied tersely. I'm glad you and your companions arrived safely. His arm, wrapped securely around Leoraine's waist, tensed. He knew Damien's reputation as narrow-minded and prejudiced, but he would not tolerate any disrespect toward his mate, especially not on his own territory. This is my mate and Luna, Leoraine, Aden said evenly. Damien gave a low grunt, barely glancing at her. Leoraine felt the thick tension settle over them like fog. She offered a gentle smile and rested her hand on Aden's arm, stroking his bicep in quiet comfort. Whether more for him or herself, she wasn't sure. It's a pleasure to have you in our pack, she said courteously. Aden's lips curved slightly. Even in the presence of a hostile alpha, Leoraine stood tall, gracious, and composed, exactly as a Luna should. Pride warmed his chest. Damien gave her a brief, disdainful once-over, jaw tight as though the words pained him. Thank you, both, for the hospitality. Aden directed several pack members to help settle the visitors and show them to their quarters. Once they were out of earshot, he quietly asked Leoraine to personally look after the 2 human women. She agreed readily, though she sensed he was holding something back. Part of her wanted to press him, but she trusted he would tell her when he was ready, and she was more than capable of learning the truth herself. Aden reassured her that Alpha Vincenzio, due to arrive soon, was far more reasonable and easygoing. Leoraine smiled, looking forward to meeting someone Aden considered a true friend. She had noticed how few people Aden let truly close, aside from his Beta, There seemed to be an invisible distance between him and most of the pack. Perhaps it was the weight of leadership. She hoped Vincenzio's visit might offer a glimpse into parts of Aden's life they hadn't yet explored, parts he always seemed to steer away from when she tried to ask. Vincenzio was running late, so while Aden played a courteous host to Damien, Leoraine took the opportunity to check on the two women. She arrived at their small guest quarters with Crystalia, but after failing to ease their obvious terror, Crystalia excused herself with a gentle smile. She trusted her Luna to handle it. The room fell silent the moment Leoraine entered. Neither girl dared breathe too loudly. They looked younger than Leoraine, though age hardly mattered in the face of such fear. Their dirty, bruised faces and trembling forms spoke volumes. Leoraine didn't need to guess what Aden had tried to shield her from. These girls had suffered under Damien. "There's no reason to be afraid," Leoraine said softly. "My name is Leoraine. I'm from Willesden Brook." The girls watched her warily, tracking every careful movement. When she stayed gentle and unthreatening, a flicker of hesitation crossed their expressions, but they remained silent. "What are your names?" Leoraine asked kindly. "Is there anything you'd like? Food, water, anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask." She was about to give them space when one finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. "My name is Mariania," she said quietly. "This is Spirelia. Thank you for your kindness, but Alpha Damien would not approve if we took advantage of your hospitality." "You wouldn't be taking advantage at all," Leoraine assured her. Mariania's lips parted, then closed again. A small, frightened whimper escaped her. Spirelia squeezed her friend's hand in silent comfort, but said nothing. Leoraine hesitated. She wanted desperately to ask the question hanging between them, but she feared pushing too hard might make things worse for the girls later. She would speak to Aden about this. There had to be a way to help, even if only a little. She tried for nearly 20 more minutes to draw them out, but every gentle attempt met the same wall. It was as though they had been conditioned to remain silent, their words unwelcome and punished. The realization only deepened her concern. Recognizing she was getting nowhere, Leoraine decided to give them privacy. They would likely feel safer without a stranger present. Besides, the familiar ache of being apart from Aden had begun to settle in her chest. She said goodbye gently, reminding them that if they needed anything at all, she would come personally. She excused herself, citing the expected arrival of Alpha Vincenzio, and left them to consider the unexpected kindness they had just received. Alpha Vincenzio arrived much later than planned, looking somewhat distracted as he approached. He shook Aden's hand firmly, then pulled him into a quick, brotherly hug. "Thanks for having me," he said, a familiar warmth breaking through his tension. His gaze shifted to Leoraine, surprise lighting his features. "I forgot you told me you found your mate." "Congratulations, man." "Yes, this is Leoraine," Aden said, smiling. "Beautiful, this is Vincenzio." "It's nice to meet you," Leoraine replied brightly, extending her hand. "It's so nice to meet one of Aden's friends." Vincenzio shook her hand, then, after a brief pause, pulled her into a quick, friendly hug. When he stepped back, his expression was conflicted. He turned to Aden with an unreadable look. "Hey, Aden," Vincenzio said suddenly, glancing around. "Before I leave, would it be possible for me to search your lands?" Aden frowned slightly. "Of course, but why?" Vincenzio hesitated. "I sense my mate here." The words landed like stones. Aden's brows drew together, but before he could respond, Vincenzio's gaze flicked back to Leoraine, briefly, almost involuntarily. The floral scent that had been teasing the edges of his senses since he arrived was unmistakable now. It was coming from her. Chapter 19. Alpha Vincenzio sat in quiet turmoil. He had waited just as long for his mate as Aden had 11 long years, and he had held on to hope with the same quiet determination. He refused to believe the moon goddess would be so cruel as to place the same woman in both their paths. Yet there she was, the scent wrapping around him like a taunt as she sat close to Aden at dinner that evening. She leaned in to whisper something in Aden's ear. Both of them smiled, soft and content. Vincenzio forced his gaze away, trying to think clearly. Perhaps he had misread the signs. He had never heard of two alphas sharing a mate, or of any person, especially a human, having two. It simply didn't happen. In the brief moments he had spent with her, he understood why she suited Aden so well. She was bright, kind, and composed. She complimented Aden perfectly. And yet, he could imagine her complimenting him just as easily. She was gentle, beautiful, polite. Everything he had ever hoped to find in a mate and more. But he could also see how settled she was here, how genuinely happy she seemed with Aden. If he were right, if she truly carried two mate bonds, and he tried to take her away, he doubted she would ever look at him with the same ease and trust she gave Aden. And he wasn't sure he could bear that. Leoraine ate quietly, listening to the conversation around her and occasionally murmuring something to Aden. Neither of them had missed that Mariania and Spirelia were absent from dinner. The omission worried her deeply. In hushed tones, they agreed to check on the girls later. Aden felt another quiet rush of affection as Leoraine asked softly about the two human women Damien had brought. Her compassion, her attentiveness, made her an exceptional Luna, even if she didn't see it herself. He soothed her concern with a gentle hand on her thigh and the promise that they would look in on the girls after the meal. He grimaced slightly as he turned back to the discussion. Damien sat to his left beside Simol. Vincenzio sat to Leoraine's right. The two alphas had been debating for some time the merits of forming an alpha council. Damien opposed it fiercely, insisting each alpha should retain absolute control over their own pack. Vincenzio countered that a council would not dictate rules, but would improve communication and cooperation across territories. Aden leaned toward Vincenzio's view but kept silent. As host, he had to remain neutral. Any hint of bias could tip the delicate balance toward conflict, and he wanted to avoid war at all costs. Enough serious talk for tonight, Aden said firmly, cutting through the tension. We'll resume business in the morning. For now, let's enjoy the meal and the company. He gave Leoraine's thigh a gentle squeeze. In response, she laced her fingers through his and pressed a soft kiss to the back of his hand. Both alphas quieted under their host's calm authority. Vincenzio turned to speak with Beta Simol. Damien engaged his own entourage. Leoraine admired the quiet strength Aden showed in moments like this, intelligent, honorable, always seeking the best outcome for everyone. It was exactly what made him such an exceptional alpha. As the evening wore on, Leoraine grew restless. She was anxious to check on Mariania and Spirelia. Aden sensed her unease and excused them both, saying good night to their guests. To Leoraine's quiet embarrassment, he lifted her straight from her chair and carried her out of the room in his arms. She protested half-heartedly, asking to be set down, but he ignored her pleas. She wouldn't admit it aloud, but she was exhausted. She doubted she could have walked far on her own. More than that, she feared that if she said anything, Aden might decide she was too tired to visit the girls tonight. She didn't fully understand why she felt so protective of them, perhaps because she knew how disorienting it was to be human in a world of wolves. She wanted to ensure they received the same support she had found here. But from everything she had observed about Alpha Damien, she feared that hope might be in vain. Leoraine hadn't even realized she had begun to drift off in Aden's arms. She only stirred when he laid her gently on their bed and slipped off her shoes. Mariania and Spirelia, she murmured, a yawn overtaking her. They'll still be here in the morning, Aden said softly, sitting her up to unbutton her dress. He undressed her with care, his gaze never leaving her face. He took his time memorizing her. The sweep of her long lashes against her cheekbones, the gentle arch of her dark brows, the faint scattering of freckles across her nose and cheeks he hadn't noticed before. The way her mousy brown hair fell in soft waves. He never wanted to forget a single detail of her beauty. Leoraine let him tend to her, trusting him completely. He had never hurt her, and she knew he never would. She felt endlessly fortunate to have him. She only hoped Mariania and Spirelia might one day find someone equally kind and protective. Aden held her close until she fell asleep, which took only moments. Then, quietly, he slipped out to check on the two girls. They were both asleep when he looked in. Spirelia had left her own bed to curl up beside Mary and Nia, seeking comfort in each other. Aden smiled faintly, knowing Leoraine would be relieved to hear they were safe and resting. He closed the door softly and returned to their room, shedding his clothes and sliding into bed beside his sleeping mate. Leoraine instinctively curled closer, resting her head on his chest and draping a leg over his waist. Even in sleep, they sought each other out, perfectly attuned, drawn together for comfort and warmth. Aden wrapped a strong arm around her, pressed a kiss to the top of her head, and breathed in her calming scent one last time before letting sleep claim him. The next morning, both Leoraine and Aden woke early. Usually, Aden rose first, prepared for the day, and Leoraine would stir just as he finished. Today felt different. Leoraine woke feeling unrest, a strange heaviness lingering despite sleeping beside Aden. It unsettled her. She couldn't quite place the source, though part of her knew it was guilt over not checking on the girls the night before. Aden noticed her tension immediately. Without a word, he guided her into the bathroom, helped her out of his shirt and her underwear, and led her under the warm spray of the shower. He shed his own clothes and stepped in behind her, hands moving to work the knots from her shoulders. "Please don't worry, my soul," he murmured, kneading gently. "I checked on them last night. They were both asleep, safe and comfortable. We can see them before breakfast." Leoraine sighed, leaning back against his chest. She didn't question how he always seemed to know exactly what weighed on her mind. He understood her, sometimes better than she understood herself. They had been together barely a month, yet the depth of what she felt for him was undeniable. "Thank you," she whispered. "I love you." Aden smiled against her shoulder. He would never tire of hearing those words, or of saying them in return. "I love you too, beautiful," he murmured, arms wrapping around her waist, fingers tracing soothing circles on her hip. His lips found her neck again, grazing and teasing the sensitive skin. Leoraine gasped, the sensation sending sparks through her. When his teeth grazed her pulse point, her knees weakened, and a soft, involuntary moan slipped from her lips. She tilted her head, offering more access. The unfamiliar rush of euphoria wrapped around them both as they lost themselves in touches and quiet sounds. Leoraine turned in his arms and kissed him fiercely. Aden met her passion with equal hunger. His beast pressed hard against his control, snarling, clawing, desperate to claim what was his. Her fingers slid into his hair, tugging gently as he trailed burning kisses across her skin. Guided only by sensation, she trembled beneath the contrast of his heated touch and the cool water cascading over them. Fire and ice intertwined, heightening every feeling until she melted fully into him. Aden was slipping. Every soft moan pushed his control further. His gums ached as his canines lengthened. He never wanted to hurt her, but he also never wanted to stop. She was his. He wanted the world to know it. "If we don't stop," he rasped against her collarbone, "I might not be able to hold back." "Then don't." Leoraine opened her cloudy gray eyes. For a moment, Aden felt as though she could truly see him, not just his face, but straight into his soul. "Aden, I'm yours." That was all it took. A raw, animalistic growl tore from his throat. Leoraine's thighs clenched at the sound. His canines descended fully, and with primal instinct, he sank them into the soft curve of her neck. Leoraine's mouth opened in a silent cry as sharp pain flared, then melted into something else entirely. Burning pinpricks dissolved into waves of rapture. Her knees buckled, her core tightened as pleasure crashed over her, almost as intense as the release he had once given her with his fingers alone. Aden drew back slowly, licking lovingly over the fresh mark as she trembled through the aftershocks. He stroked her hair gently while she caught her breath, grounding her. She felt different. Renewed. A deeper connection pulsed between them, their minds brushing together, thoughts and emotions intertwining. She could feel his heartbeat as though it were her own, sense the depth of his love, his joy, his wonder. It startled her at first, but it also felt like completion. Not because he had filled some void inside her, but because he had helped her see she had never truly been incomplete. He had shown her she could be whole, could love herself, believe in herself, and stand proudly by his side. Aden looked down at the mark on her neck, awe-filling him. He had always seen her beauty, but now she was breathtaking in a way that stole his breath. He still couldn't fathom his luck. Those 11 long years had been worth every moment. He would have waited 1,000 more if it meant she would be his. And now she was. "You're all mine, beautiful," he murmured softly, reverently. "All mine." Chapter 20. After their longer-than-anticipated shower, Aden and Leoraine prepared for the day. Aden dressed in simple slacks and a light blue shirt. Leoraine chose an off-the-shoulder blue and white sundress paired with gladiator sandals. Their first stop, as promised, was the room where Mariania and Spirelia stayed. Leoraine had arranged for breakfast to be sent directly to them, determined to remove any excuse for the girls to skip a meal. Guilt still lingered from not checking on them the night before. She was eager to make amends. When they arrived, the faint, sharp scent of antiseptic hung heavy in the air. Leoraine tensed immediately. It was a smell she knew well from childhood hospital visits when her sight began to fail. The two girls froze mid-motion, turning toward the door like startled deer, terror etched across their faces. "What's going on?" Leoraine asked, voice laced with concern. Aden was momentarily speechless. The breakfast tray lay overturned, food scattered across the floor. Fresh bruises marred the girl's skin, dark, angry marks blooming over delicate arms, legs, and faces. Mariania had clearly tried to shield her friend, taking harder blows to her stomach and arms. Spirelia bore cuts on her face and hands from futile attempts to protect herself. Bruises painted her features in shades of purple and black. Through their new bond, fragments of the scene filtered into Leoraine's mind. Aden's horrified vision becoming hers. She gasped, a small sob escaping as the reality hit her fully. She had suspected the mistreatment, but seeing it through his eyes was far worse than she had imagined. "Oh my goodness," she whispered, pressing a hand to her mouth. Her other hand reached blindly for Aden. He caught it at once, rubbing slow circles over her lower back as she steadied herself. Aden issued a quiet mental order to a nearby pack member. "Come discreetly, clean the mess, and bring a fresh tray of food." The response was immediate and efficient. "We are going to help you, both of you," Leoraine said firmly, resolve hardening her voice. The girls hesitated, uncertainty flickering across their faces. Hope felt dangerous after so long without it, yet exhaustion had worn them thin. They were tired of pain, tired of fear. Aden and Leoraine were their only chance. The couple stayed long enough to ensure the new breakfast arrived and that the girls would eat undisturbed. Aden posted a trusted warrior outside the door for protection, easing some of the anxiety that filled the room. They stepped outside, giving the girls space. Leoraine remained shaken, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Please tell me there's something we can do for them," she said, clutching Aden tightly. "I don't know," he admitted quietly. He hated the words, hated the helplessness they carried, but he refused to lie to her. The practice of keeping human slaves, though widely condemned, was not outlawed. Legally, Damien had every right to his property and could treat them however he chose. It was vile, but Aden's hands were tied by pack law and ancient custom. Still, it wasn't enough for him. If Leoraine were in their place, he would fight with everything he had to free her. These girls deserved no less. "I don't know," he repeated, voice steady with determination, "but I'm going to do everything I can to help them." The conviction in his words calmed her. Leoraine took a deep breath, lacing her fingers through his and giving a small nod. She was okay for now. By the time they reached the main dining area, many pack members and their guests had noticed their lateness. But the fresh mark on Leoraine's neck and the unmistakable closeness between the couple silenced any questions. Aden took his place at the head of the table and drew Leoraine onto his lap. He filled a plate for them both, then fed her with gentle care. Leoraine blushed at the public display, embarrassed yet secretly warmed by his affection. He treated her like something precious, no matter who watched. He didn't care about appearances, only about her. She deserved the world, and he would give her every piece of it he could. Vincenzo turned his gaze away discreetly, biting the inside of his cheek. The floral scent that had tormented him now carried a subtle shift, fainter, altered. He told himself it was because Aden had marked her. There would be no claiming her now. A quiet tug pulled at his heart, but relief was stronger still. He wanted his mate desperately, but not at the cost of destroying a lifelong friendship. His life was good. A mate would only complete it, not append it. Leoraine murmured something too soft for even enhanced hearing to catch. A moment later, surprise flickered across her face as she stared at Aden with wide eyes. Holy crap! You're talking in my head. Aden chuckled softly, replying through their bond with calm warmth. He was surprised she had gained the ability so quickly. Human mates rarely developed telepathy, and little was documented about such bonds. His great-grandfather had once had a human mate, but Aden had been too young to remember much about either of them. They silently agreed that the tension between Damien and Vincenzo was rising too quickly. Keeping them together longer risked real conflict. After breakfast, Aden guided both alphas to his office to discuss the territory dispute in private, hoping to reach a peaceful resolution. Leoraine chose not to join them. She had already sensed Damien's hostility, and now marked she didn't want to become a distraction for Aden. Or, unknowingly, for Vincenzo, whose conflicted glances had grown more frequent in her presence. Once Leoraine left, the three alphas settled into the discussion. Their betas stood nearby, taking notes and offering counsel. I can't pull back my borders, Vincenzo said firmly. My pack needs that land for crops. Oh please, Damien scoffed. You don't need half those fields. They could house my people. Damien cared little for anyone's well-being beyond his own ambition. He would sacrifice anything or anyone for more power. Aden knew compromise would be difficult with a man so unwilling to yield. Still, they had to try. Damien, Vincenzo said sharply, let's cut the nonsense. You don't need more land, and no alpha here will let you take it without war. Okay, Aden interjected, giving Vincenzo a stern look. Let's not make threats. But Vincenzo is right, the land was allocated to support each pack's needs. Your pack hasn't grown enough since the last summit to justify this claim. It has, Damien growled, anger rising. Maybe if you didn't take in humans to do your dirty work, you'd have enough space. Vincenzo shot back, deliberately needling him. Aden had been preparing to address the human issue more carefully, but Vincenzo's bluntness forced it into the open. The humans are encroaching on my territory, Damien snarled. It's my right to use them as I see fit. You know it doesn't work that way, Aden said, holding back a growl of his own. You find a way to remove them, and this problem disappears, Damien challenged with a smirk. Aden knew displacing a human settlement would be nearly impossible. Families, homes, lives uprooted. But he had the faint outline of an idea. It might buy time, might pacify Damien temporarily. Before committing, though, he wanted to consult Vincenzo and Leoraine. At that moment, Leoraine appeared in the doorway. She had heard Aden's unusually harsh tone and had come to check on him. Seeing her instantly eased the knot in his chest. I'm willing to try finding a solution that prevents war, Aden said, noticing her. But you'll have to cooperate however I need. He cleared his throat and motioned her in. Leoraine crossed the room with a small smile. She had simply missed him. The meeting had already stretched over 2 hours. It was long enough. Aden drew her down onto his lap, arm looping around her waist. Her presence grounded him. I think it's time we break for the day, he said to the others. Once I've thought everything through, I'll get back to you both. Damien left immediately, muttering to his beta, always scheming. Vincenzo lingered a moment longer, gaze fixed on the couple. He opened his mouth as though to speak, then closed it again. Without another word, he turned and walked out. Once the door clicked shut, Leoraine relaxed fully against Aden. He sighed, kissing her shoulder, fingers tracing lazy patterns along her arms. You work too hard, she murmured, intertwining their fingers. Do you think things will work out? Honestly, I don't know, he admitted. The admission cost him. He hated feeling powerless, especially when so much was at stake. Leoraine felt the weight of his stress through their bond. She wished she could lift it from him. I wish you didn't have to carry the world on your shoulders, she whispered, pressing a soft kiss to his neck. He trembled slightly beneath her touch, grateful, excited, comforted all at once. With you, my soul, he replied quietly. Such a weight is hardly a burden. Chapter 21. What do you think about expanding Willesden Brook? Aden mused suddenly, catching Leoraine off guard. They lay curled together in bed, her head resting on his chest, his arms wrapped around her waist as his fingers traced gentle patterns over the soft skin of her thigh. His lips brushed her forehead in a lingering kiss. Through the window behind her, the sky bloomed in soft oranges and blues as the sun rose. He wished he could share the view with her, truly share it. So she could see the beauty that took his breath away each morning. He knew she would love it. What? Why? Leoraine asked, genuinely confused. She couldn't see how a small human town like Willesden Brook would hold any interest for an alpha. Aden's heartbeat pulsed steadily beneath her ear, soothing and familiar. For a brief moment, a vivid image flickered through her mind, the sunrise in all its gentle glory. It lasted only seconds, but it was clear and warm. Damien mentioned humans encroaching on his territory, Aden explained, his voice slipping into the calm, measured tone he used for pack matters. I want to avoid war by relocating them somewhere neutral. Willesden Brook is the closest option. Okay, but why ask me? Leoraine said slowly. It's not my home anymore. She felt caught between worlds. She had left Willesden Brook behind. It no longer felt like hers to decide for. Yet Aden's question placed the weight of the town's future on her shoulders, and she wasn't sure she wanted that responsibility. Aden knew she was the only one who could answer. She had lived there, understood the people, and as a human, could speak for them in a way no wolf could. Without revealing the supernatural world, she was the only bridge between the packs and the town. I know it's unfair to ask, beautiful, he said quietly, fingers pausing as conflict tightened his features. I can't involve anyone from the town without complicating everything. You're the only one I trust to make this call. More than anyone in the world. Leoraine exhaled heavily. His words stirred a storm inside her. Willesden Brook was tiny, barely 70 residents. Expansion wouldn't strain resources much, but the townsfolk were insular. Newcomers might not be welcomed. Still, more people could bring life, growth, and opportunity. Whatever she chose would affect real lives. I don't know, Aden, she said finally, fingers tracing absent patterns across his bare chest. I need to think it through. Take your time, beautiful. He kissed her forehead again and drew her closer. They lay in comfortable quiet, the sunrise painting the room in shifting light. Aden's gaze lingered on the colors outside, then returned to the woman in his arms. That's a beautiful sunrise, Leoraine murmured as another clear image bloomed in her mind, longer this time, more vivid. Where is it from? Aden's breath caught. He had suspected their new bond allowed glimpses through each other's eyes, especially after her reaction to Marinia and Spirelia. But this confirmation, that she could see the sunrise through him, filled him with quiet wonder. He had never heard of mates sharing sight like this, but it didn't matter. If it meant sharing beauty with her, he would thank the goddess every day. Right here, he said softly, kissing her forehead again. Right now. Leoraine tilted her head up, catching his lips in a slow, sweet kiss. It deepened quickly, turning playful and hungry. Aden considered pulling her closer, losing himself in her right there in the golden morning light, but the clock beside the bed reminded him otherwise. He groaned softly. We have to get up. Leoraine tried to hide her disappointment, but he felt it anyway. Since the marking, they had become inseparable, emotions flowing freely between them, love so intense it ached to be apart. They even met in dreams now, and Leoraine had embraced it. No longer did waking to darkness leave her hollow. She focused on the gift of seeing Aden, even briefly. Every glimpse rekindled the flame inside her. Leoraine groaned quietly, burying her face in his neck. Do we really have to? Yes, my soul, Aden chuckled, though he understood completely. We have things to do. I'm sure you'd like to check on the girls today, and I need to speak with Vincenzo. You're right, she sighed, reluctantly untangling herself. She moved confidently toward the bathroom, 12 steps, a familiar path she no longer needed her cane for inside the pack house. What are you going to talk to Vincenzo about? We need an alternative plan for Damien's human problem, Aden said, watching her move with quiet appreciation. I'll speak to Damien separately too, but I want options ready in case things escalate. When those two are in a room together, it can turn ugly fast. Leoraine nodded from the bathroom doorway. She understood. Aden had led for years. He knew how to navigate tension between stubborn alphas. She trusted him implicitly. This is really important to you, isn't it? She asked, leaning her head against his chest when his arms circled her waist from behind. Of course, he murmured, lips tracing delicate kisses along her shoulder. I want to protect our pack. Our home. Leoraine sighed at the touch, but she also sensed the deflection. She had grown attuned to his stronger emotions and to the way he sometimes steered away from himself by focusing on her. What are you telling me? She asked softly. You can tell me anything. Don't worry, my soul, he said, kissing the mark on her neck. Sparks danced across her skin, tempting her to let it go, but she held firm. It isn't nothing. Your feelings aren't nothing, Aden. She turned in his arms, one hand splayed over his chest, the other cupping his face. I know the pack matters to you, I don't doubt that for a second. But it's more than that. I can feel it. Aden stayed silent. Guilt and sadness bloomed in his chest, mingling with the overwhelming warmth of her concern and love. She was so beautiful inside and out, and she saw him in ways no one else ever had. For years, he had longed for a mate to share the weight he carried. He loved her, trusted her with his life and his pack, but his past? That was different. Not because he was ashamed, but because it was raw, unhealed pain he had never truly faced. He feared opening that door might mean he couldn't close it again. It's because of my parents, he said quietly, so quietly she might not have heard if she weren't pressed so close. Leoraine remained silent, stroking his face gently, waiting. He had never spoken of them before, and from what little she knew of his childhood, she sensed it was a wound that still bled. She wouldn't push. Whatever he shared would be on his terms. They were amazing leaders, he continued, voice low. But parents? Not so much. Everything was about the pack, what was best for the pack. That included my birth and my father's death. He had resented them for so long. No time for family, for childish freedom, only duty, always duty. He was their heir, never just their son. I was so angry, he said, voice rough with old hurt. I wanted to hate them, but more than that, I wanted them to love me. I feel terrible knowing I can never fix things with them. His voice cracked, a tear slipped free. The dam broke, grief and guilt rushing out in a flood he could no longer contain. The only anchor was Leoraine in his arms, her presence making the pain bearable. Leoraine's heart shattered for him. She couldn't imagine the devastation of losing both parents so young, so violently. Her own parents had moved away, she could still call them, hear their voices. Aden would never see his again. They had been taken from him suddenly, leaving him to carry the weight alone. She felt his lingering pain through their bond sharp, raw, unending. I'm so sorry, she whispered, wrapping her arms around his waist and holding him tightly. And I love you too. How did I get so lucky? He murmured, kissing her forehead. The pain hadn't vanished, it might never fully fade, but sharing it with her felt like release. The anger, the guilt, the loneliness, they no longer suffocated him quite so much. For the first time in years, Aden felt like he could breathe. Chapter 22. Leoraine and Aden parted with a short, sweet kiss. She was eager to check on Mariania and Spirelia and to have a little time away from Aden to think through his question about expanding Willesdenbrook. Whatever she decided would uproot lives. But if it meant safety for those girls and prevented war, surely it was justified? She resolved to make a mental list of pros and cons. It was the only way she could weigh the decision clearly. The girls were visibly relieved to see her. They had just finished eating when she arrived. Since their earlier conversation with Leoraine and Aden, a faint lightness had settled over them. They truly believed escape from Damien and his cruelty might be possible, and that hope was more precious than they could express. Leoraine felt the shift in the room's energy. It was almost tangible. After a quiet conversation that revealed more of the horrors they had endured, her resolve hardened. Something had to be done. "We can't thank you enough for everything you've done," Mariania said, speaking for both of them. Spirelia remained silent, as always. "Aden and I feel strongly about your situation," Leoraine replied gently. "We're more than happy to help however we can." "I just wish there was something we could do in return," Mariania said with a small smile. Spirelia suddenly leaned in, whispering urgently in her friend's ear. Mariania's eyes widened, then she nodded quickly. "Spirelia has knowledge that could be valuable to the Alphas," Mariania explained. Leoraine's pale, glassy eyes widened in surprise. She trusted the girls completely. They had no reason to protect Damien. Whatever Spirelia knew would likely be worth hearing. "They're in a meeting right now," Leoraine said carefully. "Would you mind sitting in? I also need to speak with Aden." Tension rippled through the room. After everything they had suffered under one Alpha, asking them to face two more felt cruel. Leoraine knew Aden and Vincenzio would never harm them, but the girls didn't. Spirelia looked especially wary. The power of even one Alpha had terrified her. Two felt overwhelming. Still, she gave Mariania a small, forced nod. "Okay," Mariania said, taking a steadying breath. "We'll go." Leoraine extended her hands. Both girls hesitated only a moment before taking them, allowing her to guide them down the hall toward what might feel like another nightmare. "Aden, this is my pack," Vincenzio pressed, voice edged with desperation. "I need more than a maybe." Aden had briefed him on the plan to expand Willesden Brook. Despite Vincenzio's distraction with his newly discovered mate, he remained focused on securing his territory. "I know," Vince, Aden said, rubbing his chin. "But the decision is Leoraine's. Can't you convince her?" "I won't coerce her. I'm too close to this to give impartial advice. It wouldn't be fair." Vincenzio sighed. He knew his friend's integrity, especially where Leoraine was concerned, was unshakable. He admired it, even if it frustrated him now. He opened his mouth to reply, but the door opened. Leoraine stepped in, followed by the two human girls. Vincenzio's breath caught. The taller one, Mariania, had dark red hair, brown eyes, and a fuller figure. But it was the smaller girl, Spirelia, who stole the air from his lungs. Dark skin, thick curls, piercing hazel eyes. Wide hips, thick thighs. She was stunning. And that floral scent, the one that had haunted him, was unmistakably hers. He had been wrong about Leoraine. Aden rose, placing a protective arm around Leoraine's waist and drawing her close. He recognized the look of wonder on Vincenzio's face and felt a quiet joy for his friend. He only hoped Vincenzio would handle this carefully. The girls were fragile after what they had endured. "Mine," Vincenzio said, the word breaking the silence like a stone through glass. He stood so quickly his chair toppled. Spirelia flinched, shrinking behind Mariania as Vincenzio approached. Mariania instinctively stepped in front of her friend, though fear trembled through her. She glanced at Aden, but he seemed calm, whispering something to Leoraine. Leoraine frowned but chose to trust him. She only hoped Vincenzio wouldn't terrify the girls further. She had promised them safety. Vincenzio's annoyance flared. He wanted to push Mariania aside, but he restrained himself. They were human, delicate, and clearly traumatized. The thought of what they might have suffered under Damien made him growl low in his throat. Both girls shook. Leoraine couldn't stand it any longer. "Enough," she said firmly. "You're frightening them. These girls have valuable information about Damien's pack, and I've made up my mind. This meeting is still in session." Aden's lips twitched into a small smirk. He loved when she took charge, fierce, composed, commanding. It was undeniably attractive. He directed everyone back to their seats and pulled Leoraine onto his lap. She felt his arousal press against her and drew in a sharp breath, forcing herself to focus. Spiralia sat beside Vincenzio at his insistence, tense and trembling. His hand settled firmly on her thigh, possessive yet careful. Tingles raced across her skin, but she stayed silent, too afraid to speak. Aden gave Leoraine a subtle mental nod. She didn't hesitate. "I think expanding Willesden Brook is a good idea," she said clearly. "It keeps humans away from Damien as much as possible. And it could bring real opportunities to the town. Do you have a budget?" "Now that you've decided," Aden said warmly, "we'll work out the details. I'll spare no expense to make sure everyone is safe and comfortable. You'll be the first person I consult, my soul." Leoraine nodded, reassured by his promise. She felt his curiosity and Vincenzio's through the bond as they turned to the girl's knowledge. Whatever Spiralia knew could change everything. "Leoraine said you have information that might be important?" Aden asked gently, softening his voice to avoid startling them. Mariania glanced at Spiralia. The smaller girl looked fragile beside the imposing Alpha, but Mariania offered her an encouraging nod. Spiralia swallowed hard. Her voice came out quiet, accented, and unsteady. "The entire pack is in unrest," she said. "Both wolves and humans have been trying to plan a way to remove him for a long time. But Damien rules with an iron fist." Her words hung in the heavy silence. Leoraine noted the faint accent, so did Vincenzio, who seemed captivated by the sound of her voice. "It would be wrong to interfere directly in his pack," Aden said carefully, scratching his beard. "But it would also be wrong to leave Damien in power with his corruption. Moving the humans to Willesden Brook should ease the strain on the pack, shouldn't it?" Leoraine asked. "If the problem is only with humans, once they're gone, things might improve." "There's no guarantee," Vincenzio replied thoughtfully. "A corrupt alpha poisons the whole pack. My beta dug into it. Poverty from unequal work distribution, segregation between humans and wolves, and a complete lack of respect for mates. Damien keeps a harem of she-wolves and leaves human women for the unmated males." "It's true," Mariania confirmed quietly. "He believes humans are beneath him. The she-wolves warm his bed. The rest of us, we're entertainment for the others." Spiralia shifted uncomfortably, shame flickering across her face. Vincenzio's hand tightened on her thigh. Not painfully, but protectively. His anger simmered. "Once the humans are gone, our part ends," Aden said firmly. "It's up to those inside the pack to challenge him. Perhaps they need encouragement to stand up. For now, we must recognize Damien as Alpha, regardless of his flaws." Leoraine wanted to argue, but she understood. Outside interference in an Alpha challenge could cause more harm than good. Still, disappointment lingered for all of them. Vincenzio sighed heavily. "Excuse me. I think I'd like to retire with my mate now." Spiralia stiffened, glancing at Mariania in panic. Mariania looked equally stunned. With no choice, Spiralia let Vincenzio guide her out, his grip firm but careful. Mariania hurried after them, worry etched across her face. The door closed softly, leaving Leoraine and Aden alone. Leoraine felt drained. She turned to straddle him, resting her head on his shoulder and closing her eyes. Aden felt her stress and worry through their bond, but said nothing. He simply held her, rubbing slow, soothing circles over her back and thighs. Both their minds lingered on the meeting, the conflict, the frustration, the limits of what they could do. Leoraine wished she could do more, but she knew her place. She settled for quiet hope. In the stillness, her thoughts drifted to Aden's story and to the moon goddess he believed in. Leoraine had never paid much attention to the idea before, but now she whispered a small, private prayer that the members of Damien's pack would one day find justice and the Alpha they truly deserved. Chapter 23. Leoraine was tired. She had felt as if all she had been doing was attending meeting after meeting, and, quite frankly, she was sick of it. She had earned a new respect for Aden, who seemed not only to deal with it, but to enjoy it too. She had no idea how his head wasn't swimming with all the things he had to get done. She had only attended a few and was already ready to take a long nap. They had just held a conference meeting with Damien about the situation in his pack. The plan to expand Willesden Brook was met with a fair amount of goodwill, though it was probably because Damien was smug that they wouldn't be able to deliver. The stubborn alpha was absolutely frustrating. Leoraine had wanted to snap at him on more than one occasion. That was only in the space of a 3-hour meeting. Leoraine couldn't possibly imagine dealing with him as an alpha every single day for her entire life. Luckily for her, she had Aden by her side to both calm her down and handle Damien's subtle dismissive attitude. Once all the cards were laid down, a budget was set, and things were set in motion. Of course, Leoraine knew nothing would be instantaneous, especially with such a large-scale project, but she was still surprised by how quickly Aden dealt with the situation. Aden had given both Damien and Vincenzio his personal assurance that things would be managed with close attention. He had already made plans for future visits to each pack and the small town that his mate had originally come from. He also arranged future conference calls to monitor the situation's progress until it was resolved. It was with these assurances that the guests decided to part ways. Vincenzio was eager to get back to his pack, especially now that he had found his mate. Spirelia didn't seem to be as excited, but there was definitely an air of relief around her to know that she wouldn't have to go back to Damien's territory. She had even managed to convince Vincenzio to allow Mariania to come too, much to Damien's displeasure. He seemed rather uneasy about the whole affair, probably because he knew that sooner or later, he would have to deal with Vincenzio regarding the mistreatment Spirelia had faced while in his pack. And so, nearly a week after their arrival, both Alpha Vincenzio and Alpha Damien left with their respective groups back to their own lands. Leoraine couldn't help but feel like a small weight had been lifted off her shoulders. While she wasn't afraid or uncomfortable having the other alphas around, she had felt as if she had to maintain a clinical, businesslike approach around them. Now that they had left, it was as if she could unwind a little. Now that they were gone, she had time to do whatever she wanted, no more boring meetings to attend. She wanted to spend time with Aden, just the two of them, but he needed to catch up with Beta Samol, who had been taking care of the pack's general affairs while Vincenzio and Damien visited. Instead, Leoraine decided to visit Crystalia, whom she hadn't spent time with in a while, and see if she wanted to take a walk. She heard footsteps approaching as she sat on Aden's lap in his office. Beta Samol's voice greeted them both pleasantly as he bowed. Alpha. Luna. Leoraine took that as her cue to leave. She pressed a long, lingering kiss against Aden's lips, caressing his clean-shaven face. He groaned, attempting to deepen the contact, but his mate pulled away. She gave him a cheeky smile over her shoulder before grabbing her cane and heading to the door, leaving him to catch up on his pack duties. Crystalia and Leoraine ended up doing yoga in one of the many green spaces the pack had. It was a new, refreshing experience for both women and something they both needed. Leoraine and Crystalia tried to embrace the peace as they stretched their limbs, though it didn't take much to see that Crystalia had something on her mind. Leoraine had noticed her behavior had been slightly off when they met up earlier. She was quieter, spacing out, and even a little haphazard. However, Leoraine didn't want to intrude, so she had decided not to comment on it. It wasn't until Crystalia failed to maintain her tree position that Leoraine spoke up. Is something bothering you, Crystalia? She slowly returned to a neutral position before sitting cross-legged to face her friend. You seem distracted. It's nothing really. Crystalia bit her lip, her cheeks turning pink at the notion of being caught. From Luna's facial expression, she was not convinced at all by the dismissive answer. You can talk to me if you want, Leoraine offered gently, a slight concern lacing her tone. But I won't prod if you don't want to. Crystalia silently cursed herself for making her friend and Luna worry about her. She felt utterly ridiculous. At the same time, she was grateful. Leoraine was a good friend, and she trusted her. Crystalia also couldn't deny that she wanted to get her thoughts off her mind. They were starting to feel like an unbearable weight that she didn't know what to do with. Well, Maximus and I had an argument. Cristalia admitted quietly, playing with a strand of her orange hair. He wants to start a family, and I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. I mean, I'm only 25 and I like working around the pack. Besides, I don't know if it's the right time to have a child. Leoraine sucked in a breath of surprise. She hadn't expected something so ordinary. Perhaps that was ignorant of her, but it seemed as if something so normal, so human, wouldn't even be on the minds of powerful supernatural beings. How wrong she was. She listened patiently and attentively, absorbing everything her friend had to say. To Leoraine, it sounded like Cristalia was afraid of becoming a mother, and she didn't blame her. Being responsible for a life like that was immense. Well, you love him, don't you? Leoraine questioned, already knowing the answer. With all my heart. Cristalia responded instantaneously. And it was more than true. With Maximus, Cristalia was a better person. He inspired her to be all that she could be while also paying attention to the small things. Then talk to him. I'm sure he will understand. Leoraine promised, reaching to put a comforting hand on her. Maybe you can compromise, like deciding to wait a while before trying for a baby? Leoraine suddenly felt inadequate. She wished she could offer some inspiring advice to ease her friend's mind. All she could offer was talk. It didn't seem helpful in the slightest. However, Cristalia felt the exact opposite. She felt glad to have spoken to Leoraine, and her advice, though simple, meant the world to her. The woman resolved that she would follow her Luna's advice, because she was right. They chatted some more before deciding to head back to the pack house, taking the longest route just so they would have more time to talk. What they didn't expect was to bump into Stefania. The woman was running when they crossed paths. Luna. She nodded as she jogged lightly on the spot. I was wrong about you. That was all she said before taking off once again on her track, her sneakers slapping against the gravel path with each stride. Leoraine was completely taken aback. She didn't know what to think. She supposed it was meant as an apology. It hadn't escaped her notice that, unlike the previous times they had spoken, her tone was far more civil. It was as if the resentment she had previously held toward Leoraine had completely vanished. While the notion was a pleasant one, she was still reeling with surprise and couldn't even formulate a coherent thought. She turned to Cristalia with a questioning look, her confusion practically tangible between them. I don't understand her at all. Cristalia chuckled. She couldn't help but find the whole scene amusing. Stefania just wants what's best for the pack. Even though sometimes she can lack sensitivity, her intentions are usually well meant. I kind of figured that with the whole challenge thing. Leoraine mused playfully, thinking back to her last encounter with the Gamma's daughter. She didn't want to hold a grudge for something that had basically been resolved, and the only way for her to do that was to laugh about it. But why was she so adamant? Even after she lost, she still thought I wasn't good enough. Leoraine didn't want to admit that the thought had bothered her because she didn't want to live her life concerned about what other people thought of her. Nevertheless, it irked her a lot. She wanted the pack to like her, to think of her as worthy to be a leader, worthy to be with Aden. It's old werewolf culture to think lowly of humans. Alpha Aden and most alphas try to promote acceptance, but there will always be a few people who disagree. Cristalia shrugged sadly. The whole thing was stupid to her. Wolf or not, everyone shared the earth. They were different, yes, but different didn't mean better. Naturally, if the alpha hadn't found his mate, Stefania would have been the most eligible for the Luna position. But I guess you've proved yourself. Cristalia grinned, perking up a bit. She did just admit that she was wrong. I haven't really done anything, though. Leoraine brushed off the accusation. To her, she didn't feel like she had done anything significant other than a few talks with the pack members she had met and the meetings she had sat in on. Leoraine didn't feel like anything had really made a difference, so she was honestly confused by both Stefania's and Cristalia's words. Oh, Leoraine. Cristalia shook her head with a small smile. After the way you handled having those alphas on our territory and the way you interact with the pack, no one can deny that you are a good Luna. Not to mention your relationship with the alpha. You make him better. You make us better. When Leoraine finally got back to the bedroom she shared with Aden, the room was empty. She could hear the shower running in the adjacent bathroom. The thought of the warm water and Aden's hands soothing her sore muscles was enough to have her push open the door. The steam billowed around her, making her cheeks flush and her skin feel clammy. Her clothes felt confining. All she wanted was to take them off and escape any barriers that constricted her. She made quick work of it, pulling her shirt over her head, then her jeans and underwear, until every inch of her skin was caressed by the heat of the room. Aden heard the door open. A part of him couldn't wait to have his mate in his arms again. It was a blessed comfort to have her, and he wanted to make the most of it. She stepped into the shower and into Aden's waiting arms. A small sigh left them both as their bodies made contact. Hot water rained on them. Aden couldn't help but be mesmerized by the droplets sliding down the expanse of her skin. Aden buried his face in her neck with a low groan, his body responding instinctively. He kissed and nipped the skin there as his hands wrapped around her waist. Her hands wound themselves around his neck, playing with the silky strands of his wet hair. Leoraine shivered under his touch. His thumbs grazed her hips lightly, sending a wave of warmth through her. She tugged on his hair, making him pull back with a groan, but the sight that greeted him made it worth it. He never got tired of seeing her. Her body was beautiful to him, every curve, every line. She reveled in the heat of his skin. She wanted to feel more of it. Their bodies slid together as she pressed herself against him, her lips grazing his shoulder lightly. Her mouth explored the contours of his chest, trailing up to his neck, jaw, and finally his lips. Water mixed with the taste of his skin, a whole new range of sensations arising within her. She was used to using her hands to see, but her mouth? It was a whole new experience. And she liked it. New textures and feelings added to the image she had built of him. Aden was a wonder, and she had found a new way to appreciate him. The man moaned into her mouth. Tongues met as any gentleness or patience gave way to urgency. The room's temperature seemed to rise, the water cool in comparison to the heat between them. Leoraine pulled back, gasping, her head leaning against the cool shower wall while Aden continued to hold and caress her. A soft moan escaped her as his mouth followed a slow path down to her collarbones, kissing the droplets from her skin and leaving gentle marks as proof of his affection. Leoraine sucked in a breath when Aden backed her against the cool tiled wall, his chest brushing against her, large hands supporting her thighs as he lifted her. She clung to his shoulders, her legs winding around his waist as she continued to gasp and sigh. Her breath came in short pants, her mind no longer able to focus on anything but Aden and what he was doing to her. "Aden," she whispered, fingers threading through his wet hair. Base instincts took over as she moved against him, needing more of the closeness, more of him. She hardly noticed that the water had stopped until she was pressed against the mattress. Leoraine knew it then. That night she would fully become his. Chapter 24. When Leoraine awoke the next morning, she couldn't help but feel acutely aware of her nakedness beneath the covers. There was a new, unfamiliar, albeit satisfying, ache between her legs. Her mind drifted back to the previous night, an enriching, profound experience for her relationship with Aden. He moaned lightly in his sleep, his thumb brushing against the skin of her hip as he unconsciously pulled her closer. His chest continued to rise and fall with quiet breaths, even as his nose nuzzled her hair tenderly. A small smile tugged at Leoraine's lips as her hands traced over his features, relishing the feeling of his skin against hers. She loved mapping out the contours of his body, and after last night, she had explored every inch of him. There was no part of him that hadn't been discovered. The apples of her cheeks lit with a blush as she remembered the way he had held her so tenderly. Her thighs shifted slightly, warmth blooming within her as she recalled the closeness they had shared. Leoraine buried her face in Aden's warm chest. She couldn't believe her own boldness the night before. Better yet, she couldn't believe how much she had enjoyed it and how much she wanted to feel that connection again. A small smile played on her lips. A tranquil satisfaction filled her because it wasn't just the physical intimacy, it was everything else. The night had been one of learning, resolutions, and peacemaking for them both, and she was so grateful for it. "Why haven't you asked about how I went blind?" Leoraine pondered aloud, her hands combing through Aden's blonde locks. His head rested on her stomach, fingers tracing idle shapes against her skin. She knew he was curious, she could feel his quiet interest, but he had never once pressed. "I didn't want to pressure you," Aden replied lightly, shrugging. "I figured you would tell me when you were comfortable." Leoraine was beyond grateful for his thoughtfulness. Most people weren't like that. They couldn't stop their curiosity from spilling into intrusive questions she had grown accustomed to. It was refreshing that Aden simply understood what she needed. Her hand paused in its soothing strokes, and she suddenly felt the urge to cry. It was ridiculous, but she couldn't stop the tightening in her throat or the prick of tears behind her eyes. "Thank you." She cleared her throat, blinking the tears away. She wasn't entirely sure what she was thanking him for: not being intrusive, for being thoughtful, or maybe just for being there. Whatever it was, Leoraine needed Aden to know how grateful she was for him. She felt lucky to have him in the way she did, in the way she always would. A blanket of silence settled over them while Leoraine steadied herself. Aden sensed how overwhelmed she felt and pressed a few gentle kisses against her stomach and hips. His constant care for her was endearing. She felt so loved and protected. "I lost my sight when I was 8, Leoraine admitted quietly. She had never spoken about her personal struggle with blindness to anyone in this way, but she had a feeling Aden would understand her like no one else ever could. "I always had terrible eyesight as a kid. I had to wear these thick-rimmed glasses, and I used to get teased. Fredius would make glasses out of old egg crates and wear them so I wouldn't feel alone." She smiled at the memory. Good old Fredius had always been there to stand up for her when she was picked on and to do the most ridiculous things to draw any negative attention onto himself instead. Looking back now, Leoraine felt almost foolish for not seeing his feelings for her sooner. Perhaps then she wouldn't have unintentionally led him on. It was unlucky genetics, I suppose. My dad's mum was blind, so was his sister, so I guess I didn't really stand much of a chance. She gave a weak laugh. Aden listened intently, making sure to keep one of his hands caressing her skin at all times. He was proud of her for opening up, especially about something he knew still carried a lot of pain. "I tried to carry on as normal, but things were never the same again. Learning to live in the darkness was hard. I would pray every night that I would wake up and be able to see again. Of course, when I didn't, I just lost all hope." She couldn't stop the stray tears that slipped down her cheeks. "I had so much anger for a long time. I hated everything, my situation, my genetics, myself. I was 13 and felt like I had nothing left in the world. How wrong I was." She had never told anyone how deeply she had felt those dark emotions or about the things she regretted. It was only after waking up in the hospital to her crying, worried parents following her first and last attempt to end it all that she realized she needed to change. That was when she began training in martial arts. "You are incredible, my soul," Aden said softly. He shifted to hover above her, pressing a lingering kiss to her lips. He was glad she had come so far. He could sense in her mind that she felt the same. Though she had struggled, she had been motivated to keep moving forward, and to Leoraine it felt as if it were finally paying off. The loneliness and pain from her youth no longer had to haunt her the way they once did. She was happy with her life now. Even though she wasn't sure she truly loved herself yet, she was more than content knowing Aden was willing to show her how. "I'm so lucky that I have you," Leoraine smiled against his lips as her arms wound around his neck. "And I get to love you. I feel the exact same way about you, my soul. You are the greatest treasure I have ever had the honor of being blessed with." Aden murmured into her skin, a confession meant only for them. "I love you, Leoraine." They talked, laughed, and flirted for hours after that until they ended up cuddled together, snoring gently. It was mundane and simple, but for Leoraine, it was one of the most special memories she would ever have of Aden feeling his skin against hers in the warmth of the night while they did nothing but exist together. That night, Leoraine felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. She felt normal. She snuggled deeper into Aden's larger, sleeping frame, if that were even possible, deciding she wanted to bask in their closeness a little longer. Her head rested on his chest, listening to the rhythmic lull of his heartbeat as it sent her drifting right back to sleep. Chapter 25. Aden was glad to know that his plans and involvement in developing Willesden Brook were progressing nicely. He had gone with Leoraine back to the small town to see the development of the expansions, and she was absolutely thrilled. She had caught up with Fredius, who, upon seeing his old friend, almost burst into tears. They talked about all the happenings in town, giving Leoraine insight from the townspeople's point of view, while Aden went over the business side of things with his pack members in charge of the development. Fredius told her about the new people who had moved to the town. He seemed indifferent. Fredius never did like change. He said the newcomers were different. Willesden Brook hadn't been very diverse before. It had been a small, quiet refuge hidden away in the middle of nowhere. However, with Aden's idea to expand, the humans who once lived in Damien's pack were now able to find a place in the town where they truly belonged. Leoraine could feel the changes in the air around her and could hear the feedback from others, but to her, the town still felt exactly the same. She doubted that feeling of familiarity and nostalgia would ever truly change when she was in her old home. While both were happy to oversee the progress, they both knew neither could stay away from the pack for too long, and they certainly couldn't bear to be apart from each other. Especially since they had mated, they could hardly keep their hands off one another. They had been close practically every day since they first bonded. It was almost as if they couldn't go a single day without sharing that deep connection. They stayed only a week, during which Leoraine also managed to sort out some of her personal affairs, finally cutting ties with the human town that now felt much less like home after her experiences with Aden and his pack. The week was hardly long enough to see everything, and it made them realize just how big a task they had taken on with this project. However, the challenge didn't frighten them in the slightest. Instead, it prompted them to rethink their approach. They both agreed that a smaller team should be deployed to monitor the ongoing progress. Aden decided to personally select the group himself. The task took him only a few days. His mind had been made up, which was why it came as a surprise when Stefania Layton asked for his permission to lead the project in Willesden Brook. She argued, "The responsibility is perfect for me as the daughter of a Gamma, and I also think it would do me good to take a breather from the pack." What she truly meant was to take a breather from him. For so long, her father had prepared her for the possibility that one day she could be Luna, and now she had to come to terms with the fact that the title would never be hers. She wasn't entirely sure what she had fallen in love with, whether it was him, the power, standing beside someone as strong as him, or simply the idea of having the perfect life. What she did know was that being in the pack now was difficult, and she needed time to move forward and, for once, consider what she wanted for herself, not follow some hope or plan her parents had pushed her toward. Aden didn't know the full extent of her emotions, but he had a feeling that letting her go would benefit her more than keeping her in the pack. Stefania was somewhat surprised that he agreed without much resistance, but that was why he was the alpha. He knew what was best for his pack members. "I want to report every week for the next 3 months, Aden said, nodding as he wrote down the relevant information for her on a post-it note. "I've already arranged living arrangements. We're estimating this could take somewhere close to a year, maybe longer." "Yes, Alpha. I won't let you down." Stefania nodded with that familiar stoic, obedient, businesslike manner. Aden still saw her as the woman he always had. Strong and capable, full of potential. It was probably why his parents had once chosen her as his insurance mate. She hadn't changed much since growing up. "You're dismissed." Aden nodded toward the door. "Oh, and you might want to start packing. You leave for Willesden Brook at the end of the week." Leoraine felt a flicker of confusion when she walked into Aden's office a little while later and caught the faint remnants of Stefania's scent. She was coming to realize that after mating with Aden, her own senses had sharpened just a fraction, and it was proving useful. She wondered if it was a lasting side effect or even normal, but she didn't see it as important enough to mention. Besides, she was more curious about Stefania, a topic that kept coming up without clear answers. "Hey," she said with a shy smile, tracing her steps over to him and perching herself on his desk. Another side effect of mating with Aden was that she always knew where he was. She couldn't exactly explain how, but she simply did. It was like an unspoken closeness that had bonded them even more deeply. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her lips brushing soft kisses along his clean-shaven chin as they sat quietly together. Aden sighed in delight, loving the soothing embrace of his mate. He cherished moments like this, when they simply shared space and enjoyed being together. In those private times, he felt something close to true, peaceful serenity. Leoraine couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. The question slipped out as she cuddled against his chest. What did Stefania want? Aden paused, furrowing his brow in confusion. At Stefania's request, he hadn't told anyone about the meeting yet. She wanted to tell her father first before Aden announced it to the pack. It wasn't a huge secret, but he knew no one else was aware Stefania had been there except the two of them. "How do you know she was here?" "I can smell her scent," Leoraine said with a casual shrug. Of course, Aden could smell her. He had enhanced supernatural senses because of his wolf. But what surprised him was that Leoraine could pick up on the fading trace of the woman who had been in the room earlier. Aden had never heard of a human mate gaining heightened senses after bonding, but then again, not much was known about mating between werewolves and humans. He didn't dwell on it too much. It wouldn't hurt her to be more in tune with her surroundings, though he would keep a close eye on her in case it developed further. She asked to be part of the group in Willesden Brook, Aden told her, tickling her gently with a nuzzle against her neck. "I didn't see any reason why she shouldn't, so I approved it." "I wonder what brought that on," Leoraine mused, recalling her previous encounter with the woman. She felt a quiet sense of pride and joy at the idea of being accepted, especially by someone as strong as Stefania. "Cristalia told me about her, and you." Aden sighed. He had figured this conversation would come up sooner or later. In fact, he was surprised it hadn't happened earlier. "It was our parents' arrangement." "I've never been interested in anything but finding you." "Is that why she challenged me?" "Because she was meant to be Luna?" Leoraine asked. The idea didn't sit right with her. She didn't want to be the cause of any lingering resentment, bad blood, or unhappiness in the pack. "My soul, you are my only Luna. I love you." Aden kissed her lips firmly, wanting her to know beyond doubt that she was his one and only. Leoraine knew Aden loved her and believed in her without question. It warmed her heart that he wanted her to feel secure in that knowledge. It bothered her a little that his parents had arranged something like that without considering his feelings, though from everything Aden had told her about them, she figured they wouldn't have cared about his opinion anyway. She pushed those thoughts aside, focusing back on her mate. She didn't want anything negative to spoil their mood, or Aden's, for that matter. Talking about his parents would probably frustrate him. "I know," she said with a gentle smile as a soft yawn escaped her. "I love you too." She was exhausted, especially after being on her feet all day. She felt as though she had neglected herself, and her stomach rumbled in agreement. They had returned from Willesden Brook only 2 days earlier, but she thought it best to get back into her routine so she wouldn't grow lazy. She had been feeling a bit off the day before and hadn't eaten breakfast because she was running late for her usual karate lessons, though she regretted that now, feeling utterly drained. Aden, noticing she was both tired and hungry, decided to call it a day. He had accomplished a lot and had nothing urgent left. Besides, he considered spending time with his soul a far better use of his time, something neither of them would argue against. "Why don't we get some dinner?" "We can eat in our room and watch a movie together," Aden suggested. He had recently come to enjoy the pastime with his mate. He had started closing his own eyes and listening to the audio descriptions alongside Leoraine to better understand her experience. He found it interesting and meaningful, and Leoraine was always touched by how open and thoughtful he was about her feelings. Needless to say, their nights often ended with their limbs tangled together under cool sheets. "Sounds amazing," Leoraine replied, genuinely excited. Even though she spent so much time with Aden, she never grew tired of it. She simply loved being with him. Aden slid his arm beneath her knees and behind her back, lifting her easily and carrying her out of his office and down the hall. Leoraine couldn't help but feel like a bride being carried over the threshold, which naturally led her thoughts to marriage. As their relationship deepened, the idea grew more appealing to her, though Aden didn't seem to feel any urgency about it. Part of her wanted to ask him, but she wasn't sure she was ready to admit how much she wanted it, or if he was ready himself, which might explain why they had never discussed it. She felt a quiet disappointment at the thought, but quickly reasoned that whether or not she ever wore a ring, she knew the rest of her life would be spent by Aden's side. They curled up together, barely paying attention to the film. They were both tired and soon drifting off against each other more than watching. Aden, hearing his mate's soft snores, turned off the movie, tucked himself in beside her, wrapped his arms around her, and pulled her close. Everything was coming together. He wanted her to meet his wolf, then everything would truly be perfect. Whatever came next, Aden felt content. Only good things lay ahead for them. He had a strong feeling about that. Chapter 26. The girl looked around. It was the first time she had dreamt of an unfamiliar place. Tall, lush trees surrounded her, their leaves splashed in vibrant autumn colors from the highest branches to the forest floor. Fallen leaves lay darkened and somewhat damp beneath her feet. She had never been in these woods, indeed. She didn't remember ever visiting any woods when she still had her sight. Yet she felt no fear. Instead, she was enchanted by the beauty of nature all around her. She spun in place, kicking up a few leaves as she did, then stopped abruptly when she caught sight of her handsome stranger, the one who always seemed to find her in these waking dreams. She smiled, her whole face lighting up with joy at being able to see, truly see, his beautiful face once again. "Fancy meeting you here," she said, tilting her head to one side with a flirty, playful smirk. Of course, Aden replied from where he stood. His shoulder leaned casually against a tree as he watched her. "I hear this is where all the beautiful ladies come to hang out." "Oh, really?" Leoraine raised a brow, glancing around in mock surprise. She couldn't resist teasing a little further, even if it meant poking fun at herself. "Well, you must be wrong. I don't see any beautiful ladies here. You must be severely disappointed." "Not in the slightest." Aden's tone grew serious as he pushed off the tree. His long legs closed the distance between them in 3 eager strides. When he reached her, his arms wrapped around her waist with familiar ease. Leoraine's hands looped around his neck, welcoming his embrace. "Every time I see you, I get blown away by your beauty." One of Leoraine's hands brushed Aden's cheek, trailing gently down to his lips. Her eyes drank in every inch of his face as though seeing him for the first time all over again. She had meant what she said, he was breathtaking. She felt as though she could see the whole world in him alone, his golden hair as bright as any sunrise, his pale skin like the snowy peaks of distant mountains, his brown eyes the rich earth below, flecked with the tiniest hints of blue that could have been oceans. "I think you stole my line, beautiful," Aden chuckled. His fingers brushed a strand of her mousy brown hair behind her ear, letting his thumb graze one of her rosy cheeks. He looked at her so intently that she feared she might never look away if she didn't break the moment. So she glanced around once more at the colorful trees surrounding them. "Where are we?" "This is part of the woods behind the pack house," Aden explained. Those woods held many memories for him, his first shift, his first hunt, learning to navigate the world as a wolf. It was the place where he had felt closest to his father, however briefly. There were times he cherished and looked back on with fondness. "It's beautiful," Leoraine sighed happily. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes as she imagined the rush of fresh air filling her lungs. She wondered what sounds and scents would have greeted her if this were real. "We should come here again, when we're awake, that is. I wonder why we ended up here. It may have been because I was thinking of introducing you to my wolf." "Your wolf?" Leoraine looked up curiously. There was no fear in her expression. She had no reason to be afraid. "I'd be delighted." Aden pressed a soft kiss to her forehead before stepping back a few paces. He began to undress, his eyes never leaving hers. Leoraine blushed and briefly considered turning away, whether to preserve his modesty or her own. She wasn't sure. But after a split-second internal debate, she realized he had already seen her bare, so she might as well return the favor. Besides, she didn't know when she might get another chance to see him like this. Her eyes took him in fully, and Aden stood still, letting her look her fill. She bit her lip as she admired his strong arms, firm chest, and defined abs, the tempting V-line leading downward, and his powerful thighs. Aden turned slowly, giving her a view of his broad back and sculpted form. He truly was a beautiful man. She had never felt this way before. Perhaps because he was the first man she had ever truly seen, but she doubted that, even if she had always had sight, anyone else could stir her like this. He made her feel alive in ways she couldn't explain. "You done yet, beautiful?" Aden threw her a smirk over his shoulder. "Not that I mind if you're not. In fact, take your time. You can stare at any part of me for as long as you want." Leoraine cleared her throat, a fiery blush spreading across her face. "I'm sorry, dear thing. I was serious. You can look as long as you like. It's all yours." Aden turned back to face her, his expression sincere, a faint blush coloring his own features. Leoraine only flushed deeper, nodding before waving her hands at him to do his thing. He moved, then paused. "I'm going to warn you. The change isn't pretty. It's painful and intense. You should probably look away." Leoraine shook her head, meeting his gaze steadily. Though she dreaded seeing him in pain, she wanted to witness every part of him, even this, while she could. Aden nodded. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and let his beast rise. His body trembled. Bones shifted and cracked, his jaw reshaped, teeth falling away as new canines emerged. Thick brown fur sprouted across his skin. It was slow and difficult to watch. Leoraine thought she might be sick from the sound of Aden's pained cries. Her hand flew to her mouth, her face a mask of fear as she watched her mate endure the transformation. It lasted nearly 10 minutes. She bit her lip so hard it bled, tears streaming down her cheeks without her realizing. Finally, the wolf emerged in full glory, sandy brown for a few shades darker than Aden's golden hair and piercing golden eyes. The creature bore little resemblance to the man, yet she knew it was him, perhaps in the way he cocked his head, mirroring her own gesture. When he saw her bleeding lip and tear-streaked face, he whined softly and trotted over, nuzzling her gently. The wolf stood a full head taller than her. She had never imagined an animal could be so large, but then again, he was no ordinary creature. Her hand stroked his fur gently, reassuring him she was all right. That was all he needed. He lowered himself, letting her climb onto his back before bounding off through the trees at full speed. Leoraine shrieked with laughter, clinging tightly. They ran and played. The wolf showed her how to move through the forest, and she tried to balance pine cones on his snout. Even though she knew it was a dream, Leoraine felt pleasantly tired from the joy of it. She had met another side of him, quite literally, and she loved being closer to him still. She couldn't wait to meet his wolf in the waking world, too. It saddened her that she wouldn't be able to see him there, but the sting wasn't as sharp as before. She knew that in waking life, or in dreams, Aden was the same honest, loving mate he had always been. Whether she could see his beauty or only feel it didn't truly matter. She was simply grateful to have him. The plunge back into darkness would take a moment to adjust to, but she would manage, she always did. Living in the dark wasn't so difficult when she had the warmth of her own son beside her, comforting and guiding her every day. Chapter 27. Leoraine felt awful, physically and mentally. Could running around in dreams really leave you feeling this drained? Both she and Aden had decided to take the day off to spend time together, but her period was overdue, and she had that familiar tired, bloated feeling that always signaled it was coming. Suffice it to say, she felt terrible, like she'd been run over on a bad day. Going out was the last thing she wanted. She felt guilty for feeling so low. It was as though she had ruined the day before it had even properly begun. She knew Aden had been excited about taking her out and treating her like a queen. He had talked about it enthusiastically for a full half-hour when they woke up. He had gone out to buy fresh groceries while she slept in, planning to cook them dinner after whatever he had in mind. When Aden returned to their room and found Leoraine rolling over with a small groan, concern immediately flooded him. For the past few days, she had seemed fatigued, complained of stomachaches, and had been visiting the bathroom more often. He wondered if she might be ill, but Leoraine insisted it was nothing serious, just the usual signs of her monthly cycle. She wouldn't admit it if she felt worse than usual. It was starting to worry him deeply, but he couldn't force her to see the pack healer. He would keep checking on her in case she changed her mind. "Are you sure you feel okay, my soul?" Aden asked gently for the third time that morning. Leoraine loved how much he cared, but the repeated questions were beginning to grate. "We've got a long day ahead. We can put it off if you want." It was nearing 10 in the morning, and she knew she couldn't stay in bed any longer, though that didn't mean she had to like getting up. "Aden, I'm fine," she sighed heavily. Her tone came out sharper than intended. She sighed again, the breath doing little to ease the tension in her shoulders. "I'm sorry. My period is coming. It's okay, beautiful. Maybe a day out is exactly what you need," Aden said, trying to lift her spirits with his optimism. He had seen her through her cycles before and knew her PMS could be rough. He wanted to make sure she felt comfortable and happy. Leoraine managed a forced smile, trying to match his enthusiasm even though it felt impossible. It wasn't until Aden took her hand and led her to their ensuite bathroom that she finally began to relax. He helped her into the shower, stepping in behind her and running his large hands over her shoulders. Leoraine couldn't help but moan softly, melting under his touch as his fingers expertly worked away the knots of tension. They spent little more than 15 minutes in the shower, but it felt like a small slice of heaven for both of them. Leoraine found genuine relaxation and comfort, while Aden soothed her with his hands, leaving them both completely content. "What have you got planned for us today then?" Leoraine asked as she slipped into leggings and a loose bandeau tank top. She felt refreshed after the shower, and the memory of Aden's hands on her stirred something warm inside her. If she hadn't asked about his plans, she might have been too tempted to see what else those hands could do. Not that she wasn't already familiar with them. Aden caught the faint scent of her arousal, sweet in the air, and it nearly made him reconsider the day's agenda just to lose himself in her again. He had learned she was a giver, often putting his needs before her own. Pleasing him brought her a unique kind of joy that drove them both wild. But today, Aden wanted to focus entirely on her, to watch her lose herself in pleasure. Still, he held back. They had already been close several times the night before, and she was likely sore. Besides, he had planned something special, to show her the hidden joys of pack life. He had no doubt she would love it. "Well, there's a lake not too far from here. I thought we could spend the day kayaking," Aden said, clearing his throat and pushing aside the tempting thoughts. Leoraine's heart raced. For a moment, Aden thought it was fear, until he heard the huge smile in her voice. "That sounds awesome. I can't wait." She practically squealed, hurrying off to eat breakfast so they could get started. They ate together, chatting happily. Leoraine's excitement buzzed around her like a child's, and Aden found it contagious. His own lips curved into a wide grin. Soon they were loading into Aden's car with day bags and a picnic basket, heading to the lake. Leoraine had never been kayaking before, but she had swum plenty of times and loved it. There was something about being close to the water. The way you could glide through it, the peace, the warmth that always made her feel unstoppable. Maybe that was why, at 7 years old, her biggest dream had been to become a mermaid. Aden laughed warmly as Leoraine shared the story of her younger self's innocent ambition. It was so perfectly her, creative, playful, determined to push boundaries. Leoraine, hearing his rich laughter, felt more charmed than embarrassed. She managed a half-hearted quip under her breath. "Well, I am living with a werewolf. My mermaid dreams aren't that far-fetched now, are they?" They stayed out on the lake for hours, both getting thoroughly soaked after a few capsizes. It was harder than Leoraine had expected, but she loved every minute. Suddenly, All her morning gloom felt misplaced. She was having one of the best days of her life. She couldn't help reflecting on how much had changed, how much she had changed. She felt incredibly blessed to have this life with Aden. She could hardly imagine anything that would make her happier. Well, maybe a couple of things. Aden saw how joyful his soul was, and it filled him with the same happiness. He would do anything to keep that smile on her face. When he noticed her expression soften slightly, he immediately wanted to fix whatever was on her mind. "Is everything okay, my soul?" His fingers tightened around hers just a fraction, offering quiet comfort. "Yes, I love it here." "Thank you for bringing me," Leoraine said softly, breaking the gentle silence. I was wondering." Her voice trailed off, laced with uncertainty, but she quickly brushed it aside. "Never mind. It's stupid." Aden's brows furrowed, his head tilting instinctively as he studied her. He wanted to hear her thoughts. Every one of them mattered to him. It saddened him that she thought any of her ideas could be stupid. He never saw them that way. "Whatever it isn't stupid, my soul," he said gently. His warm palm cupped her cheek. "I thought you knew you never have to hide from me. There's nothing you could say or do that would make me turn away. You are so special. Just breathing beside you is a blessing. You always have a way of making me feel so worthy," she sighed happily. "Because you are," he whispered, his thumb brushing her cheekbone. Leoraine smiled, catching his hand in both of hers and holding it against her face. She turned to press a tender kiss to his palm. Being with Aden had shown her her own strength, her worth, and how deeply she was valued. His love made her feel capable of loving herself too, and on the days she forgot, he was always there, more than willing to remind her. She moved his hand to her lap, idly tracing patterns over his fingers with the lightest touch as her earlier thought resurfaced. He had no idea why she was so nervous. She had no reason to be. Perhaps that was why the whole thing felt silly to her now. She was making a mountain out of a molehill. "I was just wondering if werewolves, get married." A fierce blush heated her cheeks. For a split second, she was almost glad she couldn't see his expression, though she immediately dismissed the thought. She did want to see him. She wanted to see all of him. It was what she had always wanted, at least she had it in her dreams. "Oh," Aden said, caught off guard. Not because he didn't see their relationship heading there, but because he didn't want to disappoint her. "Well, it's not that common. Once we mark and mate, we're considered life partners, so there isn't much need for marriage. Very few couples sign a license. It simply isn't necessary. Unless dealing with humans, that is." Leoraine tried to hide her disappointment with a quiet "oh." She had never thought much about marriage before. As a child who had always felt different, she never imagined something so ordinary would be possible for her. So why did the thought of never sharing her love for Aden in that way, with friends, pack mates, her parents, hurt so much? She wanted to share it with the people who mattered. Though she hadn't been in regular contact with her parents, she loved them and wanted them to be part of such a meaningful moment in her life. More than anything, she wanted it for Aden, for their relationship. To everyone else, they might seem as close as two people could be, but Leoraine felt she had more to give. Perhaps it was that lingering insecurity, the one that whispered she would always be caught between two worlds, never fully part of either. She couldn't mark him the way wolf mates did, and if wolves didn't marry, she would never have either symbol of a complete bond, real or symbolic. Aden could sense her overthinking. She had frozen with her sandwich halfway to her mouth, that distant look on her face. It was the first time she had mentioned it aloud, but clearly not the first time she had thought about it. How long had this been on her mind? He felt her longing and disappointment through their bond. Some of her thoughts even slipped through in her distraction. Reading her, he understood why it mattered so much. A fierce need to make it right surged in him. Wolves do have a sort of mating ceremony. Something like a wedding, I suppose. It's not the typical vows at an altar kind of thing. Even so, I don't see why we couldn't have a wedding. Mating ceremonies were usually private, but the grand, princess-style weddings he had seen in films didn't sound terrible. He couldn't deny that part of him liked the idea of standing before the people who mattered, declaring their love and promises to the world. It's strange. I've never really cared about marriage before. To me, it was just a piece of paper. But now I want it so much. I understand now it's not the paper. It's the partnership, Leoraine murmured, trying to find the right words. She reached for him, craving his closeness. Aden pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his head against her shoulder. She couldn't put it all into words, but she didn't have to. Aden understood exactly what she meant. I couldn't think of anything better than forever by your side, he said, pressing a light kiss to the bare skin of her shoulder. Leoraine, will you marry me? Yes, she said, grinning as she nodded and leaned her forehead against his. Even if it wasn't something wolves typically did, he would do it for her. To Leoraine, that said everything. He always went above and beyond, even in the smallest ways. She felt incredibly grateful and a little awed at her own luck. He was a good man, a good alpha. She had no doubt that if they ever had children, he would be an incredible father, too. She wasn't as certain about herself. Her blindness would be a challenge in ways she hadn't faced before. The thought scared her, honestly. But she knew that whatever came, Aden would be there to help her through it. Besides, they still had time to talk about things like that. She pushed the worries aside, not wanting to spoil the moment with overthinking. Instead, she pressed her lips to his, playfully catching his bottom lip between hers and nibbling gently. It was light and teasing, a way to show him exactly how much she loved him. Thank you, she whispered against his lips between kisses that grew deeper, more urgent, their hands wandering beneath clothing. I love you. I love you too, Aden murmured. Can I feel you? Leoraine hummed in approval as his mouth began to trail lower. Her heart raced as they came together in the familiar, perfect way they always did. As they lay together beside the peaceful lakeside, Leoraine felt completely at peace. Ring or not, she was grateful beyond words to have Aden. Chapter 28. She and Aden lazed together beside the lake, their limbs tangled in a comfortable mess, content to bask in their private peace a little longer. They talked a bit about the wedding, beginning the inevitable planning. They were almost opposites in their preferences. Leoraine wanted to get married right away and favored a spring ceremony, while Aden preferred to wait and ensure everything was perfect for his soul, suggesting a winter wedding instead. He wanted the day to be exactly what Leoraine desired, down to the smallest details. This mattered deeply to her, and he was determined to give her whatever she needed to make it feel right. Leoraine found it sweet how much he invested in her happiness, but she also knew she would be content even if they married in a run-down shack amid a rubbish heap. Aden laughed when she told him, but he understood completely. What mattered most was the who, not the when, what, or where. They stayed by the lake until early afternoon, but Aden soon grew hungry, and they decided to head back. The drive home was quiet and comfortable. Leoraine kept absently playing with her bare ring finger and the one Aden had curled around hers. He noticed the small gesture and made a mental note to get her a ring as soon as they returned to the pack. Leoraine couldn't wait to share the news with her friends. As soon as they arrived home from the lake, she called Crystalia and spilled the details of their romantic day, well, most of the important ones at least. The two women agreed to meet for lunch to discuss wedding ideas and plans in greater depth. Leoraine didn't want to make a huge fuss, considering she wouldn't be able to see much of it, but she didn't want to seem ungrateful either, so she let Crystalia whisk her off to a cozy little Mexican restaurant. They stayed for hours, sharing a light meal while Leoraine caught her friend up on everything she could think of. They discussed the ongoing development in Willesden Brook, Stefania's leadership of the project, and even Leoraine's growing desire to call her parents. She hadn't yet mentioned it to Aden, mostly because she kept putting it off herself. She had mostly lost touch with them after moving to the pack, and she wasn't looking forward to the scolding she knew she'd receive. I just know I have to call them, Leoraine sighed, pushing a forgotten mushroom around her plate. I don't want being with Aden and part of this world to end my relationship with my parents. But knowing how secretive everything has to be, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep both. I love my parents and I love Aden. I don't want to have to choose. So much had changed since she last spoke to them. She had met someone, moved in with him, and now gotten engaged all in a handful of months. She suspected they wouldn't be thrilled with the rapid pace of her life changes, especially without the full picture. She wanted to talk to Aden about telling her parents everything, but she doubted it would be possible. It would hurt to keep her parents at arm's length. Since they had retired to their home country of Greece, one comfort of living so far away had been sharing everything with them. Holding back even small details about her life with Aden felt disappointing. Luna, please don't worry so much, Crystalia said gently. I'm sure you're overthinking it. Alpha Aden would do anything for you, so would the pack. I'm certain we can find some way to let you keep your family close. She paused, reading Leoraine's expression. I can already guess what you're thinking. Don't stress. Aden knows you wouldn't want to get married without your parents there, and judging by how much he wants everything perfect, I doubt you have anything to worry about. Leoraine had indeed been distressed at the thought of her parents missing the wedding. Crystalia's words soothed her, leaving her far more confident about speaking to both Aden and her parents. After lunch, they took a leisurely walk before heading back to the pack house, though they had to cut it short when Leoraine began feeling queasy. She was starting to doubt her own explanation about her late period, especially when she had to stop on the path to be sick at the roadside. Crystalia insisted on taking her straight home to rest after having the pack healer check on her. Leoraine didn't want to cause a fuss, but she knew she felt off, and if Aden found out she had hidden being unwell, he would be upset. She had no intention of neglecting herself, so she agreed. Aden rushed to the small building the pack used as a hospital. Since werewolves healed most injuries naturally, the facility was modest compared to human hospitals. Mainly for severe cases that needed observation or for pregnant pack members. Rare cases involved long-term care or comas. Crystalia had alerted him the moment they arrived. He dropped everything to be there for his mate, needing to know she was all right. He had suspected for days that something was wrong. Despite her denials, Leoraine had seemed off lately. A small part of him felt relieved she was finally agreeing to see the healer he had urged her for days. When Aden arrived, just 10 minutes after Crystalia and Leoraine, she had already been seen. But treating humans wasn't the healer's specialty, and she was their Luna. To be cautious, they ordered additional tests. Leoraine was a mess while waiting. She had always hated hospitals. Though this one was nothing like the ones from her childhood, simply being in a medical setting spiked her anxiety. She was grateful that Crystalia had called Aden. He stayed by her side, holding her hand as they waited. She was sure she had bitten her lip raw, and her palms wouldn't stop trembling. Crystalia stayed too, offering quiet comfort. Leoraine appreciated having another woman nearby. It felt grounding. It touched her that Crystalia chose to remain even though she didn't have to. Less than 35 minutes later, the head healer, a middle-aged man named Canarius, called Aden and Leoraine into a consultation room. Leoraine was surprised at the speed. In a human hospital, waits could stretch for hours or days. She suspected her status, as Luna had prioritized her. She silently prayed it was nothing serious, maybe a cold or stomach bug. She didn't want to worry anyone further. Her mind raced with frightening possibilities, and she clung to Aden for reassurance. Aden guided his fiancée to a chair, having left her cane with Crystalia in the waiting area. Sensing her anxiety, he slipped his hand under her shirt to rub soothing circles on her bare back. She sighed softly, tension easing as she leaned into his touch. Once she seemed calmer, Aden turned to the healer expectantly. I take it you found something? Yes, Alpha, Canarius replied with a nod. Then, noticing Leoraine's pallor, he hurried to reassure her. Please, Luna, there's nothing to worry about. In fact, it's joyous news. Joyous? Confusion washed over Leoraine so strongly that Aden felt it through their bond. What do you mean? What is it? Luna, you're pregnant, Canarius announced with a wide smile. He knew what this meant for the pack and had no doubt the Alpha would be thrilled. Leoraine drew in a sharp breath. A rush of emotions hit her at once. She hadn't expected this at all. She had braced for a stomach bug, the flu, antibiotics, and rest, not a baby. It felt like ice water had been dumped over her. She went numb. When did you start noticing you felt unwell? Canarius asked, tapping at his keyboard. Leoraine felt dazed as she tried to recall, but the news had scattered her thoughts. She managed a mumbled reply. I felt sick this morning and the day before. I don't really know. I've been tired a lot. She sighed. I skipped my last period. It was due last week. Canarius hummed as he typed. Tiredness can be a sign of pregnancy, along with frequent urination, cravings, and, in some werewolf couples, even heightened senses. Aden recognized those signs immediately. Even if Leoraine couldn't place them, he now saw how they fit. A small smile tugged at his lips as pieces clicked into place. 3 weeks ago, you came into my office and said you scented Stefania. The scent was so faint a human shouldn't have picked it up, but you did. How did I miss this? A quiet laugh escaped him, excitement bubbling over. We're having a baby. I'm going to be a father. We'll estimate about 3 weeks along, Canarius continued, but a scan will give us a more accurate timeline. Leoraine barely heard him. Her mind was still reeling at the idea of another life growing inside her, a small human, or perhaps werewolf. She hadn't even noticed the tears slipping down her cheeks. Only then did Aden and Canarius truly register her quiet, almost unresponsive state. She hadn't spoken since Aden confirmed the blood test results. I'll give you both a few minutes, Canarius said quietly, slipping out and closing the door behind him. The silence felt heavy. Leoraine knew her reaction was unfair. Aden was clearly overjoyed, but she feared he might be upset with her hesitation. She didn't want to dampen his happiness. She wanted their life together, but faced with the reality, she wasn't sure she was ready. Talk to me, beautiful, Aden said softly, crouching in front of her and keeping a steady hand on her for comfort. Tell me what's going on in that pretty little head of yours. All at once, her emotions crashed over her. She was terrified. Teaching pack children or casually talking about kids was one thing. Actually, having a child? She couldn't picture herself as a mother. Leoraine choked through tears. Aden, how can I possibly be a good mother? Her blindness had always felt like a limitation she had learned to live with. It was simply her life. But raising a child while feeling held back? It seemed like she would be depriving her child of a better mother. There would be days her future child wanted to play, draw pictures, reach milestones, and she would never see any of it. She felt robbed again, the way she had when she first lost her sight. But it wasn't just her loss, it was her child's, and Aden's. My soul, you are incredible and you have nothing to worry about, Aden said gently. You have so much to give and nothing, not even your blindness, can take that away. I told you once that your blindness isn't a weakness, and I hope one day you'll see yourself the way I see you. He rested his forehead against hers, lips brushing lightly. I won't lie, it might not be easy. But we'll figure it out together. There's no way we could be worse than my parents. I can't do this without you, Leoraine whispered, pulling him close as though afraid he might disappear, leaving her alone with the responsibility. You don't have to, he murmured, kissing her again. I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me, beautiful. I thought asking you to marry me was proof enough. Leoraine gave a watery chuckle at his attempt to lighten the mood. She was still uncertain, but she knew he was right. There was no manual for raising children, but as long as they faced it together, they would find their way. With Aden beside her, she had enough confidence to believe that, even through the challenges, they would try their hardest. As cliché as it sounded, she wanted to trust that love could make anything possible. Now another worry tugged at her, yet another thing to tell her parents. She doubted they would be thrilled, but if Aden could convince her, everything would work out. Perhaps she could do the same with them. Or so she hoped. Chapter 29. A few days had passed, and Leoraine still hadn't called her parents. Each day, she would sit on Aden's lap in his office, phone in hand, but she could never bring herself to make the call. She felt ridiculous. It was just a phone call, something she had done countless times before, yet a deep sense of dread gripped her every time she considered dialing. Aden understood her fear and remained encouraging. He knew how important this was to her and didn't want her to regret putting it off. So this time, instead of simply waiting, he reached out and dialed the number she had given him days earlier. Leoraine heard the soft clicks of the buttons, her nerves spiking at the dial tone. She almost slammed the receiver down, but before she could, the line connected. "Hello." The soft, familiar voice of Leoraine's mother came through. Aden couldn't understand Greek, but he listened intently anyway. "Who's calling?" "Hi, Midora, it's Leoraine," she replied in fluent Greek. It was the first time Aden had heard her speak her native language, and he couldn't deny how attractive he found it. The rush of heat he felt was unmistakable, and the girl on his lap noticed immediately. "Leoraine." Her mother sounded stunned, then called out into the distance. "Christos, come quickly. Your daughter is on the phone." There was shuffling, followed by her father's enthusiastic shout. For a moment, Leoraine felt a pang of guilt for not wanting to call sooner, for not calling in weeks. Christos and Katiana Kodas were wonderful people. They had left Greece and settled in the small town of Willesden Brook after realizing their daughter needed better healthcare than what was available back home. They had never imagined leaving their island life, but they did it for her, leaving family, language, everything behind to give her the best chance possible. They had felt guilty about moving back to Greece once Leoraine was grown. They didn't want her to feel abandoned, but they missed their true home. They had invited her to join them, and she had spent a couple of months holidaying in Greece before returning to England. Willesden Brook had been her entire world, so to her, that was home. "Hello, Baba," Leoraine said with a smile as her father came on the line. Whether it was pregnancy hormones or simply the moment, tears pricked her eyes at the sound of his voice. She had always been especially close to him, and hearing him after so long felt magical. "I'm sorry for not calling sooner. I've missed you both so much." Your mother was worried. "I told her you're a grown woman and you're fine. It's so nice to hear your voice again, Booba." Her father laughed, and the old, cringy nickname from her toddler days only made Leoraine smile wider. "Some things you don't realize mean the world until they're absent." "Actually, Mama, Papa," Leoraine switched to English so Aden could follow. She took a deep breath, nerves twisting inside her. "I have some news, a lot of really big news." "Are you all right, dear?" her mother asked, instantly alarmed. Katiana had always been a worrier, well-meaning, but quick to fret over small things. Her husband often teased that it was her motherly instincts in overdrive. "Has something happened?" "Yes, but it's not bad, quite the opposite, actually." Leoraine tried to sound cheerful. Aden could feel her anxiety and kept her grounded with gentle strokes along her thigh and arm. If they weren't on the phone with her future in-laws, he would have kissed her right then. He was so proud of how well she was handling this. There were murmurs of surprise, confusion, and curiosity from the other end as her parents speculated. "I met this amazing man, Mama. His name is Aden, and he asked me to marry him, and I said yes." Leoraine smiled, though it faltered when she heard the sudden commotion. Both parents spoke over each other in a flurry. "You've never mentioned a man before. How long have you known him?" her mother pressed. "Are you pregnant?" "Is that why?" her father added, his tone carrying a hint of accusation. "Papa," Leoraine exclaimed, her nerves spiking further at the thought of revealing the pregnancy now. She decided to wait until they warmed to Aden before mentioning the baby. "It doesn't matter how long I've known him. I know this is the man I want to marry." Her parents weren't entirely convinced about the wedding or Aden, but they could hear the certainty in her voice. Leoraine insisted that once they met him, they would see he was truly her soulmate, to which her father remained deeply skeptical. Aden took the phone, assuring Katiana and Christos that he had only the best intentions toward Leoraine and loved her deeply. He promised to arrange and cover all their travel expenses whenever they decided to visit. Her parents were surprised to learn she no longer lived in Willesden Brook and decided they would take the first available flight to see the couple. Aden insisted on paying for everything. And so it was settled. The Kodas would arrive at the pack in the next few days. Both Aden and Leoraine felt nervous, but they drew comfort from each other. They were soulmates. They belonged together. Everything else would fall into place. After lunch, Aden disappeared for a few hours, leaving Leoraine to rest. She had fallen asleep on the small chaise in their bedroom. It wasn't particularly comfortable, but pregnancy had left her easily exhausted. She worried that if she felt this tired now, she might be practically bedridden by her final trimester. Aden returned to find his mate snoring softly. One arm dangled off the edge of the chaise, while the other rested unconsciously over her stomach. She hadn't begun to show yet, but there was a subtle tenderness there, a quiet sign of the tiny life growing inside her. He found it utterly adorable, the way her brows furrowed slightly, her lips parted, her hair spilling messily across the pillow. He could have spent forever just watching her. The faint scar on her eyebrow, the small cleft in her chin, every detail he wanted etched into his memory. He would have lingered longer, but he was eager to share the gift he had been holding on to. He knelt beside the chaise, palming the small velvet box nervously. His fingers traced gently along her cheek, up to her hairline, brushing through her soft, mousy brown hair. Leoraine groaned quietly, shifting before slowly waking. The soft tingles from his touch on her scalp were soothing and might have lulled her back to sleep if not for his voice. "Wake up, my soul. You're going to hurt your neck sleeping here." He kissed her forehead lightly, helping her sit up before settling beside her legs on the chaise. The light cushion dipped under his weight. "I got something for you." "Aden, you don't have to," she began, but he cut her off gently. "Trust me, you deserve this, beautiful." He kissed the back of her hand. Sparks flared across her skin, her heart skipping at the sweet, romantic gesture. Then she felt him place something small in her lap. "Besides, I believe it's customary to receive a ring when you get engaged." Leoraine let out a small gasp, her fingers brushing over the soft velvet box. She shouldn't have been surprised. Aden was right, a ring was normal, but in all honesty, she had completely forgotten. She opened it carefully, reaching inside to touch the twisted platinum band. It interlocked with itself, almost like a knot. Her finger found a smooth, set jewel at the center. "It's a love knot," Aden explained, excitement threading through his voice. "And the jewel is an aquamarine diamond, your birthstone." Leoraine grew more enchanted as he spoke. She was deeply touched that Aden had gone above and beyond yet again. She suspected he had chosen the knot for its texture rather than appearance. He had grown accustomed to the fact that she saw, through touch, except in dreams, so accessibility had become second nature to him. It had taken a lot of searching, but it was worth every moment, especially seeing the wide, heartwarming smile she gave him now. "God, I love you," Leoraine said through her grin, cheeks aching from how broadly she smiled. The urge to pull him close and kiss him overwhelmed her, and that's exactly what she did. Their lips met in a clumsy, joyful collision of teeth and tongues, her love pouring into the kiss and through their bond. Aden hummed against her mouth. "I am so lucky to have your love, beautiful." They parted just enough for him to slide the ring onto her finger. The unfamiliar weight felt strange at first, but she already knew she would never take it off. "I'll show you how lucky you are," Leoraine teased, nipping lightly at his neck and earlobe. Her hand drifted up his thigh in silent promise. Aden shivered under her touch. She still marveled that she could affect this wonderful man so deeply. It was undeniable proof they were soulmates. She felt incredibly fortunate to have found what most people searched a lifetime for. "Oh yeah," Aden smirked, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her lightly onto the bed. She bounced on the springy mattress, giggling. She loved when he was playful and cheeky. It was both endearing and incredibly arousing. They rolled together until Aden had her pinned beneath him, his mouth teasing hers in playful retaliation. Leoraine groaned, nails dragging lightly down his back as he continued his gentle torment. There was an unspoken promise between them of a long, intense night ahead. Neither would be leaving their bed when the sun rose. The room filled with the sounds of their love, a symphony of bodies, breathless moans, and soft sighs. Leoraine made good on her teasing and more, and Aden was more than happy to return the favor tenfold. Chapter 30. 3 days later, Leoraine's parents arrived. They had flown into Heathrow on an early flight and agreed to be picked up by Aden and Leoraine. Aden had initially opposed Leoraine's trip, concerned about her pregnancy and constant fatigue. But when she pointed out that he would otherwise be alone in a car with her parents for nearly 3 hours, he quickly relented. Leoraine was excited to see her parents again, and a small part of her was eager for them to meet Aden. She wanted to believe they would like him. He was charming, respectful, and she loved him deeply. She couldn't imagine any reason they wouldn't approve. She knew Aden was her soulmate and that she would spend the rest of her life with him, but she still craved her parents' blessing. She was restless for most of the drive to the airport. Aden noticed and convinced her to nap. They had left the house by 7 a.m. to arrive around the same time as Katiana and Christos's flight. Leoraine hadn't been in the best mood that morning after being woken so early. Aden had seen her grumble about him not letting her sleep the night before and about booking her parents such an early flight. None of it fazed him. He knew she didn't mean it maliciously. In fact, she had spent half an hour apologizing before showing him exactly how sorry she was. Leoraine rocked back and forth on her toes. Her parents' flight had been slightly delayed and was due to land in 10 minutes. With each passing moment, her nerves and excitement grew. It had been almost 4 years since she had seen them in person. Phone calls weren't the same. Part of her worried they would notice she was different, namely pregnant, before she could explain everything herself. She didn't want them to think she had lied or hidden anything, but she also didn't want them to panic or assume she was only marrying Aden because of the baby. Her parents were traditional and deeply religious. They believed premarital intimacy was a serious sin. Leoraine didn't want to disappoint them, but she couldn't think of a way to explain her relationship with Aden that they would fully understand and accept. "Please don't fret, my soul. Everything will be fine," Aden murmured into her hair, pulling her close. He kissed her forehead, lips lingering with a small smile as he felt her physically relax against him. "Yeah." "You're right," she said, trying to convince herself, though the worry lingered. Less than 3 minutes later, Leoraine heard the familiar tone of her mother's voice as they exited the airport. Katiana was complaining to Christos that she hadn't packed enough clothing for the trip. "They're here," Leoraine whispered excitedly to Aden. She turned toward the sound of their voices and called out with an energetic wave. "Mama, Papa, over here." Aden hadn't been particularly nervous about meeting Leoraine's parents. She was his soulmate, made to fit perfectly into his life. Surely her parents would too. His reasoning had been optimistic, and he had acted nonchalant about the whole thing, perhaps to hide how much he truly wanted their approval. At first glance, he wasn't surprised by the human couple. Katiana bore the strongest resemblance to Leoraine, the same mousy brown, wavy hair, a slender nose, and a face shape. Leoraine was similar in height to her mother, both around average, though Katiana stood a couple of inches taller at about 5 feet 7 inches. Katiana's most striking feature was her bright green eyes, framed by dark lashes, vibrant, like dewy grass on a spring morning. Aden wondered briefly if Leoraine might have had the same green eyes if she had been able to see. Christos Kotas was mildly intimidating. If Aden weren't part wolf, he might have felt uneasy. Christos was fairly short but stocky, with a stoic, almost militant presence. A prominent vein stood out on his forehead, extending across his bald head. His firm scowl deepened as he took in Aden's form, and the protective arm wrapped around his daughter. Aden swallowed lightly before offering a polite smile. These people would soon be family. Leoraine's mother enveloped her in a warm, tight hug, as though trying to make up for years of absence. She pulled back to study her daughter, then kissed both cheeks. "Oh, Booba, I missed you so much." "I missed you too, Ma," Leoraine said with a blush, returning the hug. She was passed to her father, the familiar scent of his aftershave wrapping around her as she hugged him tightly. "Hello, Papa." "My little girl," Christos said, holding her close. He couldn't help noticing how different she seemed, brighter, filled with joy and life. Admittedly, Christos had wanted to dislike Aden. He didn't want to imagine his little girl happy with another man. But she had grown up, living her own life, and she seemed genuinely content. That didn't mean he wouldn't give his future son-in-law a hard time. Leoraine pulled back with a smile. Neither parent missed how her hand immediately sought Aden's. He reciprocated instantly, fingers curling around hers protectively as his thumb traced lazy circles over her knuckles. "Mama, Papa. This is Aden," she announced proudly. A small thrill ran through her. She was showing off her mate, glad to be his and proud to tell others he was hers. Her father's expression dimmed that joy. "Are you sure he's the one you want to marry?" Leoraine deflated, and she felt Aden's quiet dejection through their bond. She gave his hand a reassuring squeeze and spoke to him silently. "Don't worry about Papa. He'll come around. I want them to like me beautiful." He didn't want to sound whiny, but this mattered to him too. "I know, my soul. Just keep being yourself and they'll fall in love with you the way I did." Aden loved how easily she could comfort him. If her parents hadn't been standing there, he would have pulled her into a deep, earth-shattering kiss that would likely have ended with far less clothing. He forced the thought away, especially since Leoraine was already blushing from the stray images that had slipped through their bond. Aden cleared his throat, focusing on anything but the faint scent of arousal clinging to her skin. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," Aden said politely, kissing the back of Katiana's hand before offering his to Christos with a steady gaze. Christos stared at the hand as though it might be contagious. Only after a sharp elbow from his wife did he grudgingly shake it. Christos had a feeling Katiana would give him an earful later. Though most of their arguments ended in passionate reconciliation, so he didn't entirely mind. The car ride back was slightly awkward, even for Leoraine. She tried filling the silence with chatter and updates, but the tension was palpable. Christos seemed to glare at their entwined hands between the front seats. He didn't understand why they had to be touching constantly. They had only separated long enough for Aden to load the suitcases and help Leoraine into her seat. He treated her as though she were fragile, and for some reason, Christos found it irritating. Neither Leoraine nor her mother fully understood his behavior. Katiana chalked it up to difficulty accepting that their little girl was no longer little. She felt the same pang deep down. But Leoraine lacked that parental perspective. She was genuinely saddened that her father might not like her fiancé. She could see no reason why he wouldn't. With pregnancy hormones running high, she had to fight back tears. She didn't want her parents to notice yet, and making a scene wasn't her style. She would wait it out for now. If her father continued to be difficult, she would prove to him that Aden was worthy of her and that he wasn't going anywhere. Once back at the pack, Beta Samol showed the Kotas to their living quarters, a small bungalow near the pack house that Aden had arranged. Samol also offered to give them a brief tour of the gated community, allowing Aden and Leoraine to slip away. The couple had their first ultrasound since learning about the pregnancy. Leoraine was incredibly nervous. She had visited the bathroom nearly 6 times before the appointment. She had no idea what to expect. Not only was she pregnant, but the father was a mythical being. They spoke briefly with Dr. Canarius, who explained they would be seeing a specialist better suited to their situation. Leoraine was confused at first, but Aden explained patiently. Even after months, there were still things she was learning. She was grateful he always took the time to make sure she understood and felt comfortable, one of the countless reasons she loved him. He told her that few wolves studied human care because it was rarely needed. However, some dedicated their lives to mastering both wolf and human medicine. These specialists didn't belong to any single pack. They were like wandering healers, helping wherever they were called. It was a solitary vocation, often described as tortured souls atoning for past lives, which was why many never found mates. Leoraine found it both sad and admirable to be so devoted to one's work. The human world had plenty of people just the same. She was pulled from her thoughts when Aden gently guided her forward. Light footsteps approached. "Hello, Alpha Aden, Luna Leoraine. It's an honor to meet you both." The voice was warm and cheery, belonging to a middle-aged woman, likely close in age to Leoraine's mother. "My name is Eleonora, and I'll be helping you through your pregnancy." They followed her to a consultation room that smelled strongly of disinfectant. A large scanner stood beside a blue leather examination chair. Aden led Leoraine over and helped her sit, but she refused to release his hand, so he stayed close. Even if she had let go, he wouldn't have moved. "First, we'll do a scan, then we'll talk about what to expect, okay?" Eleonora spoke kindly and patiently. She had been doing this long enough to read couples easily. It was clear they were first-time parents, and both were extremely nervous. Leoraine, in particular, seemed far less enthusiastic than her mate, likely because of her lack of vision. Aden might have been too excited to notice, but Eleonora was right. A small pit of dread formed in Leoraine's stomach as it hit her. She would miss seeing this crucial part of motherhood because of her blindness. If she couldn't experience this moment visually, what would actual motherhood be like? But this wasn't something she could back out of. It was happening. She was overjoyed at the thought of having a child, especially with Aden. But she was also terrified, and this made it all feel painfully real. "I'll need you to lift your shirt, and you might want to pull the top of your trousers down just a bit." Leoraine complied. She heard Eleonora moving around, gathering supplies. "Okay, you're going to feel a little cold ickiness," Eleonora warned. Leoraine laughed softly as the gel touched her skin. She sucked in a breath. It was indeed cold and sticky. Then came the probe. She heard a loud gushing sound, like water sloshing, and felt gentle pressure as Eleonora moved it across her abdomen. But she saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. Aden drew in a sharp breath beside her. Leoraine focused entirely on him. His hand squeezed hers gently, and he bent to whisper in her ear. "She's so tiny, like a little peanut." He let out a breathy chuckle and kissed her hair lovingly. Leoraine tried not to cry. She wasn't sure whether the tears came from her own anguish, Aden's happiness, or simply her hormones. "Don't worry too much about not seeing the ultrasound, Luna," Eleonora said gently. "I've arranged something special so you can be very much a part of your baby's growth." Leoraine gave a mute nod, not entirely convinced, but not wanting to seem ungrateful. She appreciated Eleonora's effort to include her, but she didn't want to get her hopes up. She would figure it out, just as she always had. "Now let's talk about what lies ahead," Eleonora said, her tone growing more serious. Aden helped Leoraine wipe away the gel while they listened. "Your baby will be a werewolf. In nearly 100% of cases, the gene is dominant. That means your pregnancy will be quite different from a typical human one." Leoraine had suspected as much. Perhaps she had worn herself out with worry earlier, or perhaps she had braced for something like this, but she remained surprisingly calm. She just hoped she wouldn't have to give birth to a wolf pup. She had no idea how she would handle that. "From my research, human wolf pregnancies progress much faster. I can't be exact, but I'd estimate you'll be due in perhaps 5 or 6 months." Leoraine tried not to react outwardly, but the timeline shocked her. She had thought she would have more time to process her feelings and prepare. "Only 6 months," she whispered, eyes wide. Aden immediately pulled her closer for comfort. "Yes, 6 might even be pushing it slightly since you're already about 1 month along," Eleonora said with a small grimace, seeing the fear on Leoraine's face. "I wouldn't worry, Luna. We'll monitor your progress closely and provide more accurate details as we go. And I'm right here, beautiful. We're going to get through it together," Aden reassured her with a kiss. Admittedly, Aden was frightened too. The responsibility of nurturing another life was immense. But he knew he had to be strong for both of them right now. He wasn't the only one who was scared. Knowing he would share the experience with the woman he loved gave him strength. Eleonora continued with a full rundown: diet, exercise, rest guidelines. The list made Leoraine's head spin. She placed particular emphasis on minimizing stress, noting that Leoraine might be at risk for antenatal or potentially postnatal depression. Aden reassured both women that he would keep a close eye on Leoraine and shield her from unnecessary stress. He promised her that if it ever happened, she would not face it alone. After the appointment, Leoraine felt exhausted. She was still processing the flood of information and was grateful Eleonora had given them her number with a promise to answer any time, day or night. Aden was tired too. The appointment had been more emotionally draining than expected. Sensing Leoraine's desire to simply rest, he scooped her up easily, ready to spend time just being with her. Nothing sounded better than the three of them curled up together, taking a long, much-needed nap. Chapter 31. A slight awkwardness lingered in the air as Aden and Leoraine sat down to dinner the following evening. The previous night's meal had been tense after the strained car ride and the couple's mysterious absence during the day. Christos had continued his sharp behavior toward Aden, much to everyone's discomfort. Leoraine had bitten her lip to avoid seeming disrespectful, but she wasn't sure how much longer she could tolerate his cutting, unnecessary remarks. It was astonishing how he managed to find fault with almost everything about Aden, even the positive qualities somehow twisted into accusatory barbs. The biggest shock came when her parents learned the couple had been together for barely 4 months. Both were stunned that the relationship had progressed so quickly. Katiana had been speechless, unsure how to respond, while Christos had erupted, accusing Aden of everything from casting a spell on his daughter to kidnapping or pressuring her. Leoraine had been furious and ready to defend him, respect be damned, but Aden had gently calmed her, handling the situation with calm diplomacy. His respectful manner eventually prompted Katiana to scold her husband for his behavior in front of the younger couple, after which she apologized profusely to Leoraine and Aden. To her parents, the speed of the relationship must have seemed reckless. Leoraine understood that, from a human perspective, it seemed improbable, but she had the added certainty of their soulmate bond, something she couldn't explain without revealing the supernatural truth. Even if she could, they likely wouldn't believe or understand. All she could do was convince them that Aden was perfect for her and committed to life. She had tried her best to reassure them that she hadn't been forced, coerced, or manipulated. She convinced her mother that being with Aden had been entirely her choice, and that proposing marriage had even been her idea. Christos, however, remained skeptical. After being called out, Christos became less openly hostile, though he still carried an air of disapproval. Deep down, he knew his behavior had crossed a line. He had hoped that pointing out Aden's supposed flaws would make Leoraine hesitate. After spending time with Aden, he grudgingly admitted the man seemed decent. But he still couldn't accept his little girl rushing into something so serious after only a few months. He was probably going about it the wrong way, but his intentions were rooted in love. He wanted to protect her from eventual hurt. In his view, marriage required sacrifice, compromise, and far more than just love. He wasn't convinced Leoraine and Aden were ready for that level of commitment, no matter how strongly they claimed to love each other. "I hope you don't expect us to pay for the wedding," Christos said, raising a brow. "Actually, I'll be covering all the expenses, sir," Aden replied politely. "Money isn't an issue. I just want your daughter to be happy." His hand found Leoraine's under the table, giving it a gentle, reassuring squeeze. Her lips curved into a small smile at how perfectly her hand fit in his. "And what do your parents think about this? Getting married so quickly?" Christos pressed. "My parents are deceased, sir," Aden answered quietly, a lump forming in his throat. No matter how complicated their relationship had been, a part of him still loved and missed them. A quiet ache settled in knowing they wouldn't witness him marry the woman he loved. Though they married quickly too. They only waited 3 weeks before they married. He caught his near slip just in time, covering smoothly. Keeping the pack's secret had been surprisingly manageable so far, and knowing his restraint eased things for Leoraine and her parents made it worthwhile. The table fell silent again. Aden inwardly cursed himself. He shouldn't have mentioned it, especially when he had only just begun to make a positive impression. "Now listen here," Christos began in a low, threatening tone. Leoraine had no interest in hearing the rest. She had reached her limit. "Dad, what's the deal?" She burst out, the hurt she had bottled up for the past day finally spilling over. You've been acting horribly, and I didn't want to say anything, but it hurts me that you don't like Aden. I love him, Daddy. I'm going to marry him. We're going to have a family, and nothing you do will change that. Aden brought you here so you could be part of it, because it would make me happy, and you've done nothing but treat him terribly. It's killing me. By the end, she was sobbing. She silently cursed her pregnancy hormones, but the tears came from more than that. The perfect image she had built of her parents accepting Aden and their future grandchild with open arms was crumbling faster than she had expected. Booba, please don't cry. Christos jumped up and hurried to her side. Aden, already beside her, stepped back to give father and daughter space. Leoraine, honey, I didn't mean to be such an asshole. Katiana supplied dryly from her seat. Christos shot his wife a look but didn't argue. When Leoraine nodded in agreement, his face fell as the realization hit him. Yes, I didn't mean to be an asshole, he said softly. It's just, you're my little girl. He smoothed her hair gently as her sobs quieted to hiccups. For a moment, he was transported back to a simpler time, Leoraine running in the yard, falling, scraping her knee, crying just like this. He had sat with her then, too, calming her and tending her wound. I want you to have the best, to be safe, and most importantly to be happy, he said with quiet sincerity. I can't believe you're not my little girl anymore. I don't want to give you away to someone else. This is hard for me too. But Papa, I have all those things and more with Aden. He's everything to me. Leoraine took her father's hands in hers, squeezing gently. But that doesn't mean I'll stop being your little girl. You aren't giving me away. You're opening your hearts to make room for more family. Christos smiled, eyes glistening as he pressed a kiss to her forehead. He pulled her into a hug, then looked directly at Aden, his future son-in-law. You take care of my little girl. With every breath, Aden replied firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Leoraine's parents exchanged a glance. The tension in the room eased noticeably. For the first time, things felt as though they might truly settle. The next morning, Leoraine and her mother sat at the kitchen table while Aden and Christos prepared breakfast, trying to bond. Leoraine felt uneasy, whether from morning sickness or the growing urge to tell her parents about the pregnancy, she wasn't sure. She was a whirlwind of emotions, relieved that things seemed calmer between her parents and Aden, yet terrified that the news of the baby might shatter the fragile peace. She also felt guilty for not telling them outright. She had dropped vague hints, but neither had picked up on them. Aden pressed a soft kiss to her forehead as he set down a plate of steaming pancakes, as if silently telling her not to worry. The sweet, citrusy scent of lemon and sugar made her stomach settle slightly. She hadn't eaten yet that morning and was starving. Ignoring the faint nausea, she took a bite of the fluffy pancake. After a few bites, she felt better and began to enjoy the casual morning chatter. She sipped her hot chocolate, quietly mourning the loss of coffee. She had grown used to the taste, and going without still felt strange. So have you started any of the planning yet? Katiana asked, scooping up some eggs. Not yet, Aden said with a small shake of his head. There's no rush. We have all the time in the world. Aden and Leoraine had disagreed about the wedding date. He wanted to wait, plan everything perfectly, and marry whenever they felt ready. Leoraine, however, wanted it soon, while her parents were here, and ideally before the baby arrived. It's going to be soon though, she added, making Aden laugh softly and shake his head. He knew he couldn't deny her if that was what she truly wanted. The wedding was mostly for her, and he would do whatever made her happy. Aden's right, Booba. There's no need to rush, her father said gently. I was thinking we could get married in the chapel in Willesden Brook, Leoraine said, turning toward Aden with her chin resting on her palm. She wanted a small ceremony, but she also wanted a traditional Catholic one. Willesden Brook rarely saw events like a wedding. It would be a big deal for the town gossip. That didn't bother her much. She hardly visited anymore. But holding it in her old home would let her invite her old friend Fredius. The pack custom was for the entire pack to witness their Alpha and Luna's union, but Aden had decided to forego that tradition for the human ceremony. Instead, He would hold a separate, private mating ceremony for the pack. For the wedding, he would invite only his closest friends and a few other alphas. "Oh honey, just leave that to us," Katiana insisted. Having lived in Willesden Brook for years, they were deeply woven into the community, especially at church. Both were well known and loved by the priest and the parish. "Reverend Paul will be delighted." Leoraine smiled, warmth spreading through her. She loved that they were all working together like this. Soon she would marry Adden, and they would have a family. Nothing sounded better. Nothing could ruin her good mood. Chapter 32. Dress shopping proved far more difficult than Leoraine had initially hoped, and it was beginning to threaten her good mood. After breakfast, her mother had taken her by the arm and insisted they visit every bridal shop in the area to try on dresses. Of course, Leoraine had called Crystalia to join them, and she, much like Katiana, was practically bouncing with excitement at the prospect. Leoraine was excited too, just not in quite the same way. Trying on dresses felt like one tangible step closer to marrying Adden. She had assumed that since she was blind, choosing a dress would be straightforward. She didn't particularly care what she looked like, only that she was properly clothed on her wedding day. Her mother had envisioned something more traditional and princess-like, selecting several ball gown styles. After the second one, Leoraine knew they weren't right. Crystalia suggested more modern yet still conservative options, offering a variety of silhouettes. One of the shop assistants would provide vivid descriptions of each dress, the design, fabric, style, every detail, so Leoraine could picture it in her mind. She would run her hands over the material, feeling the texture against her skin to decide whether she liked it. The dresses were undoubtedly beautiful, but none felt right on her. No matter how many she tried, both her mother and Crystalia had opinions. Apparently, looks mattered a great deal, even if she couldn't see them. It wasn't just their comments that frustrated her, it was that she herself didn't feel comfortable or at home in any of the gowns. She felt lost among lifeless layers of fabric, none of them felt like they belonged to her. She quickly abandoned any hope of finding something among the cream and ivory lace, ruching, and frills that filled the bridal shops. They moved from elaborate ball gowns to simpler designs, but nothing satisfied any of them. Leoraine was disappointed. She hadn't necessarily expected to find the perfect dress immediately, but she hadn't anticipated it being this difficult. She tried to hide her frustration, but both her mother and Crystalia could read it clearly on her face. The group decided to pause for lunch, planning to continue later, but after eating, Leoraine felt an uneasy mix of quiet nausea and exhaustion. She no longer wanted to keep going. Crystalia also needed to leave. She and Maximus had plans to spend time together, which Leoraine understood as their private way of saying they were finally trying for a baby. Maximus had agreed to be a stay-at-home dad, though they hadn't told anyone yet, preferring to wait and see. As soon as Leoraine returned home, she found Adden in his office, curled up on his lap, and promptly fell asleep in the safety of his arms. Adden sensed her low mood and knew the dress shopping had not gone well. He wanted to say something, anything, to cheer her up, but he could tell she simply needed rest. About 20 minutes later, he gently shook her awake. She was groggy and not particularly pleased to be disturbed, until she heard what he had to say. Samul had brought in a small package addressed to Luna Leoraine, sent by Dr. Eleonora Foster. Leoraine wondered if this was the surprise the doctor had mentioned during their last appointment. Inside the box was a handwritten note for the couple, a small card with raised braille lettering, and another small object. Leoraine ran her fingers over the braille card, her heart lifting at the simple message, "Baby Wayne at 4 weeks." The card slipped from her fingers. She reached back into the box and lifted out the small cast, pulling it onto her lap to feel its grooves and edges. Adden's eyes scanned the note before widening. A grin spread across his face as he read aloud. "Dear Alpha and Luna Wayne, it is my job to help you both through this pregnancy in every way I can. Seeing your baby at an ultrasound is a huge part of experiencing your baby's growth, and it is something every mother should be able to experience. I've arranged with a close friend in Europe for one of these to be sent to you after each of your appointments with me. This is a 3D printed version of the sonogram I took at our appointment, and with this amazing technology, Luna Leoraine will not have to feel as though she is missing out on this incredible journey. Dr. Eleonora. Leoraine traced the small, pea-sized bump that represented the life growing inside her. Her heart felt ready to burst. The joy was so overwhelming it spilled out uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "That's our baby." She cried happily, wrapping her arms around Aden's neck and pulling him into a kiss. "It's so tiny." She was in complete awe. Any lingering fear she had felt earlier was momentarily forgotten as she marveled at the tiny form in her hands. She was deeply grateful for Eleonora's thoughtfulness and dedication, going so far above and beyond for them, for her. It was comforting to know there were people, neither close friends nor family, who were kind enough to perform such heartfelt, thoughtful acts. Small, mindful gestures that brought genuine joy. It touched her deeply and only made her happier with the life she had found. Aden and Leoraine spent the next few days discussing wedding details. With almost everything planned to be simple yet charming, they estimated they could marry in another month or so. Leoraine still hadn't chosen a dress, but her mother assured her not to worry. She had an ace up her sleeve she had been wanting to share for quite some time. The only delay had been retrieving the dress she had in mind. Leoraine sat on the edge of her mother's bed, knee bouncing nervously as Katiana rummaged through the cupboard. Moments later, she returned carrying a box tied with a silky ribbon in a pretty bow. She placed it gently in her daughter's lap, resting a comforting hand on her thigh. Leoraine traced the box, then the ribbon, feeling its smooth elegance. Her heart pounded with a mix of adrenaline and anticipation. "Go on, open it," her mother urged gently, a note of excitement in her voice. In truth, Katiana had wanted to share this moment with her daughter for years, but hadn't wanted to pressure her. She couldn't deny a small thrill when Leoraine hadn't found anything at the boutiques. It wasn't malicious, just an opportunity to see her wish come true. Leoraine let the ribbon fall away, lifted the lid, and let her fingers explore the contents. A pool of satin and lace brushed against her skin. "Is this?" Leoraine gasped. A short, quiet breath caught in her throat as emotion clouded it. "It's my wedding dress," Katiana said hesitantly. "And, well, I thought you might want to wear it." "Oh, Mama." Leoraine gasped, happy tears slipping free as she lifted the dress fully from the box. She had faint visual memories of the gown from old photographs on the shelf. She remembered thinking her mother looked like a princess in it, marveling at how long her father's hair once was, and most importantly, how radiantly happy they both looked, like a fairy tale ending. From what she recalled, the dress was somewhat A-line with embroidered details on the bodice that flowed into a sheer lace collar and long sleeves. As a child, she had loved it, though now she thought the style might feel dated. Still, she was deeply honored that her mother wanted her to wear it. Katiana helped her into the gown, lacing the corset bodice and smoothing the fabric. The older woman was holding back tears as she beheld her daughter. Leoraine instantly felt comfortable, a nervous thrill tingling across her skin. Tears welled again as she listened to her mother's rambling praise. How beautiful she looked, how they could alter and update the dress, how proud she was. Leoraine's fingers traced the beautiful beaded applique patterns on the bodice, feeling each curve and groove. Her heart raced faster the more her mother spoke, excitement building as she could almost envision the dress and the small changes her mother suggested. Altogether, it was more than perfect. She was grateful for this moment with her mother, for the closeness it allowed. It was a great comfort to know that although she couldn't see her mother at the wedding the way others would, she would carry a part of her, holding her hand, guiding her through. "Thank you, Mama," Leoraine said through tears and the lump in her throat. Her emotions had taken over completely, and she couldn't stop them. "I love it so much. It's perfect, and I would be honored to wear your dress. I love you." "I love you too, Leoraine." More than anything, Katiana pulled her into a warm, loving embrace. "And I'm so proud of the woman you've become." Chapter 33. A short 2 months was all it took for everything to be sorted. The time seemed to fly by amid the whirlwind of arrangements, and there were several occasions when Leoraine second-guessed her desire to marry quickly instead of planning things out as Aden had originally suggested. The plan was to hold the ceremony in the small chapel in Willesden Brook, followed by a reception in the green clearing behind the pack house. That way, all of Leoraine's human connections, like Fredius, could attend the wedding itself, while the wolves would feel at home in the woods. It was a compromise both sides willingly accepted. Her parents had initially argued against holding a reception in the middle of the woods, uncertain about safety and practicality. But once Aden assured them of everyone's well-being, especially Leoraine's and theirs, they relented. After all, it was Aden and Leoraine's wedding, and neither of them seemed at all bothered by the location. The preparations felt grueling and endless, though in reality they passed swiftly. The dress had been altered 6 times before it was deemed ready, mostly to accommodate Leoraine's now visible bump and the slight changes to her figure. For once, she was grateful she couldn't see her reflection and wonder whether she looked awful. Aden had promised her time and again that she was as beautiful as, if not more beautiful than, the day he met her, and he knew exactly how to prove he meant every word. While she wasn't significantly larger, she was no longer her former demure size. Her father attributed the changes to wedding stress. Katiana knew better. Though quietly pleased by the realization, she chose not to speak of it, waiting for the couple to share the news themselves. Amid dancing practice, menu tastings, napkin selections, and cake consultations, Aden and Leoraine had also planned how to reveal the pregnancy to family and friends. Leoraine hoped her parents would share her excitement, but just in case, she decided somewhat sneakily to save the announcement until after the I-dos. Her father's precursor speech at the rehearsal dinner had confirmed they'd made the right choice. Even after giving his permission for the marriage, he hadn't let up on his teasing. After a very forced joke about only marrying his daughter because she'd gotten knocked up, the room had fallen uncomfortably silent. Except for Christos, who remained oblivious to the tension. "Booba, you need to stop moving." "I don't want to nick you with a hairpin," her mother said, voice slightly muffled around the pins held between her lips. Leoraine fidgeted in her chair as Katiana pinned her hair into a beautiful waterfall braid that cascaded down her back, suiting her natural waves perfectly. Her, thankfully now dry. Nails pressed into her palms as she clenched her fists, hoping the small pain might somehow wake her from what felt like a dream. But she didn't wake. This was real. Suddenly, a flood of silly worries rushed in. What if the dress no longer fit? What if she tripped down the aisle? What if a fight broke out among the wolves and they shifted in front of her parents? Each concern was gently soothed by Aden, who kept a close telepathic watch to ensure she didn't stress herself too much. He had been extraordinarily attentive throughout the pregnancy, attending every scan, rescheduling work when necessary, and making sure he was present whenever Eleonora sent a 3D printed ultrasound. Leoraine grew emotional without fail each time, hardly believing how fortunate she was to have so much good in her life. "I'm sorry, Mama. I'm just excited," Leoraine said with a small giggle. And it was true, she was far more excited than nervous. She knew that while all these details mattered, they paled beside what she and Aden truly shared. At the end of the day, whether married or not, they were meant for each other. They had been since the moment Aden found her in that coffee shop. Cristalia chuckled softly as she finished Leoraine's makeup. Leoraine had initially wanted a bare face. She couldn't see it anyway and didn't want to feel caked in product. But Cristalia had convinced her that a light touch would complete the look. Not that it truly mattered, beauty was in the eye of the beholder, and the one who beheld Leoraine could never see her as anything less than beautiful. Cristalia applied only a light eyeshadow, mascara, and a hint of blush, leaving Leoraine's lips in their natural soft pink at her request. She then helped Leoraine into the white kitten heels Aden had chosen and delivered that morning, following the tradition from her mother's country. At last, Katiana helped her into the dress. They had kept the A-line skirt, laced bodice, and corset back of the original gown, but removed the high lace neckline, replacing it with long, flowing cape sleeves that reached nearly to the hem. It was absolutely beautiful, and it felt perfect. Even without seeing herself, Leoraine felt beautiful and worthy of giving herself to Aden. Katiana was overjoyed, struggling to hold back tears as she beheld her daughter. For a moment, she felt a pang of wistfulness, wondering where the time had gone. When had her little girl become this poised, radiant woman? No longer the reserved child she had watched grow up, but so much more. It moved her deeply. "Oh, Booba, you look amazing." Her mother rested her forehead against Leoraine's, a few stray tears slipping free. "I'm so happy for you." "Thank you, Mama," Leoraine said brightly, ignoring the sting of her own unshed tears. The last thing she wanted was to ruin her makeup. "She's right, Leoraine. Aden is going to have the shock of his life." Crystalia chuckled. She still occasionally slipped and called her Luna, though Leoraine always smiled knowingly and brushed it off by saying Leoraine reminded Crystalia of an old friend named Luna. "More than when he found out you were pregnant?" Katiana whispered, a brow raised, her tone playful rather than angry, giving Leoraine hope. "Mama." Leoraine bit her lip with a shy smile. "We were going to reveal it at the reception. I didn't want you both to go berserk and forbid me from seeing him or something." "Oh, Leoraine, we would never do that," her mother said gently. "Your father may have been disappointed, but after seeing everything you have here with Aden, neither of us can deny how happy you are. Besides, you're both adults. If you think you're ready to take on the responsibility of a child, we won't stop you." Leoraine wrapped her arms around her mother. She knew Katiana was a little disappointed, perhaps because she had tasted the forbidden fruit before marriage, or because she had kept it hidden, but she was grateful her mother understood and didn't judge her. "Thank you," Leoraine murmured quietly. "Let's hope Papa takes it this well too." "I wouldn't be so sure of that," her mother laughed, though Leoraine didn't find it particularly funny. "Don't worry, I'll stop him from blowing a fuse. Now, we've got to go, or you'll be late to your own wedding." The church was filled with people. The entire pack had turned up, along with most of the town who had known the Kota's family. Half the humans were there out of sheer curiosity to see who the town's blind girl was marrying. Suffice it to say, they were all more than surprised. A few other alphas had also attended. Vincenzio had come with his ever-anxious Spiralia at his side. She seemed more on edge than usual, likely because Mariania was nowhere to be seen. There were others Aden intended to introduce to Leoraine properly later. They had met briefly at a recent conference hosted by Vincenzio, who was still searching for solutions to Damien's persistent demands. Aden was surprised that nearly all the alphas had shown up. Alpha Sebastian and Alpha Kiliander, cousins and neutral parties in the Damien situation, were present. Kiliander had recently been courted by Vincenzio and was close to offering support, though he rarely made a decision without knowing he had backup. Even the elusive Alpha Renevia had attended. The only female alpha on the continent, she was famously cautious with her alliances. Many wolves viewed her as the weak link simply because alphas were typically male, but she had proven her strength repeatedly and would continue to do so until her last breath. Many considered her cold-hearted, but she was simply protective of her position, always watching her back. Like now, though she wasn't spying for enemies. In one of the wooden pews sat a human boy, one she felt an undeniable pull toward. She had little time to dwell on it. The music began, drawing every eye to the altar. Aden stood waiting, a large, relaxed smile on his face. He looked stunning in his three-piece black suit, blonde hair neatly slicked back. Leoraine felt a flutter in her chest as her hand rested in the crook of her father's arm. She had chosen several pack children to serve as ring bearers and flower girls, with Crystalia as her only adult attendant. As the first child slipped through the door, her father whispered playfully, "It's not too late. We can still make a getaway." Leoraine laughed. By now, she had learned to take his comments with a grain of salt. He was far milder than before, and she was grateful he was finally seeing things her way. "I love you, Papa. I love you too, Booba. That man is really lucky to have you." Make sure he treats you like he knows it. His tone was stern, though she could hear the familiar sting of tears behind his eyes. He already does, Leoraine managed before the doors opened fully and the music swelled. Christos took the first step forward, leading his daughter down the aisle toward the man waiting at the other end. He placed Leoraine's hand in Aden's, giving him a meaningful look, clearly conveying, "Look after my little girl." Aden returned a small, almost imperceptible nod before taking her hand in his. Sparks danced across her palm the instant they touched. She stepped up beside Aden before the priest. Aden had pulled strings to bring the very same priest who had married her parents in Greece to officiate. They had even agreed to include segments of the ceremony in Greek as a tribute to Leoraine's heritage. "You look magnificent," Aden told her through their bond, sending a mental snapshot of how she appeared through his eyes. Over time, they had discovered small ways to share the world she couldn't see. They still had years to perfect them, but these little comforts let her fully savor moments like this. "I love you," Leoraine whispered, trying not to interrupt the priest she wasn't truly listening to. "Ditto," Aden replied with a wink, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. The ceremony passed in a beautiful blur. Aden had kept it traditional to her culture, including the Stefana, but replaced the wine with water because of her condition. Leoraine's favorite moment came at the end. Aden made a grand show of dipping her backward for a passionate kiss before scooping her into his arms and carrying her outside, where family and townspeople showered them with rice and rose petals. Leoraine's cheeks ached from smiling so widely. Everything had been perfect. She only hoped the reception would be the same. Chapter 34. The clearing was decorated with beautiful lights strung through the trees. A few pack members had slipped away right after the ceremony, skipping photographs, to set everything up. The entire pack had come, along with several people from town. The newlyweds arrived later than most, having changed into more comfortable clothing in keeping with wolf customs. Leoraine wore a knee-length cream dress with short cap sleeves that did nothing to conceal her small, but visible baby bump. Some of the pack's women had gifted her a handcrafted crown of olive leaves and baby's breath, which now rested in her loose hair. Aden had changed into a light linen shirt, mostly unbuttoned, and cream chinos. Wolf tradition called for going shirtless at matings, but he chose to remain respectful toward the human guests. Aden and most of the wolves had gone barefoot. Leoraine followed suit after Aden explained it was a custom symbolizing closeness to nature and fertility. There was something freeing and enchanting about feeling the grass beneath her bare feet, perhaps because she understood the meaning behind it. They sat down to a banquet fit for royalty. The pack had truly outdone itself. It was a 5-course meal, mostly Greek cuisine. Leoraine was both impressed and deeply touched by their attention to detail. The flavors brought back nostalgic memories of the food her mother used to make when she was a child. She wasn't much of a cook herself, but her mother had promised to share the family recipes so she could practice with Aden. Throughout the meal, there was laughter, chatter, and music. Leoraine and Aden kept their hands clasped atop the table, their new wedding rings catching the light and winking at the friends and family seated around them. The couple was clearly lost in each other, sharing secret smiles, whispered endearments. Leoraine could hardly finish all the pies, meats, potatoes, and rice, yet somehow she still had room for her favorite, baklava. Everything felt so right. If this moment were her last, she would have left the world happy. Not that she wanted to, she had the strong feeling there was so much more she and Aden were meant to experience together. Aden excused himself briefly from the table, offering his new wife a half-hearted excuse about needing to handle a business matter. It wasn't entirely a lie, besides, he couldn't reveal the true nature of the disturbance in front of human guests, and he certainly didn't want Leoraine to know either. Vincenzio had pulled Renevia away from one of Leoraine's human friends. The boy startled when the larger male appeared. The group of alphas had split up to deal with the issue. Apparently, Damien had learned he was the only alpha not invited to the wedding and hadn't taken the news well. He had sent a few of his wolves to cause trouble, but the patrol had caught wind of it. Beta Samol had tried to handle it discreetly without interrupting his alpha's day, but several other alphas had noticed and insisted Aden be informed. I am not dealing with this now. This is my wedding day, for the goddess's sake, Aden huffed. His temper was rising, but he refused to let it ruin the day, especially for Leoraine. I agree with Aden, Reneviah said quietly, glancing over her shoulder at the unsuspecting guests. Damien must be dealt with, but this is not the time. I will hold a summit, Vincenzio suggested. I'll arrange everything for a few weeks from now. Be ready. I'm growing tired of this pest, and it will be taken care of. The present alphas gave small nods of agreement. A brief, somber moment passed between them. Aden sighed heavily, his gaze finding Leoraine's laughing form at the table. Just seeing her brought him immediate calm. If you'll all excuse me, this is still my wedding day, and I'd like to be with my mate. Please enjoy the rest of the celebrations. Aden offered a smile, trying to leave the negativity behind. A murmur of congratulations and thanks passed among them before he returned to his seat beside Leoraine. The moment he sat down, her hand found his knee again, resting there instinctively as though she sensed he needed her comfort. Christo stood, tapping the back of his knife gently against his wine glass to catch everyone's attention. He began by speaking of Leoraine's childhood, chuckling as he threw in a brief joke about expecting her to marry Fredius. The boy in question turned bright pink from his seat beside Reneviah. Perhaps once he had dreamed of that future, but surprisingly not anymore. He wasn't sure exactly when he had stopped loving her, maybe that very day. But she was so clearly happy with Aden. No one could deny it. Leoraine listened attentively. This speech was very different from the one at the rehearsal dinner 2 nights earlier. This one was filled with genuine gladness that his daughter had found Aden. Even though they'd had a rocky start, it was clear there was no better place for her than beside the man she had chosen. Aden, initially irritated by the mention of the human boy, found himself genuinely moved by his father-in-law's words. And even more overjoyed to be accepted as part of the family. Beside him, his wife was already in tears, her happiness uncontainable. He couldn't help feeling incredibly lucky. There were a few more speeches, one from Cadiana, one from Beta Simul, and one from Alpha Vincenzio. Each shared embarrassing truths, but ended with heartfelt wishes for happiness and fruitfulness in the future. By the end, Leoraine was a complete mess. Cadiana offered her a napkin to wipe her tears and joked that she should drink a glass of wine to lift her spirits. Leoraine smiled politely, as though she hadn't subtly set her mother up for the moment, before replying clearly, "We can't drink anymore." The couple didn't give anyone time to dwell on the odd reply. Aden took her palm in his. Those familiar, addictive sparks traveled up her arm. Even after months together, his touch hadn't dulled in the slightest. She wondered if it would still feel this way after years of marriage. The soft notes of a piano drifted through the clearing, followed by Crystalia's voice. She had chosen not to give a speech, instead requesting the honor of singing for their first dance. Neither Aden nor Leoraine had heard the song before, but as the lyrics and melody washed over them, they knew it was perfect. Aden drew Leoraine close, her bump brushing gently against his stomach as they moved together. A quiet reminder of the child within her. His forehead rested against hers, eyes locked in silent communication. Their love was too vast to be fully captured in words alone. The music shifted, and more people joined them on the dance floor. Leoraine's parents danced together, then Christos whisked his daughter away for his father-daughter dance while Cadiana shared a turn with Aden. Among the couples, Aden also noticed Vincenzio and Spirelia, and even Reneviah and Fredius. He wondered briefly how that pairing had come about, likely just a small indulgence on the female alpha's part before she retreated back into her usual guarded shell. Cadiana smiled at Aden as they twirled gently, both paying more attention to the glowing woman currently standing on her father's toes while he danced for both of them. He used to do that when she was a little girl, Cadiana remarked fondly. "I'm glad she found someone like you who will look after her. Thank you so much, my son." She kissed his forehead as the music ended, then added with a cheeky wink before walking away, "And congratulations." Christos led Leoraine back to her husband's waiting arms. Now came the moment they had both been waiting for, the cake reveal. They had spent considerable time planning the cake. It would tie together all the subtle hints they had dropped throughout the day. The cake was brought out by a short, stout man named Nicholas, who had overseen all the food, including this much-anticipated dessert. It rested on a trolley beneath a fine white cloth and a large cover. Aden invited Nicholas to unveil it. The cake was a stunning 4-tiered white chocolate and strawberry creation, covered in rich frosting with partially bare sides. It was decorated with fresh fruit, a dusting of powdered sugar, and baby's breath flowers. Simple, elegant, and utterly beautiful. But the most eye-catching feature was the toppers. Instead of just a traditional bride and groom, a small wooden bassinet sat beside them. A murmur rippled through the guests, followed by applause. A few called out congratulations amid whoops and cheers. Katiana clung tightly to her husband, who looked as though he might either explode or faint, but the news was well received. Leoraine longed to see the cake herself. She caught only a fleeting mental image through Aden's eyes. He was likely tiring from the long, eventful day, and sharing images through their bond required significant focus and energy. Aden gave a brief speech, thanking everyone for attending and for celebrating the happy newlyweds news. He kept it brief, sensing Leoraine's internal desire to both see the cake and dive into a massive slice of the gorgeous-smelling creation just meters away. Afterward, he gave her a detailed description, guiding her hands to feel the soft baby's breath and the plastic toppers. Leoraine's excitement was palpable when she discovered the female figurine held a cane, just like the one she usually carried. More photographs were taken, more music played, more dancing, more food, more laughter. It was an enjoyable evening for everyone. The other alphas left first, needing to return to their packs, but not before offering congratulations, well wishes, and gifts. The pack began to disperse as night deepened, followed by Leoraine's parents, until only Leoraine and Aden remained beneath the bright midnight sky. They sat together on the grass, pressed close with not an inch of space between them. The clearing was empty save for the tables and chairs that would be cleared the next morning. The band had packed up half an hour earlier, but that didn't stop Aden. "May I dance with my beautiful wife?" he asked, offering his hand as he stood beside her. "There's no music," Leoraine laughed as he pulled her up by the palm. His warm body pressed close, instantly chasing away the night chill. "But if you insist." They moved together under the moonlight in their own private rapture. It was in these quiet, intimate moments that true perfection was made. If there was anything close to heaven on earth for Leoraine and Aden, this was it. Leoraine's fingers played lightly with the strands of hair at the back of his neck as they swayed to a silent song. A soft whisper broke the quiet between them. "Today was perfect. Thank you. I love you, Mr. Wayne." Aden smiled, taking her lips in a slow, gentle kiss. It didn't last long, but it reached all the way to her toes. "I love you too, Mrs. Wayne." Everything had fallen beautifully into place. Willesden Brook continued its progress, though the conflict with Damien lingered. Aden was certain he and the other alphas would find a solution. Things were looking up, and both had faith they would keep improving as long as they were together. Epilogue. 12 years later. Time had been both a test and a blessing for the couple. In some ways, everything had changed, in others, nothing at all. Katiana and Christos had returned to Greece after the wedding, but after a few years, they decided to move back to Willesden Brook to be near their daughter and growing family. They bought the family home they had once lived in. Every weekend, without fail, they saw their grandchildren. Sometimes at the pack house, sometimes the children came to them. They had also discovered the existence of werewolves, albeit by accident. The truth slipped out when their second oldest grandchild shifted unexpectedly while playing in the garden. Katiana nearly had a heart attack. But once everyone calmed down and explanations were given, the initial shock passed. Both grandparents seemed content, perhaps even more grateful that their daughter had found Aden. Beta Samol had found his mate, a striking young she-wolf from Vincenzio's pack named Jessica. They completed the bond and ceremony in less than a week. It allowed Leoraine to experience a traditional wolf marriage, completely different from the white dress, cake-filled event she and Aden had shared. It was beautiful in its own way. They welcomed their first child mere months later, a boy named Lyonius. 2 more boys followed, twins Rylander and Everestus, who proved to be a handful, constantly getting into mischief. Maximus and Crystalia had a baby boy, born a few weeks premature. They named him Josephius. By then, Maximus's eyesight had largely healed, and he cried tears of joy when one of the first things he saw clearly was his newborn son. They went on to have 2 daughters and another son, all deeply cherished by their parents. Leoraine wasn't surprised to learn that Crystalia was in her first trimester with their 5th child. Aden had once told her wolves tended to have large families, though he'd phrased it more mildly. Big broods seemed a normal part of pack life, and Leoraine and Aden were no exception. Their first child, born just 3 months after the wedding, was a girl named Amelia Owain. She grew to be much like her father. Her parents had no doubt she would one day make a great alpha. She would turn 12 soon, but already displayed the qualities of a natural leader, which she frequently exercised over her siblings. Leoraine remembered little of the months following Amelia's birth. She had been gripped by severe postnatal depression for nearly 6 months. When she finally regained some normalcy, guilt and self-loathing consumed her so much so that she couldn't bear Aden's touch for a time. She was terrified that another pregnancy would bring the same darkness. It was 4 years before they learned they were expecting again. Better prepared this time, they welcomed little Alaricus Wayne. Leoraine chose the name after Aden's late father. The grown man wept openly as he held his son, feeling for a moment as though his own father were truly present. Alaricus was quiet and sensitive. He loved playing with his older sister and the beta twins, but also thrived on his parents' attention. Aden adored all his children and spoiled them, something Leoraine usually protested. Her fears proved justified when Alaricus's tantrums began shortly after learning he would no longer be the youngest. But at 8 years old now, he had mostly outgrown the spoiled behavior, often joining the beta twins in their mischief instead. 3 more children followed. Another girl, Kitelina, arrived just a year after Alaricus. Her siblings warmed to her quickly. She was irresistibly charming. At 7, she had already lost none of that charm. If anything, her ambition had only grown. She spoke earnestly of one day curing blindness and saving the world. Then came Reverius 3 years later, a child unlike any of his siblings. Loud, boisterous, and prone to aggression. He cried the loudest, screamed the loudest, and threw things. Aden usually handled those moments because Leoraine physically couldn't. His excessive outbursts were an ongoing concern until Aden took him to counseling with an elder. They learned Reverius would likely experience his first shift earlier than most, around 6 or 7 for some, later for others. Earlier was considered better, but he was only 4, and the thought terrified Leoraine. She had been present for every child's first shift. It was agonizing to listen to silent gratitude that she couldn't see. She wept for each of them, her motherly instincts screaming to take them and run. But she knew it had to happen. The Reverius was so small. The idea of listening to his screams for hours as his tiny bones broke and reformed haunted her. Aden could sense his mate's terror. He hated that she had to endure hearing their pups in such pain. But it was part of wolf life, and Leoraine had refused to be anywhere else. He promised her they would face it together, that their son was strong and would be fine. They had intended to stop at 4. Their children were wonderful but already a handful. Yet 2 years after Reverius's birth, Leoraine learned she was pregnant again. Their final child, a boy named Christos after her father, who had passed shortly before the birth, was now 2. He was otherwise mellow, though teething had turned him into a different story entirely. Leoraine carried him constantly on her hip because he grew so upset. She knew she would have to stop babying him soon, but made an exception for now. He was going through a hard time. She doted on her littlest boy, perhaps because he bore her father's name. Not that she loved him more, she simply worried about him most, being their smallest. There had been many challenges, but they faced them as a family. Even with 5 children, Leoraine was still learning how to be a mother while blind. Aden constantly reassured her that she was wonderful, but there were moments when she felt she had let them down. Her children were proud of her. The older ones understood their mother was different. Leoraine gave them everything she could and taught them to see the way she did. She kept every 3D printed ultrasound of each child, displayed proudly on shelves around the house. Whenever one asked about Mummy's sight, she gathered them close, let them feel the little molds, and explained her blindness with patience and love. The younger ones sometimes forgot. They would place something in her lap and ask her to look, or request something she couldn't do. Aden was never far away to help. They had mastered sharing visual images through their bond, so he often let her see their children's artwork or play through his eyes. Leoraine remained grateful for his understanding. Even after all these years, she still felt the same way she had that day in the cafe. The only difference was that every day overflowed with love that only grew stronger. The familiar sparks had become a constant comfort. He held her always, and it never failed to make her feel loved and protected. Leoraine groaned, turning over in bed. Her eyes fluttered open gently. Her fingers reached across the nightstand to feel her braille watch. It was 3:46 a.m. She had been dreaming of Aden and the children, of seeing them, of being a normal family. Dreams like that were still hard. Reality pulled the rug from beneath her every time. But she had learned to cope better. She didn't cry as much anymore. She had also learned to stop the spiraling thoughts. Perhaps it was because she was so content with her waking life. No dream could compare to the reality she lived. Sight or no sight, it didn't matter. With a small sigh, she lay back down. Her hand searched for Aden's sleeping form beside her. The familiar sparks ignited as his arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her close. He had already woken when she stirred and had been watching her quietly. Now he was more than content to have her back in his arms. "What's the time?" Aden mumbled into her hair. 3:45, Leoraine yawned softly. "I dreamt of you. And the kids." Aden hummed in quiet acknowledgement. He had found that letting her talk about her dreams helped. While they sometimes met in the dream world, other times her visions were simply dreams. "We did good," Leoraine whispered, pressing a light kiss to his chest. Her fingers played with the soft strands of his blonde hair. Suddenly, Aden was wide awake. He rolled on top of her, trailing playful kisses across her skin. "We could always make some more," he growled teasingly. "We got a few hours before the munchkins wake up." Leoraine burst into giggles, still amazed that, even at 35, she could laugh like a schoolgirl because of him. "No," she managed through her laughter as his hands crept up her sides to tickle her lightly. "Aden, stop. You'll wake the kids." He finally relented, leaning down to capture her lips in a slow, deep kiss. It was passionate enough to make her toes curl. He trailed kisses lower, down her neck, across her collarbones, along the valley between her breasts, all the way to her belly button. All she could do was let out breathy moans as his hands roamed her body. Sparks ignited everywhere he touched, lighting up her world in vivid color. Their bodies moved together, the room filled with the quiet symphony of their lovemaking. And just like the first day she met him, she was utterly enraptured. Their souls entwined, never to be parted. The end.